Mindfulness Daybreak session here at the 320 Festival, virtually, of course. I'm Andrea McNeil, one of the co-founders of Fit on Tour. And at Fit on Tour, we want to encourage you to take time out of your schedule every single day to practice mindfulness and self-care. Given the unique and challenging times we find ourselves in, we believe investing in your mental and physical health is more important now than ever. To kick off our class today, I'd love to introduce you to Ryan Lear, who is going to take you through a light yoga session virtually from his home studio. Enjoy your day.
Thanks for the intro, Andrea, and thanks to Fit on Tour for hosting me and the 320 Festival for having me for today's Mindfulness Daybreak session. My name's Ryan Lear, and we're here for 20 minutes of yoga. While you're practicing, take rest anytime you need. As you do the postures, you want to be strong without rigidity and tension, and relaxed without dullness and sleepiness. You ready to do this? As you practice, we use the Ujjayi breath. Sounds like the hissing sound of a cobra or the wind through the trees. Got it? So, take a comfortable seat, head, neck, and trunk in alignment. Get connected, get collected. If you like, join your palms. Take a moment here to set any intentions, make any dedications. If you'd like to sing, please join me for the sacred syllable Om one time. Ooh. Please Please take your hands to your knees. Lift your chest, draw your navel into your spine and drop your head. Completely exhale and take a deep breath in. Smooth breath out. As you breathe out, move your navel to your spine. Make the breath really smooth. 2 more cycles. Deep inhalation. Deep exhale. Last one. Try to stretch out your breath. Make it smooth, long, deep inhale. And exhale. Option to keep your eyes closed or softly open. Come to standing. Feet together or hip distance. Let your tailbone forward, upper arm bones back. Return to the Ujjayi breath. This is Sama Sthiti, equal standing pose. We make it the mountain. Inhale, raise your arms up over your head. Lift your waist, lift your ribs, stretch. On the exhale, slowly lower your arms. If you would like to add a little more heat, you lift your heels as well as your arms. Inhale, rise up. Stretch, straighten your arms. Exhale, slowly lower arms and your heels if you lifted them. Last one, smoothest one yet. Go, inhale. And exhale. Next inhale, take your arms to your sides, up over your head, lace your fingers. Straighten your arms, lift your waist, lift your ribs. As you exhale, upper body to the right, hips to the left. Stretch, stretch, relax. Next inhale, come on up. Exhale, other side. Just keep your breath flowing. How relaxed can you be without getting sleepy? Inhale to rise up. Uprising, lift, straighten. Exhale, slowly lower your arms without dropping your ribs. On your inhale, walk or jump your feet about 1 leg distance apart. Bring your hands to your hips, elbows back, chest open, upper arm bones back. Now turn your right foot out, left foot in. As you inhale, lengthen your arms. Trikonasana, option to slightly bend your right knee. Exhale. You can look at the computer, the phone, the wall, or maybe even look up. Deep Ujjayi breath. Smooth, deep inhalations, exhalations. Straighten your legs, straighten your arms. Next inhale, rise up. Change the feet. Exhale, get stable. Try not to overgrip the toes. Relax, stretch the toes. Inhale, lengthen. Left side body stays long. Exhale, come on down. Trikonasana, triangle. To make sure that the left knee is not hyperextending. Deep inhalations, deep exhalations. Next in-breath, come on up, nice and smooth. Exhale, point your toes forward, hands to your hips. Then walk or jump your feet together. Vrikshasana, the tree, shift your weight to your left foot. Inhale, lift your right leg. Place your foot into your leg. Just keep it off the knee, maybe even keep it on the floor. Upper arm bones back, join your palms. Any arm variations you like. The yoga gangsters will close the eyes. Deep inhalations, deep exhalations. Keep lifting your rib cage off your pelvis. One more cycle of breath. And gently release. Switch sides. Go ahead. Vrikshasana, the tree. Planting the foot into the inner thigh. Pushing foot into leg, leg into foot. Upper arm bones back. Chest confident. Chin humble. Deep breathing. Soft eyes. See if you can keep the Ujjayi smooth. The advanced yogis smiling into your brain. Next exhale, gently release the posture. Get ready for eagle pose. Inhale, soften your knees, lift your arms. Right leg to the sky. On the exhale, right leg over top of left, right arm underneath left. If you can't get the palms together, you could hold on to the shoulders. Deep inhalations, deep exhalations. You can stay right here if you want to challenge your balance. You fly. Stretch your arms to the side, stretch your leg back, maybe even bend your left knee and swoop low to the ground. Stretch your arms. Next inhale, everybody unwrap the pose, come up and ground down. Soft knees, other side. Inhale. And exhale, squeeze. Deep inhalations, deep exhalations. Soft eyes. Can you really relax your jaw, your eyes? Your teeth, is that possible? Relax your teeth, relax your tongue. Those who want to fly, unwrap. And swoop low, softening your knee, dipping low. Next inhale, come on up and release. Okay, now the squat. Bend your knees a lot. Inhale, arms forward. Exhale, sink. Option, lift your heels. We'll go right into the boat. Sitting down. You can hold your hamstrings, maybe straighten your legs. Deep Ujjayi, maybe no hands. I'll move my feet so I can see you all. Well, I can't see any of you. Yeah, if your legs are straight, really straighten them. Lift your chest, relax your jaw. One more cycle of breath. Now cross your shins, push your hands down, lift your asana, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and release. Lay down on your back, little baby bridge pose. Place your feet hip distance. Spread your toes, ground down through your feet. Take your hands beside your hips, squeeze your shoulder blades together. Inhale, lift your hips, look into the heart center. Soft throat, deep breathing. If you have any other back bends you like to do, you go ahead. Smooth, deep inhalations, exhalations. Full expression. And smooth, slow, come on down. Now, if any of you have shoulder stand, you could do shoulder stand or headstand. Otherwise, legs up on the wall. Great restorative yoga pose. If you want heat, do shoulder stand, headstand. Shoulder blades together, arms open, long legs, deep breathing. Close your eyes. And how relaxed can you get without losing the Ujjayi breath, without falling asleep? And slowly come on out of the pose. Next pose, simple cross leg. Shoulders over hips, broad collarbones, Hands to your knees as we began and seated, starting to settle in. Drop your head, lift your chest. Deep inhalation. Pause at the top, deep exhalation. 2 more on your own. How smooth can you let the breath be? Go ahead. Now, next posture, Yoga Mudra. Hands behind your back. Inhale, lift your chest, lift your chin, yogis, chin up. Exhale, gently lower down, rest your head on your mat. If the head doesn't reach your mat, place your elbows down, rest your head on your hands. Head on the earth, deep Ujjayi breathing. Next inhale, slowly come up. Shavasana, the final relaxation. Lay your body down nice and smooth. Try to place the right and left side down the same. Find symmetry, equanimity. Let your body relax. Close your eyes, let the muscles fall off the bones. And rest your mind for the next 2 minutes on your breath in the present moment. Be here now. Let the heart beat, let the breath move. If you start to think, simply return to the breath like the Zen master. Now, if you need more time here, by all means stay. If you're ready to come out, start to deepen the breath. Bend your knees slowly, one by one. Simply roll onto your right side. You can make a pillow with your arms, curl into a ball of light. Just take a moment on the side. And with the attitude of gratitude, take your left hand down, press yourself up to seated. Back again, shoulders over hips, spine long, head, neck, and trunk in alignment. Send the energy from the base of the spine, descend from the crown. And watch the breath. If you like to meditate, stay and meditate. I'm going to let you all go. Thank you for joining me. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day in the virtual 320 Festival. Thanks Fit on Tour for hosting. Please take care of your mind and your body, and hope to see you on the path. Have a beautiful day. Namaste.
Hi everyone, and happy Saturday. My name is Talinda Bennington. I'm the co-founder of 320 Changes Direction and the 320 Festival. Thank you to those who joined us yesterday, and welcome to those who are just joining us today. We had such a wonderful time with everyone who tuned in yesterday. Thank you to the panelists who shared their expertise and their stories. I would also like to thank our artists for the incredible performances. Like yesterday, we have a variety of different panels and music from many different talented artists. Today, our panels are discussing social media, addiction, music and mental health, and much more. You can find the schedule on our website, 320festival.com. Make sure to tune in to witness them here first. Just to reiterate from yesterday, I want you all to know that you are not alone during this time. We are all in this together. Thank you.
The 320 Festival and the participants do not provide emergency services. This conference is not meant to replace professional mental health services. If you are facing a life-threatening emergency, call 911 immediately. For immediate help, call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-8255. That's 1-800-273-8255. Veterans, press 1. Or text SIGNS to 741-741. That's SIGNS to 741-741 for the crisis text line. Both services are free and available 24/7.
Hey everybody, it's Alexakis from the band Everclear, and I am so proud and honored and humbled to be a part of the 320 Fest this year. Thanks to Kevin and everybody who are putting this on and for having me be a part of it. I'm getting through the pandemic like all of us are here in California. We're doing a great job of doing what the governor is telling us to do and trying to get through this, and I think we can all see a little light at the end of the tunnel. That being said, I want to talk to you today about mental health. It's something I've been dealing with my whole life, having mental health issues. One of the earliest things I remember is my mom coming home from school one day, and my mom was in therapy because she put herself into the mental hospital because she had felt like she was having a nervous breakdown. That's not a term we use a lot anymore, but back in the day we did. And so even as a child, I kind of understood how devastating it can be from a personal level. And as I got older, I've been suffering from severe panic attacks and anxiety and depression from the time I was 22. I'm 58 now. I just turned 58. So I've been dealing with it pretty much my whole life. It gets better, it gets worse. It's been pretty good for years, but it's still something I have to check in with. And I want to also say a shout out to everyone's friends, my friends, people that I believe in who've been reaching out to me to check in on me, how I'm doing. Please check in on people who you think might be having some issues. Even the people you don't think are having issues, maybe they're having issues. Everybody has someone in their family that has mental health issues, I guarantee it. Whether they want to talk about it or not, they're there. And the more we talk about it, the more that monster in the corner disappears. And that's the only way we're going to get through this crisis or any crisis that comes along, is by banding together. And I know a lot of people think that that's a hallmark card of way of looking at it. Cliches are cliches because they're real, because they're authentic, and because they're legit. So let's keep that in mind. I am very fortunate to have a wonderful family. My wife is my best friend, and we talk about stuff like this. And one of the things about getting older is I talk about issues like this with friends of mine, the guys in my band, and all sorts of people, because we're not trying to hide it from people. I think younger people have that issue. And I just want to urge you, don't worry about what other people think. Who cares? Be honest with yourself, be open with yourself. If you need help, don't ever hesitate to ask for help, because it's out there if you want it. As someone who's been clean and sober off of drugs and alcohol, just anything that you can get addicted to, I was pretty much addicted to it. I've been in the program for over 31 years, and it's taught me a lot about mental health from the point of that I use drugs and alcohol to self-medicate myself from anxiety and depression and alienation. And I know that a lot of people, and isolation, feeling isolated. And I know a lot of people right now who are watching this feel isolated and feel alienated from people because they're not there for them. And I just want everyone to know that there's someone that can be there for you, and we need to figure that out. To you know, when people write me online, for Everclear fans, I try to write them back as soon as possible because I know we're all going through a bizarre time that hopefully we'll never have to go through again. Anyway, that being said, I'm going to sing a couple of songs. I know the series is called Songs That Saved My Life. I'm gonna play a song that these songs helped save my life in a lot of ways because they let me know that I was doing what I was supposed to be doing. The whole thing about hit songs being this panacea where it just makes your life all better and you have money and people love you and all that good stuff. I'm here to tell you that that couldn't be farther from the truth. It usually creates more dissonant noise in your life than it creates more questions than answers. Let's put it that way. But these two songs I'm going to play here are songs that helped me figure out that I was okay. And even with all my issues, my mental issues, and all my damage, I grew up. My brother died of an overdose. I got raped when I was 8. I have my share of damage, and I'm sure there's people who have more. We all have to deal with what we're given. But these songs help me realize that I'm okay. This is called "I Will Buy You a New Life." Here's the money that I owe you. Yes, you can pay the bills. I'll give you some more when I get paid. I hate those people who love to tell you money is the root of all the cares. They have never been poor, never known the joy of a welfare Christmas. Yeah, I know we will never look back. Yeah, say you wake up crying and you don't know why. You get up and you go lay down beside my baby. Oh, yeah, I think I'm doing okay. I'm moving with a strange guy. Can you believe the actual things that I'm really alive? I will buy you a garden with your flowers. I will buy you perfect shining love. I will buy you that big house way up in the West Hill. I will buy you a new life. Oh yes, I will. Know all about that other guy, a handsome man with athletic thighs. I know all about the time before, that obsessive little rich boy. They might make you think you're happy, yeah, maybe for a minute or two. They can't make you laugh, no, they can't make you feel the way that I do. I will buy you a garden where your flowers bloom. I will buy you a car shining new. I will buy you that big house way up in the West Hill. I will buy you a new life. I will buy you a new life. so I'll be right back.
We live? Great, we're live. Oh my gosh, this is so exciting. Welcome everybody. So excited to be here moderating this panel discussion, Living with Addiction. My name is Ryan Hampton. I'm an author, advocate. I have a nonprofit called the Voices Project, work with a group called Recovery Advocacy Project, wrote a book, American Fix Inside the Opioid Addiction Crisis and How to End It. But most importantly, for me, I'm a person in long-term recovery, which means I haven't felt it necessary to have a drink or a drug or any other mind-altering substance since February 2nd, 2015, which means I just celebrated in February 5 years, which is just absolutely crazy. And one of the last places I think I'd ever be or doing is on a panel with all of these amazing people that I'm about to introduce. And I'm so happy that the 320 Festival, we've been talking about this for a couple of months, and I want to give a special shout out to Kevin Lyman and his team for really pulling this together and being resilient. I think now more than ever during COVID, it's important that we have these discussions and create this connection in this community. And Kevin and his team and everyone at UCLA really came together and made this happen, and we're reaching a lot of people. So let's get right into it. Let me go ahead and introduce our panel today. We have Ashley Peterson, who's formerly an Emmy Award-winning makeup artist, worked in TV and film for over 23 years. Ashley's glamorous lifestyle came to an end because of her struggles with addiction. With her family's help, Ashley received long-term substance use treatment, and she later felt it important to help people and make a difference by entering the field of addiction treatment. We have Dr. Adi Jaffe, who's a world-renowned expert on mental health, addiction, relationships, and shame. He was a UCLA lecturer in the psychology department for the better part of a decade and was the executive director and co-founder of Alternatives, one of the most progressive mental health treatment facilities in the United States, until he started Ignited. He's passionate about the role of shame in destroying lives and aims to greatly reduce the stigma of mental health in this country. In this context, Dr. Jaffe has used his personal experience as an incredibly effective, inspirational, and motivational tool. We also have Greg Williams, who's a filmmaker of The Anonymous People. I hope, make sure and check it out after this panel today, and another great film called Generation Found. Greg is an award-winning filmmaker of feature-length documentaries. In 2015, he also produced the historic Unite to Face Addiction rally on the National Mall, when tens of thousands of people, including from around the world, gathered alongside major musicians to end the silence surrounding addiction. And if any of you have read my book, you'll know that that was the moment when I actually decided to start recovering out loud and get involved. He also produced the launch of the first ever Surgeon General's report on alcohol, drugs, and health facing addiction in America. And he is also a person in long-term recovery himself. And last, but certainly not least, we have Tiffany Jenkins, who is the funny lady behind Juggling the Jenkins. She has over 3.8 million Facebook followers and counting. Tiffany is a wife, a mother, a best-selling author, a content creator, and a person in recovery. Although best known for her funny viral Facebook and YouTube videos, Tiffany is incredibly passionate about bringing awareness to mental health. She speaks shamelessly, openly, and honestly about her past and addiction, as well as her struggles with depression and anxiety, and has been featured on national television shows like The Today Show and The Doctors. I think, a great way to kick off this panel in terms of a discussion is I want to start with Greg. The Anonymous People had such a profound impact on me. And I think anybody who actually has seen it. And what we're all doing here, sharing our stories on a public platform isn't typical. There's 23 million Americans who live in long-term recovery here in the United States, but so very few of them actually take that leap, right, and share it publicly or in their community. Why do you think that is?
Hey, thanks, Ryan. It's great to be here and really excited about the 320 Festival for shedding light on these issues, and to be with this group of people who are willing to share their stories. It's I'll just start personally. I got into recovery when I was 17 years old, and I knew nothing about public festivals or recovery settings outside these church basements, and church basements have saved my life. And those little triangles on those, side doors, I am incredibly grateful for. And I was going into the media world, and I was terrified of, if people knew what my story was and the things that I had done and what I went through in my active addiction, that I wasn't ever going to get a job. I wasn't going to get accepted into college. I wasn't going to be able to meet anybody or what have you. And so I just internalized society's shame. And so I'm glad we're going to talk a little bit about shame on this conversation. And I think that's really at the core. It's whether you've personally been impacted by addiction, or you have a loved one who's been impacted by addiction, or you grew up in a household impacted by addiction, there's a lot of unhealed pain in our society relating to addiction, and as a result, we have a ton of shame. This is push it under the rug, don't tell anybody, keep it quiet, stay anonymous, and that kind of manifests itself for individuals in recovery, and we certainly have seen that throughout history, and it's really exciting to see over the last few years, the last decade or so, more individuals who are willing to kind of share their stories and tell their stories in a way that impacts others. And I'll just say, I'll close with, I when I was in high school and I was really struggling, I didn't know anybody in recovery. I didn't know any of these folks, and I didn't have any public role models who were in recovery and sharing their stories. And today, I think we're starting to see more of that, but it's really important for individuals who are in a dark place or struggling to see that, life after addiction is possible. And so this panel, Living with Addiction, could be living in recovery. And I'm glad we're having that dialogue today.
Let me ask that. I'm going to go to Tiffany, right? Because the question was centered around 23 million Americans in long-term recovery, and you have 3.8 million people following you on Facebook, and all you do, is not all you do, but you take a huge chunk of it is you have this dialogue, you have this conversation on social media. I know for me, the first time that I started telling my story, I was terrified, right? Mm-hmm. You bring it in with humor. What's that like, right? What was that? What led you to that decision to get public? What was that evolution like for you?
Whenever I looked on social media, it seemed like everybody was so perfect, and I was comparing it to my life, and it made me feel like I was failing. And so I was like, I wonder if anybody else is feeling like broken and lost and confused like I am. So I put a video out, and I was terrified, but then I was amazed at the amount of people who were thanking me and saying that they wished more, they didn't know that they weren't the only one. They felt crazy their whole life, and then they saw my video and realized that they weren't alone. And so because I was met with so much love, it made it easy for me to continue doing it. People are more understanding and accepting, I think, than people realize. And so that guilt of and shame and fear of judgment that keeps so many people quiet about their struggles, I think they'd be amazed at the amount of people who actually get it.
Dee, because I mean, you're so involved in the shame and the stigma part of this. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I love that we're starting with this conversation because there's hundreds of people tuned in, and so many people don't feel comfortable sharing. So I have my own addiction history. I literally wear a bracelet. I'll keep it PG, but it says F shame on it because I have to remind myself on a regular basis to fight that internal notion that I have to look perfect, like Tiffany mentioned. And look, to be honest, I hear from other people how scared they were personally to share this. When I first decided that I was going to share, I was a PhD student at UCLA, and I told one of my advisors that I wanted to start writing a blog called All About Addiction with all the research that I was learning to help people understand it. And I was literally told not to. Now, he didn't make me not do it, but he said, look, that's a really bad idea. if you tell people you have a history, they're not going to be able to look at you anymore as an objective researcher. And so I was essentially literally told, don't keep this under wraps, never tell anybody. And that lasted, I don't know, that lasted probably about 6 months to a year of me being able to keep it that way. But then I did research and I realized, one of the things you mentioned, Ryan, is there's tens of millions of people in recovery, but there's also tens of millions of people who are outside. And when I realized why people weren't coming in, I did research at UCLA, and shame was one of them. It was cost and logistics, and shame was a huge one. And I said, I'm not willing to play a part of that anymore. I have to figure out a way to be part of the solution. And I think Tiffany hit it right on the head. The moment you start telling the story, people come out of the woodworks, and people start being able to finally be honest with you. At Ignited, we have this saying that says radical transparency is fire. And the reason is, when you present yourself as your truest self, not that Instagram version of whatever you think people need to see of you, whatever that is, the flip side of what we're talking about happens. People connect in a real way, and they understand that it's okay for them to be vulnerable too.
So Ashley, to dovetail this, because it's all these, this could actually take up our entire time here on this panel, so I have to be careful. But you're on the front lines, right? Like you're on the front lines every single waking moment in addiction treatment. What are your thoughts on this? But also I want to add into this, one of the things for me in treatment, because I didn't know, right? When I got sober, I didn't know that this whole conversation was happening. I didn't know that it was okay to go out and talk. And I actually was, it was kind of instilled in me that this, I don't want to say myth, but this misconception of what anonymity means. Like, how do you see that as a barrier, particularly for people that are coming through treatment, and how we're talking about that?
Well, I think that there's still this notion that somehow that somebody who has, alcohol or addiction problems is one of those people.
Right.
And that somewhere in the messaging, that's the label that stuck. And to be able to access people in a relatable way, I think I suffered in silence for 15 years in addiction, working in the film industry, because it wasn't something people talked about. It was a very shameful thing to have any problems. So you couldn't, and there weren't resources. The insurance didn't even provide coverage for treatment. So how do you get help? Right. So, to change the dialogue around the conversation and make it something that's relatable. I think that ties into the opiate epidemic, that it started affecting all different types of households. It wasn't the, homeless person living on the street. It was moms and aunts and grandmothers and grandfathers and brothers and sisters. So to be able to incorporate the concept that you can change your life, or for lack of a better expression, get a do-over.
Yeah.
And lift this veil of secrecy behind addiction, and access help in a different way. I think that's one of the beautiful things about the evolution of treatment. We discussed this previously, which is, the evolution of treatment and how people can access it is really, really important. And the idea that there's only one way for people to get sober or receive help isn't accurate anymore.
Yep.
In our practice at the moment, the beautiful thing is that, this idea that you go to residential treatment and then the floodgates open and you return into life and you don't have any support, and maybe your family's dumped all of the money into the residential treatment. And now what? The truth is, the challenge becomes when you re-enter the world and you start living.
Yep.
Right? How do you navigate how do you navigate being a mom, being a professional, being a spouse, getting a job, going to a meeting by yourself? Like, those are really overwhelming tasks.
And and to compound that too, right? Because I think the experience of a lot of people is you can't even start to navigate those things. Like you mentioned, getting a job. People need basic needs met, like housing, right? Yeah. Transportation. Sure. They need other supports that will lead them to that to those best outcomes. Greg, to just kind of tie it back to you, I think we're doing a disservice if we don't actually like really take on the anonymity question. I think particularly for this audience, because I just think there's a lot of confusion around what is anonymity? What does it mean for those of us, speaking for myself, who do participate in an anonymous program? Like, what's the difference between what I do in my anonymous program and what I decide to do freely on a public platform like we're doing right now?
Yeah, it's a really important conversation, and we need to continue to have that. Obviously, everybody is well aware, not that everybody in the 23 million group of us in recovery recover in anonymous programs or in a single pathway, but that culture dominates the recovery ecosphere in a lot of ways, and has, since the 1930s. And I think what we need to realize is the only reason anybody can participate in those programs today is because people did things like we're doing now. And whether that's the Saturday Night Evening Post article, whether that is a woman named Marty Mann who used to travel the country telling her story, whether that is Betty Ford, or other individuals who've told their stories. The only reason any of us have had an opportunity to find recovery has been individuals who are willing to tell others where and how to find those possibilities of recovery. And the difference between public disclosure and breaking your anonymity are really, it's really black and white. I think there's a lot of people who argue in the gray area of spirituality and whether or not it's an ego inflation kind of issue, which is an important debate to continue to have, as Bill White would say. But the definition of breaking your anonymity and how people in the 12-step community have used that term is not culturally appropriate to actually what it means. And it's really pretty simple. It's if at the level of press, radio, film, Zoom, public disclosure, I am talking about my membership status in a particular anonymous program that asked me to not do that, that is breaking my anonymity. If I publicly disclose my recovery status as an individual, that I'm an individual in recovery, that's a part of my life. I think it's really important for us to realize that just because I entered recovery doesn't mean that me as a human being or as a participant in society, it doesn't take away that element of my life. Especially, I'm pretty interested in advocacy and policy stuff. And, I pay taxes today and don't really appreciate where some of my tax money goes. And when you look at a democracy and you look at the power those of us who aren't billionaires have, it's our stories. That's all we have. And the idea that this is probably the most important part of my life, and I have to, detach myself from that because I'm a participant in some sort of program that I don't understand. So anyways, it's a really good question. And anybody who's interested in learning more, Google advocacy with anonymity. There's some great literature out there that just gives you a very step-by-step guide and objective viewpoint about what is a violation of that tradition of anonymity and what isn't. And it's a really important thing that we need to continue to help people understand.
Or, I mean, you may be so humble you're not going to say it, but I'll say it. Google the anonymous people and watch it. I think you can get it on Amazon, and I caught it on Netflix. It changed my life. I mean, it absolutely changed my life. It changed my perspective on how I could be talking about addiction recovery and what I could actually be doing in my own community. Tiffany, so not to keep it too serious, because I know you are the funny lady, but I mean,
no pressure.
We were talking before we got on to the panel live, how I, woke up this morning and, and my fiance, and I was like, you got to move, you got to go downstairs to the living room because I'm going to do this live. And then you were like, well, we had, I have a kid and Greg's got, kids, and Greg had to go to a office so he could separate it. And Ashley needed to do something with her kids because nobody wanted to mess up the Zoom. And what is it about being a parent in recovery? How do you do it? I'm sure we have a lot of parents who are watching right now who may be in recovery or thinking about getting into recovery. Talk to us about that. And this is probably something that all of you can jump in on, maybe except for me because I don't have kids. So, but let's start with Tiffany.
My experience has been that, they're a great motivating force to stay on the right track for me. I got pregnant in a halfway house, which I don't recommend, but I had this little life inspiring me to keep going. It was tough in the beginning to get the kids in the meetings because they wanted to run around and it was hard to get the message. But the truth of the matter is if I'm not okay, then my entire family's not okay. So I have to prioritize my recovery because they say anything you put before your recovery is going to disappear. And so there are times where I have to make arrangements for the kids so that I can make sure I'm focusing on myself and my mental health and what's best for me. But my kids definitely challenge my sanity daily. However, I've been fortunate enough to to keep in touch with my feelings and where I'm at and ask for help if I need it and take those timeouts during the day to do breathing exercises and meditations because I'm no good to anybody else if I'm like a soda bottle about to explode all over the place. So prioritizing my recovery and my mental health is the greatest gift that I could give my kids. And it's totally possible to be the parent that you were always meant to be after addiction.
Adi?
Yeah, if it's okay, I think I'd like to broaden the conversation here a tiny bit because it is absolutely right that there are millions and millions of people in the type of recovery we're talking about here. But I think part of the shame releasing conversation that we were having earlier is to start really explaining to people that there are a whole host of different ways to recover. And that what's important is for each person either watching right now or watching this later or who knows somebody who's struggling with addiction is to understand that one path has not been found to be the right one for everybody. What's important is for each of us, and Tiffany just touched on it, what's important is for each of us to find what works for us. So like, my path started out in traditional 12-step based recovery and then I left, and that was 15, 16 years ago, still doing well. It's not like I went back to the meetings to report it, but life in recovery is about what Tiffany just talked about, which is putting your well-being on at least a front burner, whether it's the exact first thing always, we have crises like we're having right now. And sometimes things reorganize, but you have to always be incredibly cognizant and incredibly diligent about taking care of yourself. Because I think what a lot of people, and if anybody listening right now is struggling in the moment, what a lot of us have struggled with is standing up for what we need, being very honest and forthright about things when we're uncomfortable. So boundaries have been broken all over our life. And in general, putting on this mask and a costume, that's a part of the thing in anonymity as well, right? Sort of living in damage and in pain and in fear and in anxiety. Oftentimes, as Ashley mentioned and Tiffany, and 15, 20 years of our lives where we just kind of got used to it and we assume that's the best life can get. And so whether it's AA or another 12-step meeting or smart recovery or moderation management or sober secular organization for sobriety, or finding something that allows you, or ignited, but finding something that allows you to find a group of people that thinks like you, that can help you, that won't judge you. Back to that shame conversation we had. There's such an opportunity for us now to make this conversation whole and inclusive for everybody, because I believe, I know we talked about this before this panel ever went live, that we're all here because we want to make sure that more people are saved. We're sick and tired of watching these numbers where 100, 180,000, 200,000 people are dying from this disorder, from this condition, from this struggle. And we all are doing everything that we can to bring the message of hope to people. And I want to really echo Greg's message, which is you can drop the anonymity when it comes to your own story of, I used to suffer and now I don't. If you don't have to break your anonymity about the exact path of how you got there, but let's be on the front lines showing everybody, look, I went to jail, right? Like I couldn't get a job because I was a convicted felon. So for years, I couldn't get hired anywhere. And now not only am I on this path, but, I've got an amazing family, a beautiful home. I get to talk to people like you guys in this setting. How far down you've gone has nothing to do with how high you can get in terms of just really projecting success and doing everything in life that you want. And that's the message I want everybody to hear.
I think the idea too, thank you, Adi, that there is one path. I mean, there's definitely a model. Yep. God knows, I tried every model unsuccessfully, and ultimately, having a team that just, stayed with me long term and finding a community where you can be honest and transparent about the challenges you face in recovery. There is nothing that is linear about this process. And let me tell you, at 9.5 years sober, getting hit with a pandemic and having to take my whole practice virtual and homeschool my daughter, let me tell you, that was the most imperfect process of my life. But I tapped into the tools that I learned in the beginning and I utilized them. And as Tiffany said, breathing. I go outside and I'm like, I tell my daughter, I need a timeout. I got to go take a break. Because, I can just feel the pot boiling over. And that's okay, because it's not about the outcome of the pot boiling over is not drinking and using today.
Right.
Greg, did you want to jump in on that?
Well, I think it's so important in the context of the moment we're in right now to just, carry a message of empathy and hope that all 4 of us, 5 of us here have been living through 2 months of a quarantine and isolation from many of the tools that have helped us recover and have stayed connected and been able to do that. And I just, I think often about kids because that's what my life is about today. But so many young people grow up in households with active addiction, and so much of their childhood trauma exists, in their household and surrounding this issue. And school is their outlet. Camp, those things become their outlet in a lot of ways. And I just think all of us need to really think hard as this process goes. Is not just about our own individual well-being, but what can we do for families who might be going through this? This is certainly, we've seen alcohol sales double over the last couple months, and I think it's a really scary time, for addiction in America and the isolation that festers this disease and what it creates. And it's been so amazing to see the Zoom meetings and everybody jumping virtual and going virtual. And I think there's a lot of hope in those stories, but there's, a lot of the things that we don't see behind closed doors and the darkness. And I think we're going to come out the other side of this. And certainly there's going to be some great lessons learned, but some scary outcomes. And there's going to be children who grow up who never forget these couple months, of growing through this. I think that's a really important thing for us to remember.
I want to jump in really quick because I've actually been sitting and listening to this conversation for the last couple of minutes, and a couple of things that have been striking a chord inside of me. And that's I think that it is really important that, when COVID started and everything started moving virtual and all the meetings started going online and Zoom, and there had already been pre-existing platforms, everybody's like, this is great. I can go to meetings online. I can participate. I can, do my counseling sessions one-on-one on Zoom. Yes, these are great. I guess what you could call, service kind of like gap fillers for right now. But even me, someone 5 years in who has access to high-speed internet, who has a smartphone where I can join meetings from any time, after several months of doing this, couple of months, I am longing for that in-person human connectivity. It is not it shouldn't be considered like the primary alternative. Like, we still have to work to make sure that we expand access to treatment and these in-person community supports and all of those wraparound services into rural areas, into communities that have been left behind in this, as we've been making progress and kind of chipping away at the addiction crisis, right? It worries me that, people they're starting to kind of invest in a lot of, infrastructure, which is great. And we need to have it as well, but it's not in place of what we should be doing once this pandemic kind of starts to wind down. Right. And that being said, I think that, it is kind of like on all of us. And I'd like to kind of open up the discussion. Like, what is it that we can do? Right. And, look, we're all on this panel. We're white. We're all white, right? Like we've got to look out for our Black and our brown brothers, brothers and sisters, and, folks who are struggling too, with addiction and recovery. And those communities have been left behind historically. We've got to get into rural communities. What is it that we can do, to make sure that we're getting better outcomes in those communities, not leaving them behind, and bringing them more into this conversation and giving them, the tools and the leadership needed, to take this issue on.
So if I can jump in, I think you're right that we always have to pay attention, especially as you pointed out, those of us who are relatively privileged, we always have to put that other hat on and say, okay, well, how does this then translate downstream? Because if it doesn't, we end up just creating a bigger and bigger gap and more inequity. I do think the online platform is a wonderful tool, but we're social animals, right? And I think one of the things that came across for those of us who don't struggle with it on a regular basis, because we have full lives where people come in and out, is the devastating power of isolation. And so when you're talking about rural communities and people who are suffering alone, literally because they live in places where they don't see a lot of people, so they can go and just drink all day or, hide it from their family all day, and nobody's checking in on them because there is no community. I think in that way, the online help is incredibly useful. But one of the things we really have to get front and center on are tools, like actually giving people actionable tools in addition to the connection piece. Because I don't know about you guys, I grew up in a relatively well-functioning family, but there was never discussion about mental health. There was never discussion about talking about feelings or how are things going for you. It was always, and I didn't even grow up in the US, I grew up in Israel, but it was always about, what do you have to do today? Did you get it done? Okay, you can finish your day. And then the next day we just repeat. It was like Groundhog Day in that sense. And so one of the things we're working really, really hard at Ignited is to help people connect, especially right now, because we're all struggling with it. So I feel like the shame and stigma of anxiety and stress and isolation and depression have worn off a little bit because so many millions of people are experiencing it. So actually, before we started this, I created a link for anybody who's watching this. It's a completely free resource where I did an hour and a half workshop on how do I talk about my feelings? And, especially as a man, I feel like that is something we never get training in. So if anybody wants to go to just ignited.com, and we put a banner up there for you guys. We need, especially in this time, I don't know when this is going to end, but we can't wait for this to be over in order to start processing the same emotions and the same feelings, the same struggles that we're talking about here. We have to take action sooner rather than later.
Greg, Tiffany, Ashley.
Well, I think one thing that is really, really important for us, it goes back to the beginning of our conversation, the story piece. And we don't have the data yet, and we have to study this, but the level of accountability, right? Like to Tiffany or Ashley, who've shared their stories, publicly to their communities, it enhances the level of accountability, right? And so if isolation is part of the problem, if isolation and nobody knows that I have a drinking problem, nobody knows that I have a drug issue, right? Or I'm not going to tell anybody, like part of, and even those of us who've been in recovery and then have gone back, and gone through that journey, the more people who know about the story, the better. I mean, there is a little bit of a correlation to this, like in the early COVID, like there was stigma, right? Like you think about like people who first were like the spreaders of COVID, right? And there was articles where, somebody was a super spreader, and then Like they didn't want to tell anything because they, you know, there was all the shame and stigma associated with it. Like part of the solution here, and this goes back to the marginalized and the vulnerable, is how do we empower others in other communities to share their stories and be open in their languages, in their culture, in their community? Because the more that they're sharing their stories, they'll even if you live in an isolated rural community or in poverty, the more accountability there is, whether you're in a shelter or another setting, the more accountability to your addiction or recovery, the harder it is to go isolate and everybody in your life ignore the fact that you're using and drinking. It's not a perfect solution, but telling our stories actually is one of the greatest protectors, I believe, about sustaining recovery.
You know, if there's been, for lack of a better word, a silver lining to this virtual movement as a result of COVID, we've seen in our practice a significant increase in people utilizing this and virtual services to get sober. And that being said, because I handle so much of the family support around the family system dealing with addiction, the increase in people going to Al-Anon meetings, being able to access them virtually, and you know, they don't have to be in the same city that we are. So, you know, we do a lot of pro bono work, and I would like to think that other clinics are doing pro bono work too. I mean, Ryan, I'm not going to lie. I worry about those rural communities. I worry about people that don't have access to internet, have challenges with community-based care in general pre-COVID. How do they access it now? I believe that the 320 has a whole list, a whole Google page of resources for people to access support, different types of support. I worry all the time, to be honest with you, about how this is affecting the lower income communities. And to be quite honest, I can't imagine being stuck in an addictive cycle right now.
Yeah, like we've got to be careful with, like, I think that's because the great digital divide, right, existed pre-COVID, and we have to keep those communities in mind. You know, we don't have much time left. I would like to hear, you know, from everybody, if that's okay, you know, how do you believe that people living with addiction, right, living in recovery, what's the best move for them right now, moving forward, you know, especially given this difficult time that we're in? Because I've actually seen a lot of good come out of this community, right? I've actually seen a model for how other communities, you know, in terms of the mindset and what we could be doing. But what's the best move for people who are, you know, maybe struggling with addiction right now, and those who are in recovery, who are just feeling left out? I mean, this is very hard for people right now. And let's start with Tiffany.
Okay. What I would say to somebody who is struggling with addiction currently, I would say, first and foremost, you're not alone. And I think that everything being virtual and online is kind of proof of that. Regardless of whether or not you're allowed outside, and I've been saying too, what better time than now to like go to rehab and get help than when everything's shut down and you can't work and you can't do anything anyway. You know what I mean? There's so many incredible resources online. There's Zoom meetings for different programs, from everything from self-harm to counseling. There's programs out there. The RAD program, I don't know if he's doing any of the panels, but it's like free mental health care for teenagers and young adults. If you want it, if you want to change, all you have to do is go to Google and type in what you need, and you'd be amazed at the resources that are at your fingertips. And it's not easy, but nothing that is worth doing ever is. And so the only way to change is to become willing to do whatever it takes. And that includes popping into Zoom meetings every day for recovery. There's marathon meetings. That includes going to one of these online counseling sessions and getting help. Open your window and like scream, I need help. I'm powerless. I don't know what to do. Speaking your truth takes the power out of it. Let those around you know that you're struggling and what you would need from them in order to feel better. That's what I do with my husband on a daily basis with my anxiety. I'm like, I feel crazy. I don't want to feel like this, but here's what you could do in these moments that would really help me out, because those around you don't know if they don't know. So the biggest thing is speaking out, reaching out, and realizing that life is really short and nobody's coming to save you. You have to save yourself.
Yeah.
If I can dovetail on that, because I love the personal accountability and responsibility part. And in the end, it'll always come down to that, right? In the end, and we all know, all five of us know, the only way that you actually walk into the light is by putting one foot in front of the other and doing it yourself. But especially in this time, I want to put some of the onus on those of us who are functioning well, and to say, you know what, look, if you're doing okay, start reaching out to the people around you and just checking in on them. Don't accept, how you doing? I'm good. I'm just handling it, as an answer, because we know, especially if you've been there before, hiding, you know that yeah, I'm good can actually mean I want to die and I want this to end and I can't understand how I'm going to get through one more day. And so for a lot of us to give people the permission to say, hey, man, this has to be really hard for you. You've been alone in your place for months. Let's talk. Let's just jump on a Zoom, get on a phone, do a FaceTime. I'm a huge fan of the FaceTime component, because you get to see things in people's faces that you just don't through voice. And let's put it on us. Like, I've started jumping on more of these things just to be there to help people navigate the insanity. It's going on in my head. And if it's going on in my head and I'm relatively well functioning, I know it's going on in the heads of people who are struggling. So I definitely agree with the personal responsibility part, but those of us who are high functioning, reach out, touch as many people as you can on a relatively frequent basis and see what other people need.
Greg?
Yeah, well, it's a good question, and there is a lot of good that has come out of this. I think, in a lot of ways, as Ashley mentioned, the recovery community, and by extension, the treatment mental health community, was it an advantage when all this happened? Because, there was such a shortage of mental health and addiction services. But when you think about healthcare and procedures and whatnot, so much of what we need in service, certainly there are some procedures or medications or things that require us to get out of the house, but so much of it can be delivered through video or by telephone. And, I go back to this, they used to talk about when I first got in recovery, like the telephone weighs 100 pounds, when you're struggling and you don't want to reach out for help. It's really, really hard to pick up that telephone. And I think the good that has come out of this, right, is still going on Google or reaching out or, writing on Tiffany's wall that you need some help. That still is a giant lift for people, but it's easier. It is way, way easier. And I have a lot of gratitude for this moment, for this technology, for this today than you think about. I mean, you read stories and history about how recovery entered Russia and, pre-Cold War. I mean, like, there's just craziness when you think about the moment that we live in right now and what people struggled with, during Prohibition and in our history with this illness. And this illness is not new, and this isn't new, but like, it is way, way, way easier to reach out for help. And at its core, until somebody, does that or has that moment where somebody else can intervene or kind of scratch the surface of the problem, I think that's, the core issue. And so, definitely check out the resources, try to overcome any shame and stigma associated with that. Do it privately. You don't need to do it publicly. It's certainly what we're doing here on this public platform is not for everybody, especially for those who might be new. Do it privately, do it however you need to do it. But do it before it's too late. And this is a deadly illness, and we would be doing a disservice to anybody watching that this still is the leading cause of death in America. Hopefully, maybe it won't be in a couple months, but right now, addiction is still the leading cause of death in America, especially for those under 50, and will be this year, will be next year. And so this is a deadly illness, and it's important to take it really seriously.
Not to be grim, I mean, the predictions, though, I mean, we won't know the numbers really until for a couple of months, right? But COVID has added an entire new layer, and we're on track for probably one of the largest spikes in overdose deaths since 2015, possibly even before 2015, coming out of this. So you're right, and there's a lot that we can all be doing about it.
For 1 second, I just want to point something out that I don't think we talked about. The advantage of these online meetings is you can go into a meeting, not show your face, not turn your voice on. That's the first time that's ever been true. You can walk into a support meeting with the fake name on your account and I think this, you want to talk about shame. Walking into that room the first time is insane. It's insane. The amount of, sort of commitment you have to be able to do that. This is the first time you can walk into one of these.
So Adi, I would love to, if we had like a whole nother hour, because I would actually love to go toe to toe with you on that. Maybe we could do it on a podcast, because I agree with you, I also have to look back. I got to get to the roots to it. I had no way to even access an online meeting when I was ready and needed help. I was walking on the corner of Hollywood and Highland, pumping 25 cents into a phone that I was panhandling for. And I think that a lot of us don't come to this on a winning streak, but there are people who can. And for those who can, that is a great thing. But I think we've got to address the inequity and the disparities in the systems. But that's like, boy, I wish we had another hour to have this panel, because it's a great discussion. Ashley, I want to kick it to you, because we have another 4 minutes left to follow up on that. But also, if you could add to it, because I would love to know your opinion on what is it we can do to improve the outcomes in addiction treatment, coming from you as someone who works in addiction treatment every single day.
I've moved through various levels of care, of treatment in my, I've been in the field now of addiction for about 8.5 years. And, I realize that there are benefits to each level of care, like, being able to go into residential and just kind of be in a bubble and land. I think what gets lost is the real struggle that people face when they return to living. And what does that look like? And what's left, if there's anything left? And how do you rebuild? And who do you go to? And what happens when you leave treatment and you still need help with psychiatry and you need a therapist and you want to go toe to toe with a drug and alcohol counselor, or, you need to be able to access resources. And I think if you were to look at the statistics, the longer that somebody stays engaged in recovery-based support or treatment, whether that be through therapy, psychiatry, medical, community, all of those pieces combined, the better the outcomes are, because it's about connection and it's about having a safe place to process the challenges that arise. So I think that if people have access to long-term resources, that the outcomes will be they improve. And for families too, by the way, it's not just the person struggling with addiction. The family systems around the identified patient are extremely dysfunctional and maladaptive. And if it's one thing for the client to go in, or the identified patient to go in and receive treatment, but if they return to the same family system that's maladaptively formed around them, they're swimming upstream. So, it's not just about the patient or the client accessing the treatment. It's that the family system can unanimously shift. And it's not resolved in 30, 60, or 90 days. We know that.
Right. Yep. You got to look at a long-term structure. And again, I wish we had more time, because this would be a great time to bring in Greg Williams, who's doing this work on a policy level every single day. But we are out of time, and we have actually 2 minutes left. I have to use a little bit of that time to apologize, because I, at the beginning of this, said thank you so much to all of the students at UCLA, and I am receiving texts that there is a coup and a uproar happening because it was actually USC. And I back to my state where I just moved from. So I apologize.
There goes your honorary degree.
I want to thank the students at USC, and I knew that, and I apologize. It was a slip up because I was reading. Adia, it was your fault because your bio says UCLA, and it was after your bio. So
I'll take that on any day, man. I'll take that on. It's all good.
Thanks to the panel. Thanks to USC. Thanks to Kevin Lyman Productions. Thanks to, to Linda Bennington and her vision for this. And really, using Chester's story and experience to lift up this conversation and make this happen. We're all super grateful for it. I am. In this we could do a really quick lightning round. We have 90 seconds. If there's someone out there right now who's watching this and just kind of on that decision, that breaking moment, what do they do? Do they jump in? Do they wait? Do they wait till after COVID? What's your advice for that person? Adi, we'll start with you. We'll go down the line.
My thing is always, you got to grab onto something. I don't care what it is. Grab onto the first thing that seems reasonable to you. Whether that's these online resources, reaching out to a person who struggled before, leaving a comment on Tiffany's wall, whatever it is, grab onto something and yank.
Great. Greg.
One thing that always I go back to my early recovery, music. I mean, this festival is, there's so many songs that I think about, and one song that I chose in my film, whether you like them or not, the message behind Not Afraid for Eminem, I think is really, check it out and go turn that on. Or there's so many really powerful songs out there that I think can really move people and bring people to action. So check out the music on this festival, find some positive music, not some of the getting high music. Try to do
10
that.
seconds, 5 seconds. Tiffany, you've got 5 seconds.
Join an online support group for whatever you're struggling with. Thank you, Ryan. You are a great mediator.
Man, love you. Ashley, 5 seconds.
I would just say to people, if not now, when?
Great. Thank you, everybody. This was great.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
All right. Take care, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
Hey everybody, sorry about that. The guitar was getting a little out of tune. So I'm going to finish up with another song, another Everclear song. I want to say thanks again to 320 for doing this and for having me be a part of it, but especially for doing this for the people that need it and for bringing awareness and bringing light into the shadows. Because that's really what it is. It's just people talking about stuff that's been around since the beginning of time. Now we're talking about it. And we're, like I said before, we're making the monsters disappear by talking about it. Slowly but surely, that's for sure. Anyway, this is a song that, the song saved my life. Hey everybody, sorry about that. Time. Now we're talking about it. And we're, like I said before, we're making the monsters disappear by talking about it. Slowly but surely, that's for sure. Anyway, this is a song that the song saved my life in many, many ways. It's called Santa Monica. I'm still living with your ghost, lonely and dreaming of the West Coast. I don't wanna be your downtime. I don't wanna be your stupid game with my big black boots and an old suitcase. Do believe I find myself a new place. I don't wanna be the bad guy. I don't wanna do your sleepwalk dance anymore. I just wanna see some palm trees. Go away, try to shake your disease. We can live beside the ocean, leave the fire behind. Swim out past the breakers, watch the world die. We could live beside the ocean, leave the fire behind. Swim out past the breakers, watch the world die. Yeah, watch the world die. I'm still dreaming of your face. Oh, hungry and hollow for all the things you took away. I don't wanna be your good sign. I don't wanna be your far backward anymore. Walk right out into a brand new day. Oh, inside and rising within my own weird way. Yeah. I don't wanna be the bad guy. I don't wanna do your sleepwalk dance anymore. I don't wanna see some sunshine. I just wanna find a place to be alone. Yes, we could live beside the ocean, leave the fire behind. Swim out past the breakers, watch the world die. We could live beside the ocean, leave the fire behind. Swim out past the breakers, watch the world die. We could live beside the ocean, leave the fire behind. Swim out past the breaker, watch the world die. We could live beside the ocean, leave the fire behind. Swim out past the breaker, watch the world die. Yeah, watch the world die. Yeah, watch the world die. Oh, yeah, watch the world die. Yeah, watch the world die. Bye-bye. Hope to see you soon.
He just had this amazing energy.
There's no one who yelled louder for his teammates.
He was very kind and sweet.
He was incredibly charismatic.
He was able to kind of hone in on what was funny about something.
Curious, mischievous.
There was no better friend than Jed David Satow.
Yeah, when he left for college, it was really exciting.
It was, I think, a huge adjustment for both of us.
I was very close to him, and I always felt I understood him. But I'm sure there were a lot of things that, looking back, were clues that I didn't see as clues as a parent. I think that if I could go back, I wish I could go back.
After Jed passed passed away.
The only thing that seemed important to me was to try to figure out what happened.
There was just zero awareness, at least on our part.
What had broken down and what needed to change in the system?
What is depression in a young person? How does it look?
What can a university president be doing to set policies, and I like to think, place a safety net under their campus?
I don't know any other reason to start the Jed Foundation or for it to exist than to try to make sure that this doesn't happen anymore.
Now I just couldn't be prouder, and I see really all the positive impacts that we're having across so many different schools, millions of different kids that are being touched by these messages and these programs.
I work for the Jed Foundation because of the importance of the mission of Jed.
So many people deal with this issue and face this issue. It doesn't take a whole lot more resources to do things well. So a broken system doesn't have to stay broken.
We realized, from Jed's legacy that there's a problem in college, and we came up with a framework for thinking about that problem.
To reach millions of people in such a compassionate way, in such an effective way, is something I'm proud to be a part of.
Jed Campus is scaling by 1 million students each year. We're bringing in 100 schools each year.
Over 2,500 colleges use at least one resource from Jed.
I think students are the most powerful force on a campus. They're really the ones who can make a change.
You have to tap into the students in order to know what they're going through and what they're dealing with.
This generation is poised to lead the way on mental health, and our job is to help them lead the way.
It helps people to break down the stigma of what emotional mental health is.
And Jed's at a tipping point. We're at an inflection point.
We're uniquely positioned to help people.
There are people out there in need of care. There are people out there who are unfortunately at risk and some dying. And the slower we move, the less effective we are in stopping those things from happening.
What Jed suffered from is an illness that with knowledge and with understanding, I might have been able to combat.
I joined Jed because I was excited about the possibilities for the impact that we can make nationally if we just chase our dreams and run with it.
Hey, this is Duff Mckagan from Guns N' Roses. I want to thank everybody for tuning into the 320 Festival. Breaking the stigma of mental health is super important and super needed. And I've dealt with mental health issues myself, with panic disorder and depression, dealing with certain things. And I found talking about it and writing about it was I was not alone. And, you can find out more about reaching out and helping others by going to 320festival.com. And it's just really awesome you guys came, and super important, and take care of each other, right? And in these times, and I'll see you guys when I see you. Thank you. Bye.
Up next is mental health in the educational system. Thank you for tuning in to the 320 Festival.
Of course, there's a woodpecker right now.
Hey guys, we're live.
All right, so hi everyone. My name is Sin Gomez. I'm the moderator for the Mental Health and Education panel. Today what we're going to be talking about is tackling issues of stress, depression, the influence of a pandemic, and how education systems can not only support but help students improve their mental health. We have a couple people here with us today, starting off with myself. I am a senior at Sierra Vista High School. I volunteer in many organizations and I'm very involved in school activities such as clubs and sports. I'm in 4 different clubs and I play 2 sports throughout the school year. I'm an ambassador for the nonprofit organization called Tangible Movement, who got me involved with the 320 Festival. So in my free time, I love public speaking as well as reading, and I enjoy conversations surrounding mental health as well as human rights and social justice. Next summer, I'm going to be attending Stanford's intensive law summer trial program, and I hope to attend Berkeley this fall and major in social welfare. My career goals consist of being a lawyer and a congressional official. I hope to impact people's lives through politics as well as ensuring their rights through law. With me, I have Karen Mckagan, and Karen has been a leader in large organizations in education and behavioral health sectors for more than 20 years. At Mastery Charter Schools, a nationally recognized network of 24 Pennsylvania and New Jersey schools, she has designed cross-departmental, practical, and effective trauma-informed programs and interventions for students with behavioral problems. She facilitates large-scale trainings with trauma, positive behavior intervention, and support and crisis response. Karen also consults nationally and internationally, providing training programs as well as hands-on assistance in schools and behavioral health programs. So hi, Karen.
Hi, thank you.
I'm also here with Karen McClintock, and Karen leads Everfi's impact work in mental health, wellness, and social and emotional learning. She is a strengths-based mental health counselor with a diverse array of experience in mental health, as well as substance use prevention, violence prevention, digital wellness, and diversity, equity, and inclusion. Her work at Everfi, Erin looks at critical ways in which technology can make an impact on tackling some of the most seemingly intractable issues facing young people today. And she uses data available to cultivate widespread impact on prevention and treatment for humans across a lifespan. Erin holds a master's degree in mental health counseling, and she completed her postmaster's education in trauma, addiction, counseling, and she has extensive experience in the community, schools, and collegiate mental health arena. So, hi there. So we also have Marlene. She has 20 years of experience on her in education, including 6 years as a teacher, and she has 14 years as an administrator. She earned her doctoral degree in educational leadership at Azusa Pacific University, where her research was centered on restorative justice practices. She currently serves as a director of positive youth development at San Bernardino City Unified School District. She specializes in using restorative justice practices as key educational issues, including suspension, expulsion, attendance, and chronic absenteeism. Her approach includes using trauma-informed lenses for designing student support. Marlene regularly connects with her students on mental health services as well as families as they overcome the barriers, aversion, and cultural myths that prevent students from getting the help they need. So hi there, Marlene.
Good morning.
We also have with us Joshua McNeil. He began his career at Lakeside as a teacher, where he quickly began adapting trauma-informed strategies to his classroom. He realized how important this approach was and saw amazing improvements in his students. Because of Josh's success in both his classroom and in communicating trauma-informed education practices, he began to get many requests to consult and train others, which propelled him into becoming a director of Lakeside's Neurologic Initiative. In addition to earning his master's in multicultural education, Josh has completed both the Child Trauma Academy's neurosequential model of education and therapeutics. He has presented at regional, national, state, and interstate conferences and now offers training and consultation for schools and individuals throughout the United States and abroad. Joshua wrote 101 Brain Breaks and Brain-Based Education Activities, a book filled with activities for classroom teachers to help regulate each level of the brain. So hi, everyone. Thank you for being here today. Super happy to see you all.
Thank you.
We're going to be starting off with some lighthearted questions just to open up the platform for conversation, and so that way everyone can get to know you guys a little bit better. So with that being said, our first question is, what are some precautions that you believe should be taken when discussing mental health, such as harmful language or unconsciously damaging actions? We'll start with you, Duff.
Yeah, so for me, one of the first things I always think about is coming from a teacher's perspective is kind of just knowing your role, knowing what your lane is, and making sure that you're connecting with other people. Because one of the things that I found early on as a teacher is that students were really open to having conversations with me that I was not equipped to really be partaking in. And I think that everybody that works with young people really wants to just come to the rescue, but really realizing, no, I'm a teacher, but I need to make sure that I'm connecting them with the counselors or connecting them with the appropriate people that could help and support them. And it doesn't mean that I don't play a role in the process, and it doesn't mean that I'm handing off a problem, but it's just knowing that I need others to help me to best support the students that I'm working with. And then even furthermore is just being transparent up front with students, knowing, hey, I'm here for you, I care about you. And part of the way I'm always going to care about you is by linking you with other people that I know can help and support better than I can when that's appropriate. And while at times that's been difficult for students because I had the need to kind of share something personal with somebody else, in the long run, I know that they were able to get the help, the love, the support that they needed. And so I think that that is just so necessary in having that transparency up front with whomever you're talking with.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for that. Karen, do you have anything you would like to say on what are some precautions that should be taken?
I think there's stigma is obviously a big one. And I think Marlene might talk to language and stigma. I'd say there's two things that we don't talk about a lot. One of them is that mental illness or mental health is really on a continuum. So I would ask like all of us or all of our listeners to think about a time where they had a friendship or a boss or a teacher that made them feel really anxious, whereas they don't normally feel anxious in other areas in their life. And that highlights the point that all of us are subject to feeling depression or anxiety. And yes, some of it's genetic, but some of it is also contextual. So it has to do with the relationship that you have with somebody or how you're feeling in that classroom or how you're feeling in that particular job. And the more that messes with your head, once your anxiety goes up, your ability to think and communicate goes down. So I would love for us all to talk openly, with each other in the world about the times that we feel anxious or depressed and get it normalized a little bit better than it is now. The other thing I want to say is that sometimes things that look like mental illness come with some amazing things. So you'll see people like Tim Ferriss, or who's a famous podcaster, or others that have a lot of anxiety and depression, but they also have a lot of drive. And a lot of times those things get bundled together. And I'd say what a beautiful thing. So to celebrate some of the things that are the downside of real exceptionality.
Yeah, thank you for that. Erin, do you have anything you'd like to say too?
Yeah, a couple of things. One of the things that I think is really important, and it's sort of the counterpoint to what Karen just said, is that mental health is something we all have. I think sometimes we avoid conversations about mental health, or people that maybe are feeling like if I talk about mental health, then, there's a lot of stigma that surrounds it. And I think the reality is that we all have mental health, right? It's something that we all live with. There's things that we can do to strengthen it. There are things that we'll experience that are going to compromise it. Some of us are going to, face challenges as it relates to it. But I think, especially for educators, knowing that mental health is something that we all possess and that we all can kind of work towards improving to varying degrees that we're able to is really important. The other thing that I think is important is to not overgeneralize. So, especially as it relates to conversations that you might have, I've heard a number of people say things like, oh, I'm so OCD. because they like things a certain way. And when you use language that is connected with a diagnosis that someone may have in a really callous way, it can not only make that person feel minimized in terms of their experience, but it can also just send the wrong message to society as a whole. So really being mindful about the language that we use. And then the last point I'll make is the importance of meeting someone where they're at. So really being an active listener and taking cues from the student that you may be talking to about how they're referring to their experience and mirroring that language, so that if they prefer one term over another, you're reflecting that in how you're listening and responding to them.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for that. And lastly, Marlene, is there anything you'd like to add to the conversation?
Sure. Just to add to what Erin said, I would say as educators, because we're not the therapists and necessarily the counselors at times, that we try to avoid using totalizing language, and labeling students is important. So, for example, I when I'm working with a student who has bullying behaviors, instead of calling them the bully or telling the parents that your son is the bully, we use externalizing language and talk about the behaviors versus labeling students. So that's a precaution that we could use when dealing with mental health. And then secondly, I would just say a precaution is to understand the cultural myths that exist with the population you're working with. So every culture has their own myths about mental health. And so I know in the populations that I work with, I have to be aware of those so that I can better serve the population I'm working with.
Yeah, thank you. All of you guys made very strong and true points. And from a student's perspective, it's very comforting to hear that, because a lot of times teachers aren't granted the resources they need to help students, or they aren't given the correct trainings and things like this, where students are left helpless and teachers are left feeling helpless. So this panel is going to be super important to help give education systems, districts, and teachers the resources they need, and to give students a sense of comfort from people of different avenues, showing that they do care about students' education as well as their mental well-being. And since this is a panel on mental health, our first question is, what kinds of partnerships should schools have in the community to ensure students' mental health needs are identified and met? Like Erin said, where they need to be and what dialogue should be used to have the most fundamentally helpful discussions. So we'll start with Karen. What do you have to say on that?
I would remind school administrators and teachers that you can't do it alone. There's no way to really meet the students' mental health needs by yourselves. So to that end, I'd say training staff is a big deal. So not only training them in how to identify someone who's at risk for suicide or needs mental health resources, or other kinds of more basic resources, like if they're homeless or something like that. But also to get training for themselves about the things they do that might make students feel a lot of chronic stress and anxiety. For instance, their own bias. If they're working with students from a different racial population than them, can create all kinds of stress and put all kinds of labels on a student. Those kind of trainings are vital. So that's first partnership. And then the other ones are to have we all, at our school, we have social workers on staff, so that teachers can identify that sort of initial, hey, I think you need to talk to the social worker. But that social worker is then able to triage and decide who's going to get referred to this agency that pushes into our school to offer therapy, who's going to go outside. And then we have lots of community partners. So when we have lots of students with grief and loss, or we have a death, we have an agency that is grant funded that comes right into our building and does support circles with teachers who have had a loss or kids who have had a loss. And then the last one is just there's so much need. You've got to add capacity. So we have relationships with tons of social work schools so that we get interns. So there's a win-win there. We can train people, but also have extra great people to work with the kids.
Yeah, thank you for that. And a little bit that I can speak on this is coming from low-income communities. It is harder to get these resources. And there's simple ways, like you said, with partnerships, where it's a win-win situation that schools can start implementing this on a very grassroots level by giving students that are graduates trying to get their foot into social work and mental health, that they can help students at a lower level in high school get the resources they need. So thank you for that. It gives not only those who can afford to fund these things, but also the scholarships and grants and trainings that students need. So those are all very good and true points. Marlene, would you like to add to this?
Yeah, absolutely. So I absolutely agreed with what you both said. In addition, well, I work in San Bernardino, and it's a large, socially, economically disadvantaged community. And we have an entire department that works on mental health for our entire district. But we still use a lot of outside partners. And one thing I want to encourage is to find outside partners that are willing to house their therapists and counselors on school site campuses. One of the best examples I have seen at a school site, it's a community school where the kids have tons of trauma and really need those services. The counselors and therapists are on the campus. The kids see them every day. They become a part of the regular school operation. So what has happened is there's no longer the stigma for kids to get therapy on their campus. Kids are encouraging other kids, get to your session, head over there. So mental health has become just a normal part of that school, in a school that in particular in the past that just would have been seen as an ordinary or peculiar to go to a therapy session. So finding those partners that are willing to be a part of the school is important, and it definitely helps the culture of the campus in terms of mental health and acceptance for everyone.
Yeah, definitely. I think that a lot of clubs on school campuses are trying to give that same feeling of destigmatizing mental illness and reaching out for mental health, but all of those points of incorporating into the school day and school atmosphere is going to be a really crucial part in moving forward, because I know from my experience, students like our past valedictorian have struggled with their mental health and felt the need to reach out and get help on campus secretly, where they discreetly left class when they felt the need to remove themselves from stressful situations, but everyone still questioned it. And it's still something that a lot of school atmospheres need to work on. So thank you both for the input. And if anyone else would like to add, feel free.
The one thing I was just going to add, just to build upon your point, Marlene, of having more people on campus, and when you build that in, and whether it's even a mental health professional or whether it's other support systems, realizing that we all play a positive role in the mental health of our students, is that you don't then only have to have that dose of a specific session with the person. When you can walk down the hallway and you see somebody that is a caring adult that you respect and like, and that you believe likes and respects you, that could be a small something that helps get you through the next 20 minutes or helps get you through the day. And so the more that our schools are just filled up with people that we know love and support our kids, the more that's going to create a safe haven there that they're going to be able to exist more positively within.
Absolutely.
I do have one thing to add too, in terms of thinking about Everfi and the work that we do. We really are focused on partnering schools with organizations that want to make an impact in those schools through education. And so as you think about, how to leverage even creatively foundations that may wish to make an impact in student mental health and schools that need that impact to be made, really thinking about how do we cast as wide of a net as we possibly can around the young people that we're trying to serve, because we know that schools are under-resourced. And unfortunately, until that reality is solved from, a systemic standpoint, how else can we be creative about the partnerships that we're creating?
Yeah, thank you guys. And you guys prove that a lot of schools can start implementing better mental health resources as well as more accessible mental health resources, because you guys are the ones doing it. So just conversations like this help open up the discussion, and thank you guys for that. And as you guys can tell, we have gone digital thanks to the COVID-19 outbreak and the fact that we need to maintain social distancing. So this is how we've accommodated. But with that being said, a lot of students are experiencing exponentially higher rates of depression, anxiety, and everything surrounding education that has now gone completely digital and from home. So how do you think that COVID-19 is impacting the mental health of young people as well as how is this trauma and stress going to impact their future behaviors and their capacity to learn? Because social skills are being changed as we're speaking. And what do you think schools need to know when there is a neurologically appropriate way to come about this and handle this?
Yeah. So, you know, the first thing that really comes to mind is that our brains love, you know, predictability. They love patterns. And so all of a sudden, when all of this changed, our brains just pattern of what's normal all of a sudden changed. And so that adds this huge level of stress to our students' brains. And whether they were going home to something positive or something that wasn't so positive, and we know that that's a mixed bag for them, their brain is perceiving this experience as a highly stressful experience. Not to mention that there's all these other doses of stress, just as being able to observe the media, as you said, just being in such a digital age, being able to know that now my relationship with a parent might have changed, that they're now helping to support my education, my relationship with my teachers have changed. If school was a safe haven for me, that has now been taken away. And so there's all of these small things that begin to add up. And the longer this extends, it's creating something that's a potentially negative. For some, it might be positive, but for others, a potentially negative experience. And then all of a sudden, there's a lot that's happening now. But when they transition back into schools, we need to realize that they've been through something that has a high potential to have a traumatic impact on them. One of the first and key things that I think we need to be mindful of is that when our brain is exposed to high levels of stress, we begin to actually move out of the higher regions that are coming into school saying, hey, I'm ready to learn right now. And we're going to have students that are coming into school where they're operating out of a part of their brain that's simply asking the question, am I safe? Am I cared for? Am I respected right now? And so as we transition back into school, schools need to be prepared for how do I answer that question first? Before we're worried about how do we dive back in and worry about any gaps in reading and math and science, we need to be asking the question, how do we make sure that these kids know that they're cared for, that they're safe? What are the things that we're putting in place? Are there spots in the classroom that are designed for safety and comfort? Are there places in the school that say, hey, this is a spot where you're able to go? The resources, the partnerships that we were speaking about a minute ago, how are we bolstering those up? But if we're not adding anything new, if we're not changing anything other than trying to support the academics, we're going to be missing something significant where not only are we going to see academic gaps, but we're also going to see significant gaps in their social emotional skills as well, because we're not going to be attuned to those significant needs that many students are likely to have, not all.
Yeah, definitely. I think that that's what a lot of schools are focusing on staying on their educational track and making sure that students don't fall behind. But at the expense of their mental health, that is not something that should be focused upon. It should be mental health first, because a lot of students were struggling prior to the quarantine, and throughout quarantine, it's only heightened. But then, like you said, for the select few, it's been improving their mental health. But I know that a lot of students are lacking motivation and ambition now that everything is done from home. So I think schools need to orientate their focus onto the mental health aspect first. So thank you for that. Erin, what would you like to add to this?
Yeah, I think, brilliantly said, Josh. If you think about what students, and I mean, our society in general is going through right now, we are grieving. People are grieving the loss of loved ones. Many people are facing significant financial hardship. Many people's complete worlds have been upended. And if you think about, I don't know, some people might be familiar with Maslow in terms of the hierarchy of needs that exist in being human. We can't expect students to be at the very top. There you go. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Exactly. So it's the idea that, at the bottom of this pyramid, we have our most basic needs, things like food, water, shelter, safety. And as we have those things met, we're able to actualize into the next levels. Well, if our students' most basic needs are in jeopardy, to Josh's point around safety, it's very difficult for us to expect that we can have the educational goals that we're hoping to achieve. So I think a big piece that schools can be thinking about now is, how do we make sure that we have gatekeepers, have people within our communities that can look out for signs, that can be working one-on-one to make sure that students have, the most basic needs met. School in so many ways is a protective factor for students. You have educators that can look and make sure that students are clothed and, in weather appropriate clothes, and that they don't, have marks in their body or are safe in some capacity. For some students, it's where they're getting their meals. And right now with schools closed, a lot of those things aren't happening. In addition, you don't have those sets of eyes on students to make sure that they're doing okay. So I think when students get back, we can anticipate that we're going to maybe have to put the educational outcomes that we're hoping to achieve to the side or on the back burner in favor of the emotional ones first, because collectively as a society, we're going through a lot.
Can I add to, just because there's probably teachers watching, there are teachers right now checking in with kids' mental health virtually. And I've seen a number of amazing lessons in which teachers are, posting thought-provoking videos and having kids respond and check in with how they're feeling for the day. So definitely mental health doesn't have to wait until we get back into the classroom. They can start addressing mindfulness activities. I have kids doing breathing activities with their teachers online, virtually. All of those mindfulness and check-ins with kids is perfect for teachers. It doesn't have to be, therapy, and the school counselor can go more into depth, I'm sure, but there are plenty of things the teachers can do now as well. So that's great to hear.
Absolutely. Well, and I think just to that point, like, teachers shouldn't have to be expected to be therapists either. Teachers certainly do what they feel comfortable doing, but schools need to be able to also resource and figure out ways in which they can, at like the highest possible level, allocate the resources needed to meet the mental health needs that students are likely going to come back with.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a very specific and important point to address, is that teachers are expected or are becoming expected to be that mental health avenue. And although they do provide many great resources and navigation, like we've said, sometimes they're not equipped to deal with the situations they're placed in. They're people just like every other student that's going through something. Teachers have their own lives and their own difficulties and struggles too. So I think that an important element of moving forward would be more mental health awareness, not only within the classroom, but the pathways in which students can get the help that they need. And so thank you for everyone who spoke to that. And next, we had a little bit of a exterior input that I wanted to get, so that way we can have a little bit more of student input besides myself, because I'm only one of many of us going through this situation alongside all of these educators and every one of you. So we did a survey on social media where we reached out to students within my community. Usually they're represented as, or they're underrepresented, and they come from low-income families, and most of them are first-generation incoming college students. So I wanted to get their input on how mental health has not only been affected this last couple months, but their entire education. So we found that many schools and districts are beginning to send out what are called mental health evaluations with Google Sheets or Google Forms, trying to get a sense of what their students are going through. But many students feel that after that point of receiving the evaluations, there's not much action taken, where they say that they're struggling, but schools don't have the resources or aren't sure what to do with that information. So this leads to a lot of students having a growing sense of mistrust in administration. And what do you guys think could be a helpful alternative to this? And I think we can start with Karen. What would you like to add to this?
So I can tell you that working in a large urban charter network with many Black and Brown students, we get approached so often from well-meaning researchers from universities or other organizations that want to test our kids, give samples, examine, use them for research. And what ends up happening is that two things. One is that we and our students end up feeling like guinea pigs. And the second thing is that there's a message that says something's wrong with you. That's fascinating to us. So we want to study you and break it down. And then there's often no real solution or offering or some kind of built-in therapy that's offered that's simple for figuring out what to do with all the information you have once that assessment is taken. The other thing that happens is a lot of these tools are originally created with different populations, and they're just not a great fit for our population of students. So for instance, there's a classic study called the ACEs study, which is Adverse Childhood Experiences. That is a great study, and it's very important, fundamental to studying and looking at trauma for everyone. But it had factors like divorce would give you 1 point for an ACE score, which wasn't relevant to the population that we work with. But other things that were relevant were like, how much community violence do you see every day? That's a relevant factor, but that wasn't on there. So that tool had to be reshaped to be relevant for our population. Similarly, for instance, Black boys and their behaviors are often criminalized and disciplined. So depression or anxiety for a Black boy may look a little more like impulsivity. Like, I don't really have a belief that I'm going to live past X. So when I'm feeling my worst, my behaviors might look impulsive instead of classically depressed. And that stuff gets missed if you're using the standard tools for looking at depression. So I would say the alternatives are build the tools with the community so that you're actually asking you're asking the right questions. And the other thing is, like, you could abandon the tool and just make the offering to the whole school. So things that are good for people's mental health are also good for the adults in the building and the administrators in the building, the teachers in the building. Like, if you have a safe community that has safety and belonging for everyone, that's a good thing. I was talking to teachers in Canada yesterday that are starting to open up schools. And the one I was speaking to is like, I have a 6-year-old that has asthma, and they're not taking like basic precautions to help me feel safe when I walk in the building. That's just one example of, like, a teacher not feeling safe is going to not be a teacher that's teaching well or connecting to students well or regulated themselves. So when you take solutions that are actually for the whole building and listen to everybody, those sometimes can be enough. You don't have to do an assessment on all kids. So
yeah, definitely. Thank you for that. It gives a different perspective as to what the standard is, because yes, mental health is important for students. And right now we're still working on navigating through what that means for each student. But there is a benefit to just broadening it to everyone, because everyone in the education system and those who are the educators and the administrators, their mental health is impacted too by getting the secondhand situation of what students are going through, like asthmatic children who need more preventative measures, and parents who oftentimes don't understand what the student is going through, both physically and mentally. So thank you for addressing that, because that is an important part that often gets overlooked. And Erin, what would you like to add to what schools can do with effective alternative measures to the current situation that many are choosing to navigate through?
Well, I really like the idea of sort of building the data alongside students. Like, I think data is important. We need data to be able to really get a sense of what we need to do in response to it. But I think we almost have to work backwards, as people think about what kinds of questions you're asking. Be really intentional about it. Why am I asking this question? And what am I going to do with what I learned from it? I also think it's important to communicate that with students, so that you as a student are not feeling like, well, I'm giving all this information, but where is this going? What am I getting in return? The other thing that I think is really important related to data that, I think schools do a varying degree with is disaggregating it, right? So if I'm sending out a survey to my entire student population of 1,000 students, and I look at just the averages of that data, I'm going to see one story. But if I disaggregate it by things like grade level, by things like gender, by things like race and ethnicity, by things like, where my students are coming from, I may see different stories emerge. And especially around the topic like mental health, that might empower and change where I provide resources, what kinds of money I put into the solutions, which student groups I need to have follow-up conversations with. But I think, really making students a part of the data collection process is important to make it so that it feels like an authentic experience where there's some transparency that exists.
Yeah, that's definitely something that needs to be incorporated, because like Karen had said, a lot of times as a student, you do feel like the guinea pig, because you get standardized testing, you get the classroom environment, and you get outside resources that are trying to be helpful, but a lot of times the students don't get that message, and it's kind of like, you're going to end up as a statistic or just another number, and you're not sure where the resources are going to come in afterwards. So I think that complete transparency and things like that could be definitely where students get more of the help and avenues of resources that currently are either not advertised appropriately or just not available to students. So I think that's very true to the point. And also with this new generation, we're seeing a lot of technology, as you can see, a lot of it is going digital. And we've already touched on this, but a lot of students are seeking instant gratification with the fact that they are beginning to use technology as a form of escapism. So that means going on social media instead of doing your homework, or family obligations are becoming too stressful, so you just retreat and come into yourself and turn to your phone instead. So a lot of students are realizing that they can just not deal with these issues and turn to technology instead, or use these avenues of escapism instead of dealing with the current situation that they're in or the struggle they're facing. So as we begin to see this behavior grow, what are some things that you would recommend as a remedy that schools can implement to help the students cope with these things? Or what do you think students and parents can do to remedy or kind of learn better skills rather than deal with these situations through escapism? Erin, how would you like to start this conversation?
Well, I think it's important to note that technology is something that has both really strong benefits, especially for young people, particularly in this time, being able to maintain the connections that they need. But it's also, like anything, it has its challenges as well. I think that, like anything, we need to learn how to use it appropriately. And I don't necessarily think that that's something that every young person is being taught. What does it look like to have an unhealthy relationship with technology? What are some of the signs of that? What can I do instead? And really being mindful about not just the social and emotional things that can come along with it, but like safety, right? Like, what's a good password look like? What are cookies and how do they work? And when I put information out there, where is it going? So I think one thing that schools can consider is providing that digital wellness education to help students know the technology that they're interacting with in a meaningful way. I think the other thing that anyone can do, parents, students themselves, if they're at an age where it's appropriate, is start to recognize how is their interaction with technology making them feel. When they go online, are they feeling good? Are they feeling positive? Or are they feeling like it is impacting their mental health in a negative way? And if it is, thinking through some things that they might do instead. Set a timer for an hour and take a break. And then go back to it and do something restorative for yourself, or, choose to only look at those sites or follow those people that make you feel good and are inspiring, rather than those who you may have social comparison theory around and, find that it's impacting you negatively. Those are just a few points, but I don't think that technology is going anywhere. And for a lot of students, that's a good thing, but I think it is important to find that balance and really be educated around it.
Yeah, thank you for that. Karen, would you like to add to this?
I think, like Erin said, there's good and bad, right? Like, there's connection that's happening, especially now. The bad thing is that our brains have this annoying feature, which is like a cognitive bias, where we get really, we automatically compare how we're doing against whoever happens to be in front of us, unfortunately, rather than thinking about, what am I striving for? And let me compete or compare myself with them to make myself better. It's whoever's in front of you. So if you guys all think, or people listening think about some of the recent images you've seen on Instagram. So maybe it's someone who had this amazing craft project or amazing dinner that they've just prepared. Automatically, your brain starts comparing yourself to them. And unfortunately, your self-esteem takes a plummet. So it's very rare that we feel better from a down comparison. But almost always feel worse to an up comparison. And that affects our mental health, makes us feel stressed, it makes us feel bad about ourselves. So I think what students need to know is be mindful when you're opening up Instagram and Snapchat and TikTok or Facebook, that when you're going to look at images, you're seeing just one little glimpse into someone's life. It's not the whole story. There's all kinds of other stuff that doesn't look so pretty that's also there. So you give yourself a warning not to compare yourself, because you're going to end up feeling bad. And then the other thing I would say is for people to be more honest, even on social media, about the full scope of their lives. Just someone like Michael Jordan has been super honest about, look how many fails I had and how hard I had to work to actually have this amount of successes. If we all did that, on social media, we'd have less stigma, and we'd all feel better about ourselves. So I'd say like kids learning to do that would be amazing.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking from being a student and also an advocate, it's kind of like a paradoxical structure where you feel like you have to set the standard, but you're also conforming to it to a certain extent. So it's really hard to try to be the generation that makes change, but is also trying to deal with the stereotypes and standards that are already implemented.
Yes.
And a lot of older generations or people who are more set in their ways see that our generation is addicted to social media, or they just view it as a negative thing, when a lot of times students get their resources from social media, like therapy apps or guided meditation, or just communicating with friends and family that you can't see right now. So that's how my generation tries to use social media as a positive avenue. But of course, there's also the negative side too, where there is a lot of comparison. I know, especially in senior year, you start to think, okay, well, what am I doing and what is everyone else doing? What schools are they going to? Where am I going? A bunch of questions start to come up, and you're not really sure how to navigate them. And there isn't conversation around it, so it leads to a feeling of isolation.
Yeah.
And I think that a lot of addressing this could be where we move in a positive direction, where, yes, there are negative and positive aspects to social media and technology use, but like we said, the escapism is where the problems come with it. And showing that transparency on social media can be where we move forward with this, and students learn to realize that everyone is going through hardship and everyone is going through struggle, but of course we persevere and we're able to move forward.
Can I add to the schools that are teaching mindfulness daily and doing mindfulness activities with kids daily are ahead of the game? Because if mindfulness evokes and activates compassion and gratitude and appreciation, and those are those human connectedness feelings that we want kids to have. So by doing that daily mindfulness, I think that is critical for our kids right now who are having those issues. Well said.
Yeah, definitely. Is there anything else anyone would like to add to this conversation?
I mean, the one piece I was going to say about technology is also just the idea that kind of knowledge is power and knowing what you're doing. And so when you're utilizing technology, one of the things that it does is there's a term out there, regulation, that's really popular, self-regulation. And really, regulation is the ability to put time and thought between a feeling and a reaction. And when you're using technology, everything's instantaneous. And so the more time you spend with typical technology, it's teaching your brain that there is no time between feelings and actions. I want something, it happens immediately. I click something, it shows up right away. And so that's teaching your brain to literally not have any patience, to not have any capacity to wait on something or work towards something. And if we're doing that day in and day out, and so if we are escaping to a tool like that, and we're spending a lot of time on that, as we shift away from that, our capacity to sit and wait on something actually goes down, because we literally trained our brain, no, this should come instantaneously because other things do. And so part of that's even just being mindful that, it's not just about what am I getting right now, but what am I doing right now that's actually going to impact how I can wait for things, how I can work towards things, how I can relate to others in the future, and just realizing that there's a broader impact there.
Yeah, definitely. So as we're winding down on our conversation, I would first like to take the time to thank everyone who is watching us and putting in the time and effort to learn about how education and mental health can improve, and how some school districts and different areas of the country are learning to cope better than others, and how we can all unify into this one common goal of improving mental health. So like Marlene is saying, that there are different schools that are implementing this mindfulness, and that can prove to be the start of something great, and these resources can start being more available. So thank you to the rest of the people who chosen to tune in today, because without this conversation happening, we would stay in this systematic way of looking at mental health of it's something separate from education or something separate from your social atmosphere. But no, these things are integrated into your everyday life, and there isn't really a choice to deal with it, because in the end, it can only impact you negatively if you continue to push it aside. Your mental health and your academic success go hand in hand. So it's really important that not only young people, but educators learn that there is a relationship there and a correlation between these two factors. There can't be any causation yet, but there there is evidence that there can be a harmful effect if these strategies and situations aren't dealt with. But there is positive ways of looking at it when schools can work towards a common goal like mental health. And with all that being said, I would like to open it up to everyone. If you guys think that there's something that everyone watching should think about that we may not already be talking about or thinking about in terms of the importance of mental health in students. So is there anything you guys would like to add to that?
The one thing I'd like to just say as the last word is really just to trust yourself, to know yourself. Your brain, you know, I always talk about the brain, but your brain's number one job is to keep you safe. And so as you're getting lower, as you're experiencing stress, it might say like, hey, you have this need to connect with others, or you have this need to move. And sometimes we have those inner kind of feelings like, oh, I need to get up and, you know, run around, or I need to do something physical, or I need to connect, or just, you know, wrap myself in a blanket right now. And, oh, I don't have time for that, or that's not appropriate in this setting. And just to realize that's actually your brain's way of saying, hey, we need to do this to feel calm, to feel right. And that as we do those things, we can move up higher. And so this is a stressful time. Trust yourself, listen to yourself, and try and find socially appropriate ways, obviously, to be able to listen to what your body's telling you to do. And that's going to help you to get back up to that spot where you're going to be in a great spot to learn and do the things that you're expected to do right now.
Yeah, definitely. Would anyone else like to comment on this?
I would just add, you know, for a final note, that everyone in the building needs to learn and practice mindfulness. And it helps when the adults, when the administrators, the teachers, the counselors, the rec aides, the cafeteria personnel, everyone in the building knows and understands mindfulness, what trauma means to be trauma informed. Everyone practicing mindfulness. I would say it's just important to make mental health and mindfulness a part of our regular curriculum for the sake of everyone, not in the school building, and just for our society in general. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Karen or Erin, is there any final remarks you guys would like to add?
Yeah, go ahead, Erin.
One thing I was just going to say is I think we've talked a lot about challenges that young people are facing. And I also think it's incredibly important to acknowledge the strengths that exist among our youth today. Sin, I think you're an incredible example of that. Mm-hmm. You know, we are fortunate enough to have youth that are compassionate and socially conscious, and mental health is becoming more and more destigmatized in terms of help seeking and talking about it. And I think it's on us as educators, as counselors, and as people to think about how we can nurture those strengths and help students identify the strengths within themselves so that they can use them in the context of the challenges that they might face.
All right. Thank you all for spending the time today. And on behalf of students, this is an amazing opportunity to talk about these things and address the struggle that students are going through and build upon this upon every campus. And these resources are appreciated now more than ever. So thank you for all of you making the time today and, you know, spending the time with your students and people who you think can impact this situation, and open up the conversation, because until everyone is talking about this, there is still going to be stigma, and it's everyone's job to try to improve that and educate themselves through mediums like this of conversation. So thank you to all of you for taking the time today.
Thank you, Sin.
Thank you, Sin.
You're amazing.
Hi, I'm Kevin Hines. The Kevin and Margaret Hines Foundation identifies and invests in the most promising research, programs, and interventions for suicide prevention, brain, and mental health. We fund and support a series of focused initiatives and partner with the public sector to leverage the impact of our shared causes. We aim to normalize the conversation around mental health, wellness, and suicide prevention. Through the funding of specific programs, we focus on multimedia efforts to change lives. One of our signature projects is a YouTube channel where we create short-form videos as free resources for everyone. These evidence-informed and science-based videos help people stay mentally healthy and change their lives for the better through education, inspiration, entertainment, and awareness. Join us and support us at youtube.com/Kevin Hines.
Hey everyone, how's it going? I'm Sean Michael Murray from the band Evaride. I want to thank 320 Fest for having us today, and we're about to perform a song off of our debut EP. It's called Warrior. Right now, more than ever, we're obviously in a global pandemic and crisis, and mental health and awareness is so important. So if you're struggling with anything that's mentally related, please reach out to us or reach out to a friend, a family member. Reach out for help. Don't be afraid. We'll get through this together because we're all warriors. Black and blue got the scars to prove, but there ain't no shame in the pain. Yeah, the crowds will cheer, then they disappear, and you never stop playing the game. In your eyes, there's a truth, never hiding behind tears that we all cry. Don't refuse, you're the fight. Can you hear the call? What you gonna do when the lights on you? Singing your name, drowning out the silence, the righteous violence, but you never turn and walk away. Seize the moment in your hands, see the beauty in despair. Yeah, it's in your bones, and now you know that you're never gonna feel the same. 'Cause when they hold us down, we'll be screaming out, whoa. There's a beast inside us, warrior. To the lone survivors, we will stand beside you. Pick you up when you're down. Rise up from the ashes now like a warrior. We're warriors like a warrior. We're warriors. Born the fighters, we are warriors. There's a beast inside us, we are warriors. Warrior, we're warriors. Warrior, we're warriors. Yeah. You up when you're down. Rise up from the ashes now like a warrior. We're warriors like a warrior. We're warriors. Warrior. We're warriors like a warrior. We're Thank you, guys.
Thank you, 320 Fest.
Hi, I'm Allison, the founder and executive director of Active Minds. I want each of you watching to know it's okay to not be okay. As the nation's leading organization promoting mental health education and awareness for young adults, we know at Active Minds that more than 50% of us will experience a mental health struggle in our lifetime. Especially in this era of COVID-19, it is crucial that we can all share our struggles and be there for those around us that might be struggling. Head to activeminds.org/hereforyou to get resources that you can use to let your friends and family know that you're always willing to listen. And at activeminds.org/hereforyou, you'll find tools to prepare yourself for those conversations if you're just not sure what to say. You have the opportunity to remove the stigma that causes so many to struggle in silence. With 16,000 volunteers at over 800 colleges, universities, and high schools across America, Active Minds is mobilizing young adults to change the conversation about mental health. and it started with just one person in one dorm room many years ago. That's why I know that you can help us make this world a better place. Join us. We're changing lives, we're changing the narrative about mental health, and we're making a difference in lives across the country. Visit activeminds.org to learn how you can get involved in your community.
When I was younger, I had nowhere to go, just like my mother. Prisoners in a home wanted to let go, but I kept holding on. I found a place where I belong. Said I was weak, well you were wrong. 'Cause I'm still standing. I'm still standing. I'm still standing. Standing strong. Long after you're gone, I wanted someone that I could call a friend to waste some time with, and not let me down in the end. So many people just put more sadness in my, left me laying there to die. Hey, that's no way to say goodbye, but I'm still standing. I'm still standing. I'm still standing. Standing strong. Long after you're gone. Find myself here time and time again. I know to reclaim my past and make amends. Just take a moment to feel the things I never felt. Dig up old wounds and let them heal. Learn how to depend on myself. Keep on standing. I'm still standing here. I'm still standing. Standing strong. Long after you're gone.
Up next is Cultural Perspectives on Mental Health. Thank you for tuning into the 320 Festival.
And we are live with Cultural Perspectives on Mental Health. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Like she mentioned, this is Cultural Perspectives on Mental Health. My name is Dr. Glenna Anderson. I am a mental health therapist in Torrance, California, where I specialize in anxiety-based disorders and emotional abuse recovery. I also teach the idea of therapy is a lifestyle. It's the concept of addressing your mental health before it becomes mental illness. I'm very excited about being a part of this panel. I will be your moderator, so I will be chiming in from time to time, and I will be giving our guests here an opportunity to share about themselves and where they're from and a lot of the wonderful work that they're doing in the mental health community. So first, I'm just going to let everyone introduce themselves. So Christina Wong, if you could just share with us who you are and all the wonderful things that you do.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. My name is Christina Wong. I'm in Koreatown, Los Angeles, where I'm an elected rep on the neighborhood council, but I'm also a performance artist and a comedian. And I toured a show called Wong Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest from 2006 to about 2013. And I still tour different versions of it. And that show was looking at the very sky-high rates of depression and suicide among young Asian American women and college-age Asian American women. And it I guess my approach is I've never taken a psychology class. I'm mostly a customer of mental health. I'm a patient. But the process of touring and writing that show was very revelatory in terms of me understanding why the problem exists. And it's because of the stigmas around mental health, talking about it, seeking talk therapy, going to strangers and paying strangers, which is very like counter to a lot of how Asian people think about going about dealing with your problems. So we can get more into that in the panel, but that's who I am and what I bring to this.
Thank you so much. Mark Hedstrom, if you could just introduce yourself and share with us what you do.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for taking the time to tune in. So I am the executive director for the Movember Foundation in the U.S. We're the organization that focuses on men's health. And every Movember, we ask men and women to join us, men to grow mustaches for charity, and women to join them in support of mental health. And we focus on mental health as well as cancer. And as we look at it, there's also a mental health component to cancer as well as a physical health component of treating the disease. And in our mental health space around suicide prevention, we really focus on the prevention lens. So looking at how do we support men first in destigmatizing the conversation, helping them understand what masculinity means for them, providing them the vocabulary to have those conversations, and then the opportunity to others to listen to those conversations. A lot of our work spans 20 countries in this particular area. We focus on young men and boys of color in the US as well as veterans, and then also do a lot of work with fathers, particularly first-time fathers, and that large life change and how men navigate those difficult transitions in a man's life. So thank you.
Thank you. And of course, Patrick Kennedy.
Thank you very much. My name is Patrick Kennedy, and I'm a person who lives in long-term recovery. And for me, that means I haven't had to drink and drug to solve my problems since February 22nd, 2011. I'm also a former member of the United States House of Representatives, and as a member of Congress, I had the honor of writing and authoring the 2008 Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equity Act. And that's a law that requires insurance companies to pay for mental health treatment and addiction treatment like they would any other chronic illness. And that means they have to cover it in the prevention phase, they have to cover it in the treatment phase, and they have to cover it in the recovery phase, like primary, secondary, and tertiary levels of care. So I've spent my life since leaving Congress getting sober and also enforcing this law that I had the honor of being part of. And I know we'll get into a conversation later on about the legal recourse that people have now because of the law to try to fight back from insurance discrimination against these illnesses, because they're made to feel like it's their personal fault that they have a brain illness. And insurance companies kind of capitalize on that, whether deliberately or inadvertently. And they're able to deny a lot more care than they would cancer care or diabetes care, any other type of health care. So I look forward to talking with all of you. And thank you, Dr. Glenna, our host, for helping to keep us all on time. You'll have your work cut out for you with me. So make sure you give me the hook plenty of times over the course of the next period of time that we're all on there. It's great to be with Alex and Mark, and look forward to this discussion.
All right. So we're just going to jump right in. So the topic is cultural perspectives on mental health. And I think one of the most pertinent subsects of that topic is cultural competence. I'm just going to give a brief definition of cultural competence. In healthcare, it refers to the ability for a healthcare professional to demonstrate, sorry, I'm not sure what that was. In healthcare, it refers to the ability for a healthcare professional to demonstrate cultural competence towards patients with diverse values, beliefs, and feelings. So this is the idea that a healthcare provider is able to serve a person And it's not just race. It's race, ethnicity, where you grew up, the way that you speak, the way that you dress, your sexuality. It's the healthcare provider's ability to provide you with services in a way that it relates to you and they can build rapport with you regardless of what you look like, what your background is. And it requires healthcare professionals to be somewhat knowledgeable of, we pretty much have to have a little bit of everything up our sleeve. And it also requires healthcare professionals, including myself, to be able to say, I don't know enough about that group, and so I am not competent in serving that group, right? Instead of just taking on whoever walks through the door. We as professionals, we have to be willing to say, you know what, like, for example, I only treat adults. I say, I don't treat minors. I've never clinically treated a minor. I'm in private practice, and it wouldn't be fair for me to start experimenting on treating minors with no supervision. I'm not good at treating children, and so I refer them out. And so in terms of cultural competence, a lot of people of color have had difficulty accessing mental health services because they have trouble finding a mental health provider that is culturally competent. And so I just wanted to hear from the panel, like, how do you guys feel about that? What has your experience been with that, either through people that you know or through personal experience? So what do you guys think about just the idea of cultural competence being an issue in terms of accessing mental health?
I'm happy to jump in with this. I'm proud to say I'm perhaps the first person in my family to see a therapist because very much the thinking in my family is you don't pay a stranger to hear your problems, and you certainly as when I was growing up, most therapists, the image were white men, whether they were therapists on TV or actual therapists, and I think that's shifting. I think that because people of color are seeing so much distress in the community, a lot of them feel called to do what you do, Dr. Glenna. I know my first experiences in therapy, I wasn't even sure what I was supposed to do there. I just thought, oh, it's just like a guy with a magic wand who fixes stuff. I didn't know what this thing of what do you want to work on today? I was like, what is that? Like, that was a very different, weird concept because I was taught to just sort of bear through your misery. And that's the Chinese way. We just live through our misery. And I was very suspicious of the whole process because I had felt like this particular first therapist I had, a free therapist at UCLA, had read studies or books about Chinese people and was trying to infer how to deal with me based on studies they had read. And that just made me feel more othered. So I know if I'm experiencing this, I can't be alone in this. But yeah, there's definitely a sort of, I think especially just for Asian Americans, like who aren't used to talking about their problems, and especially in a kind of professional setting, that there's cultural competency, I think, on our part to understand how does this culture of therapy work, but also from the other end to understand that there are some cultures where we aren't the squeaky wheel that gets the oil. And we aren't the ones to kind of vocalize. We express our distress more somatically through headaches, through stomach aches, by not eating, not necessarily by being extremely articulate with words about what we are feeling. So that's that. Cultural competency is, like, to me, the biggest part of this, at least when I've confronted this issue in my work.
It definitely sounds like it's a big step one, right? Because if you decide that you want to go to therapy and you access a therapist and they don't have cultural competency, it can literally put you back at square one. It's like, I'm not even going to move forward. I don't know how therapy works. This person doesn't seem to understand me. They're hitting me with either stereotypes or they're not even making an attempt. So it sounds like cultural competency can be, it can be the gateway into therapy, or it can definitely be something that immediately shuts you out.
Yeah, I think from our perspective at Movember, I think one of the things that we see is both the competency and quite frankly, the building of capacity. I think what Christina was just referring to is the fact that there is incapacity in certain communities for therapists and trained professionals to work within that community. And I think there's obviously a need for authenticity, right? I'm very clear as to what I look like and who I am. And so our authenticity in terms of some of the work we do within our Making Connections program, which is focusing on men and boys of color in different communities and veterans, is we realize as we're trying to build capacity, so this issue around competency and having people in that space and place that can serve those communities, one of the things that we found is, short of the professionals, there are untrained therapists or frontline folks that are trusted advisors in those communities. So working with a local health clinic in Southside Chicago and how they access the community groups to then access the boys that are trying to affect, because they realize that a lot of those boys are showing up in their ERs. And so how do we get out into the community and work within the community and the community members that those boys trust to really kind of branch out and get outside the four walls of the clinical setting into the community and support them. And from our perspective, that's a better way from our lens to approach that, because it is more authentic. It's people in the community working with those boys. And I think as we start to build capacity, this cultural relevancy or this cultural competency is also critical to make sure that when you do show up, wherever you show up, either as a professional or as an untrained professional, that you have the competency to have that conversation and the authenticity to do so.
100% agree. That's what I was mentioning before. I was like, there is a sense of responsibility on us as professionals. We have to make an effort to learn at least a little bit about other cultures. And just as a professional, one of the things that I do is I would just ask for clarity, okay, well, tell me about that. Tell me what that means. Tell me, what does that mean for your family? And just explain to me your family dynamic, because that is a type of culture. Family culture is a type of culture. Explain to me how that works so that I can be more competent, so that I can be more aware.
I want to jump in and say, one thing that a lot of folks don't realize, especially if you're assigned a therapist, you can ask for another therapist and you can ask for what you want. And that was also something that I was just struggling with, was how can I make demands of my free, of a free service? But it's tricky because there's no guidebook when you show up in that office. And if this is fairly new to you, I say you as in Christina at age 19, but I'm not clear what happens in these sessions and what my rights are or anything. So, and it becomes especially foggy if I've sort of internalized that this is white people services or like white people magic that they've had this whole time, that I've somehow found a side way into access and don't even feel like I deserve.
And that's such a reflection of the therapist needing to be culturally competent. The therapist is part of the therapist's responsibility. Like when you sign your informed consent to go through the course of treatment, including termination, and to tell you how to terminate, and that you have the right to terminate. There's a blog post on my website, drglenna.com, called Meet Me on the Couch, where I walk people through the process of finding a therapist, including maybe you should go to a couple of sessions, how to advocate for yourself if you feel like your needs aren't getting met, and how to terminate and find another therapist if you need to. But that is so accurate. One of the very first things that you said was that I don't know the culture of therapy as I'm coming into this service. And that is partly the therapist's responsibility to at least tap into that, to find out, have you ever been in therapy before? How do you feel about it? And do you know how to operate it? So in that, in addition to cultural competence, there are just general barriers that all groups, men, women, children, again, different race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, different barriers that people have towards coming to therapies. Can you guys just speak to that from each group, each organization? For example, Mark, you might talk about some of the barriers that men have in terms of coming to therapy, or Patrick, you might discuss some of the barriers of getting substance abuse treatment and how, some of the stigma around that.
Yeah, I think Patrick, obviously what he's done and what he was referencing back in 2008, I mean, the ability to just break down some of those barriers. I'd love to hear more about, what that was to get that piece of legislation through and what that means for folks. Because I think that's the first point, is breaking down, not just building capacity, but obviously the reimbursement and the parity between mental and physical health from an insured lens, and the challenges that I think some of our communities probably experience of even getting access to insurance or care. So I think that's really the foundational piece, which is great to see that it's been out there for so long, over 12 years. But as we know, and what Patrick was saying earlier, it's still a real challenge for a lot of people on an individual level.
Hector, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, please. Thank you. I just want to go back to Christina's experience growing up, how difficult it was for her and her culture to talk about these things and to go get therapy. My mother, who suffered from alcoholism her whole life, was seen as the weak person in our family. So it was really dismissed. She was dismissed. And to the extent that any of us ever even dreamt of getting mental health care, it was kind of like, well, do you want to be like her? Or do you, and it was just an implicit thing that you do not want to end up like your mother. And I will tell you that the idea of me going to get treatment was like the ultimate kind of flag of weakness. And so even in a good Irish Catholic family, there was strong cultural bias against getting mental health or addiction treatment. And, my family, they're obviously very kind of liberal politically and socially. But it's ironic that even in a family that saw itself as very progressive, that we ourselves could end up living in that same kind of very outdated idea of what it was to go get help. And frankly, even as someone who's been in recovery and is grown up, so to speak, I still feel the stigma very, very powerfully. So I know stigma is often a bigger issue within minority communities, but I think everybody can identify with that in some respect, because I think we as a society have not gotten comfortable just in general with going to get help or ask for help. So I thank everybody for their work and being part of this panel and expanding the message that it's okay to go get help. So to the parity law, we only passed the parity law because I called my dad, and my dad said to call another United States senator, and the other United States senator happened to be chairman of the banking committee, and all of a sudden we had the market collapse in 2008. And that senator tagged on the parity law onto the TARP bill, which was the bailout, the $700 billion bailout. So it was really signed into law, not because it was the parity law, because the insurance industry would have killed it. It was signed into law because it was part of this economic bailout in 2008 of our banks. And I mention that because it's important for people watching to know that we still don't have advocacy with any kind of political power. We don't have parity today because somehow we rose up and people could see how many of us there were out there in the country who suffered from these illnesses and who demanded respect and demanded our rights. That's not the reason Congress passed this. They didn't even know they were passing it, basically. So part of the reason why, Mark, to your point, this hasn't been really top of mind in terms of implementation and enforcement, because most people don't even know it's the law of the land to begin with.
Wow. Two very great points. Like you said, it doesn't always matter if it's minority culture, majority culture, or dominant culture. It doesn't matter. Like what you just described was family culture, and how, it never even had to make it outside your front door. It never even made it off your porch. Just before you even left the house, like you said, it was implicit that you were negative or marked in some way, shape, or form if you not just had the issue, but sought out services. Because seeking out services now, it validates the issue, and now it gives it life, and we can't hide from it anymore. And the implications of what that means for the rest of us, the ripple effect. Wow. And sneaky as it may, I don't care if Congress didn't know that they were passing that. They passed it, and thank you that it got done. Mark, I would like to hear from you. A lot of women are more open to getting mental health treatment, whether they're women of color or not. A lot of women, historically, when we look back at like Freud, he was treating women. That's where it started, women on the couch with the whole free speech and things like that, or freedom of conscious speech, anyway. But men, historically, like you want to talk about bare knuckling some things. You want to talk about putting the family on their back and shouldering all of the responsibility quietly. I see memes every now and again, like men struggle too, men sit in their cars and cry and get out the car and pretend like everything is okay when they walk in the house. Can you just talk about the experience of boys and adolescents and men, and how maybe we are socialized to believe that they're not supposed to ask for help?
Sure. And just up front to caveat, I'm a lay person. So there are plenty of folks that we work with, as well as Dr. Glenna, that really spend a lot of time researching and understanding the background. But when we step back and look at the research we have conducted in those that have done work within men and boys mental health, one of the things that we're talking about here today, whether it be male or female or non-binary or somewhere in between, however you identify yourself, or if there's a lens of socioeconomic issues or a lens of cultural issues or family. I myself am also a Boston Irish Catholic, so I know what that can feel like in that family, and sort of how you don't project things. You keep them hidden. You don't talk about your issues. And I grew up in a household like that. And I think that's a real challenge. You have a generational component to all this too, is to getting more comfortable and accepting that you might be at risk, or you've got some challenges, and maybe therapy is an avenue you should investigate. From stepping back though, I think one of the challenges is to what you were just saying, and what we see often is men are put into boys are put into a very small box of what masculinity is. It's this idea of duct tape and dirt, right? So if you break your arm, you'll see it. If you have something broken inside, you don't know how to talk about it. You don't know how to share that that's happening. And I think the real challenge is moving through that very narrow definition of masculinity. Exactly to your point, we know there are men out there that are struggling. We know that they're challenged, but in some ways, just giving them the nod and the acceptance that they can have that conversation, and that there's someone willing to listen on the other side without judgment, is one of the first steps we have to take. So a lot of our work up front in prevention is looking at how do we just help other men and other women around a man who might be struggling identify what's happening. So the guy who always shows up at the party and, the last one leaves, starts leaving early. The guy who, usually shows up for the pickup basketball game every week stops showing up. Something is happening. And there's a lot of factors that sit within men and boys. I have a 6-year-old son, and we're trying to raise him, and I see all the stuff that I was challenged with and all the stuff that I understand. And just how do you help them navigate that as young men? And then as they get older, some of the things that we look at are transition points. So a man, as they get older, often lose their social connections. So becoming a dad for the first time, losing a job, a breakup of a relationship, those are usually negatively impacting a man, because they start losing their connection to other men or women in their lives. And so how do we rebuild that from an individual and a community level, so men do get reconnected into that community, because we know that's incredibly important for the health of the community and the individual. And so a lot of our work in prevention is around first opening up the conversation around masculinity, and then allowing men the vocabulary, or providing them the vocabulary that works for them. So one thing I'd always say about why women maybe seek physical or mental health care more is that they're more open to it. And the conversations that women have, I know that my partner has really great conversations and deep conversations with other women in her life. Men don't know how to do that. And so how do we get past that? And then lastly, I think it's really around how you show up. So when you go to seek care, it's often, and I think Christina's point's a very good one, around, a lot of these sort of staid, older white male therapists. One of the challenges, though, when I look at, or we look at it from a male lens, is the access point, that authenticity, the language that's used. Men don't seek help. That's not a word that they understand. Help is not a thing. But if you ask a man to take action for themselves or for their best buddy, they'll do that. When you look at cancer in clinical trials, men raise their hand for prostate cancer at a high degree because they want to help other men like them. So I think it's just that language and authenticity. A man isn't going to go to a place that says psychotherapy on the top. You've got to find a different way to access what they're thinking and how they approach it. So language is important, authenticity is important, and really creating that safe space for men to use the vocabulary that works for them.
I love that. I love that you literally brought it from, again, like a child all the way up, and you acknowledge so many very practical things in life. Like you said, like losing a job and, what that does to a man, and losing a partner and all those different things. And I like how, I hope everybody's really listening. These are real practical examples. Like, guys play poker every Friday night and all of a sudden he just starts blowing you off. Like, that's a red flag, and to change the dynamic in terms of saying, we're not just going to let him go, like to teach men that those are red flags in other men, so that they can go and actually do something to help their friend. And that's it. I mean, that's essentially what women do. If I haven't spoken to, if I'm spoiled, my sister is 2 years older than me, but if she doesn't respond to my text message for a matter of hours, I'm going to stalk her. Where are you? Are you okay? I need you to text me back, and I need you to text me back in language that makes sense to me, so I know that you have your phone. So men understand that they can do that same thing in a way that translates to men, from one man to another. That's amazing.
Yeah, I think just to give one last visual, women, and we're talking virtually face to face, women are much better at that than men. Men do want to have those conversations, and there's two ways that we look at it, just to give you the visual. One is men have conversations shoulder to shoulder, right? They'll be next to each other watching a ball game at the bar. They'll be next to each other at the ball game, and that's where they have those conversations. That's the opportunity. The other is indirect. So we do a lot of work with barbershops, and there are other opportunities within the barber community, because that's it's an untrained, trusted advisor in a man's life. And that conversation, you're looking at someone, but you're looking at someone through a mirror. Just men are more comfortable with that indirect, not looking at each other type conversations. So how do you find those opportunities and those transition points in a man's life to really say, hey, let's figure out how to get that conversation going so they become more comfortable to have that conversation.
Very, very true. We all know in the Black community, the barbershop is therapy.
That's right.
It's very, we do whole movies about the experience of the barbershop and how important it is for the Black community. So it's very accurate. That was a great segue into what I wanted to ask about next in terms of what does mental health treatment look like for different communities, for different cultures. Yes, of course, as a therapist, I am an advocate that everybody should at some point in life sit down with the therapist one-on-one. Everybody should have the experience of having a completely confidential conversation with an impartial third party that can help you sort through things. But if you are not sitting in a therapist's office, Mark gave some excellent examples of ways that you can reach out to other people, be an example to other people, ask for help. I'd love to hear from you, Christina, in terms of what are some ways that your community, your culture could access wellness, right? If we look at it outside of like traditional treatment, just overall wellness.
I'll first go over what I'm witnessing, which is not necessarily the most healthy examples, which is alcohol. Alcohol and drug use tends to be the way folks self-medicate and kind of take the problems. I'm sober. I don't know where I stopped drinking, but I was touring a show about depression and in complete denial that I myself was going crazy touring the show and that I was not exempt. Just because I did this great show that was touring didn't make me exempt from this issue, and I was constantly re-traumatizing myself. So I will say that unfortunately that is something that I'm witnessing is consuming too much sugar and food and these sort of comfort things. And I think it's great to treat yourself and self-care, but sometimes that gets super blurry. Now, other ways of community that I've witnessed, I live in Koreatown. We have a lot of Korean spas. Those are unfortunately closed right now. Just killing me. But that is one way that I see a lot of women find ways to take care of themselves, very kind of cheap way to find community. A lot in the activism world right now, I'm running a sewing circle, and we're making masks for communities who need it. And this has been such a stressful time of complete existential peril. We've managed to not even mention this, that we're in the middle of a global pandemic right now. What I'm witnessing is in this circle of what is now mostly women, and not necessarily by design, a lot of Asian American women, just posting pictures of masks and knowing that we have the capacity to give care, but also within our group building and care, so that we're not just constantly giving and giving and giving, as we tend to do when this is not happening, and have no one take care of us. So that right now is an example of a community that I've been, that has been very nurturing and healing in this time. And I did mention activism. I want to tag on that sometimes activists also need to take care of themselves, because we get into these modes where we're like, we're going to fix it, we're going to do it all. And then we have ignored our families, our relationships, our own health, and our own capacity to need to get paid for our work, so but that is where I see people finding healing outside the one-on-one therapy space.
I like it. So tapping into something that you enjoy, doing something creative and using a creative outlet, and also helping other people, it taps into a whole nother sense of just morality, and just all of a sudden, all the feel-good hormones start to come out, because I know I'm doing something where I'm pouring into someone else. And self-awareness, like you said, like being an activist and saying, yes, I'm doing great work, but I still deserve to foster these relationships. Like the work in the world is not more important than my personal relationships. So I can do the work and also balance out the two. That's amazing. Patrick, did you have anything on that? Just, again, I'm an advocate for one-on-one therapy, but outside of one-on-one therapy, what are just some ways that you feel like your community could access some wellness coping skills?
Well, first of all, I've spent most of my life resisting 12-step recovery because of the bias that I spoke about earlier in my family against my mom, who wasn't quite as successful in 12-step recovery as we would have hoped. And so I kind of dismissed it, and it took me a big beating in using drugs and alcohol in a way that nearly killed me, and certainly killed a lot of the relationships around me, for me to ultimately surrender and sign up for 12-step recovery. And now I had a lot of humility enforced upon me because of my addiction. And I will tell you, today, I swear by 12-step recovery. And I encourage anyone else who's in recovery, who's watching this, to feel all right saying you're in 12-step recovery. You don't have to say which of the 12-step recovery groups you belong to. Many of us remain anonymous, and what we really have failed to do is take that next step, to Katrina's point, and become active beyond helping our fellows in recovery. And one of the reasons why we don't have a well-spoken advocate community today is that most people keep themselves locked in the basements of these churches, synagogues, and everywhere else in this country, and they're not up, petitioning their political leaders from both the national level down to the state and local level to try to do something about the fact that we have an epidemic of mental illness that is not corrected because we don't have systems to take care of it. And I really believe in mental health, but I believe that there needs to be treatment for mental illness. And so I love the fact that we've kind of circled this whole thing, that it's all right when we're talking about this issue to talk about people who do have a diagnosable illness that need treatment. And it's not just therapy, like in the traditional sense of talking, it's also medication for many people, because like other parts of their body, their chemistry can be wrong, just like with diabetes and their sugar's wrong or cardiovascular disease, their brain chemistry can be off. And a lot of that, as in my own case, can be supported by a medication. It's imperfect, but it's definitely helped me stabilize my own mood disorder. So anyway, I would say helping another person is the real taproot of recovery, because it gets you out of your own self-centered thinking, that when you're in a negative space, you're kind of locked into your own set of problems. And it's nothing like calling someone else and saying, how are you doing? Even though you want them to hear about you, if you just listen a little bit, you'll feel better because you're able to be helpful to them. And even though it seems so simple, it is something very satisfying in recovery. And I'm so blessed to be in recovery because it breaks me out of that getting locked in my own head. And so I do agree, thinking of others, helping others is the best way out of this. But there's nothing like fellowship. And I love the comments about community and barbershops and every other way of trying to build community and connectedness. That's a big part of recovery.
I 100% agree. When we first started, I mentioned that I teach the idea of therapy is a lifestyle. It's the idea of addressing your mental health before it becomes mental illness. And you just mentioned that, the idea of, yes, we want to talk about mental health, but we don't want to exclude mental illness, and vice versa, right? We don't want the conversation to be only about mental illness and then we exclude mental health. So I just want to clarify the difference. Mental health is something that everyone has. It's just the same way that everyone has physical health. So when we talk about mental health, we're really talking about the quality of it, whether it's, poor, good, excellent, superior. And that is reflected in how you feel and how you're operating. And we can look at ways that your mental health is compromised. Like if you're really tired often, if you can't think straight, you can have compromised mental health without having a diagnosable mental illness. A mental illness is when you have a collection of symptoms that goes on for a period of time, consistently over a period of time. You need to meet a certain number of criteria. It might be 5 out of 7, 7 out of 10. It depends. And that is for a mental health clinician, a licensed clinician, to diagnose you with. Do not go around diagnosing yourself. So unnecessary. And you can also have symptoms of a mental illness without being full-blown diagnosed with a mental illness. So you can experience symptoms of depression without being clinically depressed. You can experience high levels of anxiety without being diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder. And so what we're talking about, again, is, yes, we want to talk about mental illness, yes, but what everyone answered so eloquently is the idea of just addressing mental health, just addressing wellness before it even becomes, if you feel like you are wrestling with clinical depression, do not go to the barbershop. That is when you go to see a therapist. But if you're having a hard time, if you're having some relational issues, if you're a dad that can't figure out how to parent your child, because, dads have the same issues that moms have. Dads don't always know exactly how to connect with their sons, exactly how to connect with their daughters. Go to the barbershop. Have a conversation with some other dads and see who else is having this similar issue. How did you mitigate this? Have a conversation with an older dad. Have a conversation with a grandfather. That's when you are addressing mental health. Mental illness is because of my feelings, I'm not making it to work. I'm not eating. I've lost weight. I'm snapping at everybody. I'm starting to have thoughts of harming myself. So I think that was very good, Patrick, that you highlighted the difference. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody was clear and that we understand that everyone has mental health. Your mental health can be compromised, and that does not mean that you have a diagnosable mental illness. And if you even think that you have a diagnosable mental illness, please go see a therapist.
But let me just say, one of the challenges in our country is that people have treated this as us versus them. Oh, you need help, like as in a dismissive way, like a disgust, and in a stigmatizing way. After COVID-19, I think everybody in this country can be identified, to say the least, with, like you said, even if they're very mentally healthy, what anxiety is, what depression is. They may not have entered a pathological diagnosis yet, but I think they're going to be a lot less likely to cast this scourge of you're all like less than on people who do need, more serious and chronic care for these illnesses, because I think no one's going to come out of this crisis without having a much better way of identifying about with these diagnoses.
I 100% agree. And that was the perfect transition because I wanted to talk about COVID-19. We are living through a pandemic. That is why this conference is currently online. I'm so grateful for technology because we're still able to have this dialogue in spite of us being in the middle of a pandemic. But you're absolutely right. I think that the three biggest things that people have experienced are depression, anxiety, and trauma. And the effects of trauma, the effects of what it's like to have your regular life be stripped from you at the drop of a hat. And it's not stripped, there's different people protesting. It's not stripped with malice. It's stripped with the intentions of we're trying to operate according to science. But nonetheless, Christina mentioned it earlier, like we don't have access to the normal things. If I work a 40-hour work week, there are little things on the weekends and after hours that I do just to kind of blow off steam, little things that I do to relax that make it so that I'm a happy mommy. My goal is I'm not a perfect mommy. I just want to be a happy mommy because I feel like a happy mommy can really show up for my kids. So there's little things that I do to make sure that I'm a happy mommy, like walking into a restaurant for lunch, sitting down and reading a book in complete silence. And so not being able to access those little creature comforts, and here in America, they are complete first world problems. I fully acknowledge that, but it still causes trauma. Trauma is anything that overwhelms the system. Okay. Trauma doesn't have to be a major car accident or, the death of a family member. And so I just want to hear your thoughts on how you view mental health in terms of COVID. What do you think is going to happen moving forward? Patrick, I think that's an excellent point that even people who weren't familiar or who didn't really acknowledge mental health, there's just no way. There's just no way after all of this that anybody could possibly say that there's a certain type of person that experiences mental health symptoms after everyone in the world has been put on quarantine at one time or another. So I would love to hear you guys' thoughts on how this is impacting us.
Yeah, I'm happy to dive in here. I think it's two things. One is we all recognize, and I think everyone on this call, as well as those that are watching, is that there's an ongoing epidemic. It's an epidemic of suicide. The numbers are going in the wrong way, particularly for men. So 3 out of 4 suicides in this country are men. If you step back into substance use or abuse, it's getting worse. If you look at the challenges with opioid addiction and what's happening in that particular space and the overprescription, but what it actually is doing, it's leading to these diseases and deaths of despair. So there's an ongoing epidemic in this country around mental health and wellness. If you then layer on top of that the pandemic, which is going to bring all those stressors to the front of the conversation for a lot more people, I think exactly that point. There is certainly opportunity out of this to address this as a society, as a community, as an individual from here, because what is most likely coming is not going to be great for a lot of folks. A lot of people are out of jobs. There's 30 million unemployment claims in the month of April. That is going to create undue stress. We have people who are being isolated in their homes, potentially in a family environment that's not healthy to begin with. That is causing stress and anxiety. So how do we, as we come out of this pandemic and maybe some sense of normalcy, which could be 12 or 18 months out, we don't know, how do we start fixing some of the problems we already know exist and are there? So just from very practical standpoint and how we're talking about this and where we show up, one of the things that we're trying to do is just really get to that conversation amongst men or with men. And so if I can offer practical advice for the folks that are watching, what we've put out there, and we have more products coming to bear around this particular piece of work called Family Man. So how as a dad do you have conversations? How do you engage other men in conversations, either physically or virtually? How do you have a conversation with the men in different capacities when they react and they give you the monosyllabic response? How you doing? I'm good, right? That's not where you're that you can't let that go. But how that eventuates or how you actually get into that is a very simple concept that we use called ALEC. ALEC is ask, how you doing? And then second part is L, it's listen, but that listen has to be without judgment, right? So literally actively listening to what someone is telling you as opposed to trying to jump in and solve the problem. And then for men, it's encourage action. right? It's back to that language. It's not seek help, it's encourage action. Hey, maybe you should take a look at seeking out therapy. Hey, maybe you should go talk to this person about that particular issue. And then checking back in, not letting it go, but not being too persistent, I think, to the point that you mentioned, calling your sister or texting your sister and making sure she's calling right back. Maybe it's not that level of persistence. It works for some. But really leveraging that model now and making it part of your life and just part of what you do is a very simple way to start re-engaging. And then also, to your point, stepping back and knowing when it's appropriate for you to take time for yourself and make sure your own mental health is taken care of, because that self-care, always being actively trying to help other folks, is a real challenge because you need that moment to reflect and give yourself self-care.
I love it. I love it. Very practical solutions. When the pandemic started, I started doing a free webinar every Wednesday. It's called the Happy Hour. I still do it just because I was like, everybody needs something to tap into. So along that lines, we just have 3 minutes left. I want to make sure that we really stay on target. If everyone could just spit out a resource, just something that you have that would probably be helpful for other people.
So on the kennedyforum.org, people will find a whole list of resources, including don'tdenyme.org, where if they're denied insurance reimbursement for their treatment, they can know how to appeal and they can know how to petition and be more active in fighting for their rights, which are to make sure this is treated like other illnesses. And then there's a more broader bipartisan political campaign, Mental Health for Us, made up of Republicans and Democrats, and because these illnesses don't discriminate. So I hope people get active. I hope they're listening today, and I hope they take from this that they have to fight for their own health, but part of doing that is to fight for others' mental health. So thank you all for allowing me to participate. Mark and Christina and Glenna, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. You said what to name any resource, and I'm like, oh, everything I can think of is closed right now, because for me it's the Korean spa, $20, just hang out all day. But the LA Library, if you're in Los Angeles, you can check out books for free online, including audiobooks. So I feel like those are resources. But I also welcome people to join my sewing group, whether or not you sew. If you can cut fabric, if you're great at organizing, it's become such a supportive community that's not just like hyper focused on the labor of making the masks, which is a lot of labor. But I found that we've found this interesting kinship in this strange time. So that group is the Auntie Sewing Squad, and we are on Facebook. We have a whole care system built in.
That's perfect. And again, I mentioned that I do the webinar. You can also go to my website, drglenna.com, and there's a host of blog posts, and you can sign up for the webinar and so on and so forth. So I just want to say thank you, everyone. We're out of time. We're going to have to wrap up. Again, this has been Cultural Perspectives on Mental Health. My name is Dr. Glenna. Thank you so much, Christina Wong. Thank you so much to Mark Hedstrom. And thank you so much to Patrick Kennedy. I hope that everyone that was watching, I hope that you really learned something. I hope that you took a million notes. I feel like there was so many little tips and tidbits that came out. And most of all, I hope that your personal experience was normalized through hearing our stories and hearing about the work that we're doing. I think one of the biggest things in mental health is to know that you are not alone. So thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, everyone.
Such an honor to be part of this festival. As somebody that struggles with so much on a day-to-day basis that is completely out of my control, I love the idea of challenging myself and bringing up topics that I feel like are not talked about enough in the industry. So all I can hope for is that I reach out to people and say things that I wish I could have heard as a kid, and we all work towards breaking the stigma revolving around mental health and mental illness. So I hope you like this song. It's called If That's All Right. Thanks so much for listening.
Staring on across the I'm gonna lose. I know that you want me for your story that you tell yourself. I know I look lonely and I seem crazy, but I'm doing well. 'Cause I'm just falling in love with myself tonight. I'm not scared of being alone with my head on mine. Now I'm not trying to be rude. I love everything about you, but I'm just falling in love with myself tonight. If that's alright. I hate goodbyes, but this one's out of my control. Closing time, the bartender's found to make us go. Know that you want me for your story that you tell yourself. I know I look lonely, I seem crazy, but I'm doing well too. 'Cause I'm just falling in love with myself tonight. I'm not scared of being alone with my head on mine. Now I'm not trying to be rude. I love everything about you, but I'm just falling in love with myself tonight. That's alright. I know that you want me for your story that you tell yourself. I know I look lonely and I seem crazy, but I'm doing well. 'Cause I'm just falling in love with myself tonight. I'm not scared of being alone with my love of mine. Now I'm not trying to be rude. I love everything about you, but I'm just falling in love with myself tonight. That's alright. That's alright. If that's alright. Thank you.
Everyone, I'm Katrina from Headcount. I know that extreme ups and downs are not exclusive to the current pandemic, but the one thing I'm sure of right now is that our voices need to be heard. In the election 2 years ago, turnout among young people nearly doubled. Can you imagine that happening for the presidential election in 2020? We can. We're Headcount, and we want to make sure everyone participates in democracy. We bring people together through music, culture, and digital media. And we've registered over 600,000 voters since 2004. You've probably seen us signing up voters at a music festival, a community event, or you might have seen a musician talking about us on social media. Well, enough about us. Let's talk about you. Are you registered to vote at your current address? If not, or you're not sure, let's check. Bust out your phone and text VOTER to 40649. It takes just a few seconds to check or update your registration or register for the first time. So text VOTER, VOTER, to 40649. Do that right now. Take a second. I know you've got time, and I know you want your voice heard. So text the word voter to the number 40649. Anyone can do this from their couch, and I want you to use your voice.
Hi 320, thank you so much for having me. My name is Kitsch. Welcome to my parents' living room. Really glad you're watching. This is my original song. It's called All Your Fault. Called you late last night to talk. Said, are we breaking up or not? Said you got a new job at a restaurant. Said you met someone. I'll say remember the time, and you'll say you forgot. Now I'm spinning on a one-way street, still got lost. I swear you were just there. Don't turn around, I'm flipping you off. And I hate this city for burning, but I loved you without learning. It's all my fault. Ooh, it's my fault. You said you loved me, but you took it back. Said you were thinking of me. I held on to that. It's my fault. It's my fault. So hey, is this still that piano bench with me in your lap and your face in the back? Is this still the mattress where you said that I was your best? Remember that? Now I'm begging you to recollect. You and me in the supermarket saw the rest of my life in a flash, and now you're singing it's in my head. And I hate this city for burning now, but I loved you without learning how. It's my fault. Ooh, it's my fault. You said you loved me, but you took it back again. Said you were thinking of me. I held on to that, and it's my fault. It's my fault. And I hate this city for burning me. I loved you so uncontrollably. It's my fault. It's all mine. 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 Is it all my mama fault? Is it all my mama fault? My fault. Oh. If you're here, you're off to a good start. Talking about mental health is so important, and this is a great opportunity. To me, mental health isn't something that you obtain, and I have to remind myself of this. It's something that you practice consciously every day when you wake up. What's working for me right now is keeping the promises that I make to myself. I'm trying to make choices that I'm proud of making. And when I don't, I'm trying to forgive myself. And the key word there is trying. Because what works for me today might not work for me tomorrow. And what works for everybody else is probably never going to work for me because I'm not everybody else. Do your best. Define it for yourself. It's the 21st century, and it's the age of social media. So as a result, anxiety is at an all-time high. Today we're going to discuss mental health in the world that we live in today, social media, the pros and cons of it, how it affects us, and how to use those platforms in a healthier manner. I am so excited to announce social media, the age of anxiety. Up next.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Social Media, the Age of Anxiety, presented by Self-Care Station. Take it away, guys.
Hi, I'm Paul Zak. I'm a professor at Claremont Graduate University in California, and I study the neurology of connection. So the promise of social media was connection, better connection. But has that connection improved or diminished our mental health? We're going to talk about the day today with some social media stars who are working in the mental health space with their followers. And we want to understand how they're applying the knowledge that they've gained to improve mental health in this age of anxiety. So I'd like you to introduce yourselves quickly. Gabe.
Hi, so I'm Gabe Escobar. I'm 18, and I'm known for being popular on the platform TikTok, where I have nearly 1.9 million followers. Most of my videos are sort of fun, lighthearted, or singing or dancing, but the ones I'm most proud of are the ones that promote mostly positive body images, or sort of just positive mindsets and positive thinking, and awareness for eating disorders, specifically in boys. So that's those are the videos that I'm really proud of and that seem to really make a difference.
Awesome. Thanks, Gabe. Sasha.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sasha. I'm the co-founder of Self-Care is for Everyone. If you don't know what Self-Care is for Everyone is, we are a brand on a mission to normalize conversations about mental health, about self-care. And so the way we're doing that is we partner with artists who create artwork around mental health and self-care, and we get them on sweatshirts, t-shirts, and we get these messages out so that when people see them on the streets, they are reminded that they matter and that being anxious is normal, and that all of the messages that we create, again, the artists are sharing from their personal stories and the times that they struggled with their mental health. And so we're using this platform to have all of the mental health advocates in one place. And we believe that if we're in one place together, we can create more conversation, we can make it normal and give resources and tools to help people practice self-care, to help people understand more about their mind and what they're capable of. So yeah, I'm really excited about this panel, and I'm super on board.
Thanks, Sasha. Jamie, tell us about yourself.
Hello, my name is Jamie Tworkowski. I am the founder of a nonprofit called To Write Love on Her Arms. We got our start back in 2006 on something called MySpace. And To Write Love on Her Arms was the name of a story that I wrote about a friend that was struggling with the issues that we now speak to as an organization. So depression, addiction, self-injury, and suicide. That story sort of took on a life of its own, and I began to sell t-shirts as a way to pay for her treatment, and the t-shirts sort of did the same and ended up all over the country. And then we started to hear from people all over the world, and just have been at it ever since, pointing to hope, pointing to resources, letting people know it's okay to be honest. We love to show up in person, things like the Warped Tour and college campuses, back when events outside of the internet could happen. But social media remains very much home base and in kind of the heart of what we do. So we love to encourage people to connect people to professional help, and also to provide scholarship dollars, whether that's for counseling or treatment.
Super. Thanks, Jamie. Hi, Liz.
Hi. How's everyone doing today? I'm Liz Beecroft. I am a full-time licensed social worker currently in Brooklyn, New York, where I'm a psychotherapist at a foster care agency. On Instagram, I use my personal platform to advocate for mental health awareness, and I work with various brands such as Nike, Apple, and a lot of other brands out there in the world to promote mental health advocacy and awareness through product collaborations and through content creation. And I also recently launched, very softly launched, a platform called Mental, MENTL, on social media, which will be evolving over the next couple months to also raise awareness on mental health.
Awesome. Thank you. Larissa, you're next, and you're on mute. Now you're not. Hi, Larissa.
Hi. I have a pug in the background, and it'll turn into a whole thing, pug ASMR, which is not the point of the panel. But anywho, it's nice to meet everyone. Thank you for tuning in today. My name is Larissa May. Most people know me as Lars, and I'm the founder and executive director of a nonprofit called Half the Story, which you can find on Instagram, TikTok, all of the platforms. And I started it out of my own struggles with mental health and developing a healthier relationship with technology. So what we do is we're really on a mission to help people, and specifically the next generation, develop healthier relationships with technology so that they can have a better tech-life balance. We do a number of different things. We bring people together in real life when that used to be a thing. We created a play about mental health, technology, and modern society, but a lot of our programming happens in schools. We're actually coming out with a guide on the 15th that will help parents with navigating digital wellness during the pandemic. So all of you that are curious about that, you can definitely tune in on Half the Story. But we really just started as a campaign out of my college dorm room and then evolved into something greater. And I hope that this time we're able to bring as much education to you who are watching as technology and our relationship with it is ultimately always changing, especially during this time.
That's great. And that's a great segue into, I think, the first thing we want to discuss. So my laboratory has shown that when we connect in person, our brains release this neurochemical oxytocin that makes us care about others, attaches us to others, and reduces our physiologic stress and can improve our immune system. Turns out that through social media, you get similar effects, kind of 80% of what you get in person. So there is a promise that connecting through social media, particularly video like we're doing today, can really help us build attachments to others, which, as we know, are protective against mental health crises. And so is that happening? So I'm concerned that we're getting the negative parts of social media and not the positive parts. So I'm wondering how on your different platforms you kind of change the focus, change the message. So that's a message of positivity, of connection, of care, which is what I think human beings are designed to do. We're designed to care with for each other and with each other. And yet we see a lot of negative things on social media. So just randomly, maybe I'll start with Liz. So Liz, you're a therapist. And I know that you're very passionate about mental health, but how do you take people from that negative space and move them into the positive space? Or is that even possible?
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible. I think a lot of it revolves around conversations of how we use our social media platforms and how we interact with others. Are we following accounts that inspire us, or are we following accounts that trigger us? The mute button and the block button are very powerful tools, and there's no shame in using those. So I think that's also something to keep in the back of our minds. And, also just using my expertise in the field and being able to talk about clinical information in a way that doesn't come off too stuffy and is normal, and kind of create this dialogue that we can kind of incorporate into our everyday conversations.
It also concerns me, Jamie, that, people may mute when they need help, right? So I'm getting muted because I'm a pain in the ass, because I'm really having a mental health crisis. I'm super anxious. I don't know what to do. How do you still bring that person around?
Yeah, I think as an organization, we try to use social media every single day just to provide messaging that's hopeful, that's encouraging, that's informative, and really, kind of bounces between those things. And it might not be the first tweet or the first blog post or podcast episode that gets through, but I think we try to continue to show up and do this work. We saw initially with being born from a story, just the power of words and the power of writing, certainly the addition or the when you add design to that as well. So I think we've just seen countless times over the years, people respond even to something as simple as a single sentence in the middle of the night on Twitter or an Instagram caption. And I think that just encourages us to keep showing up, to keep writing, to keep creating. And we're really trying to move people from a place of isolation and loneliness into some form of connection, community, professional help.
And Lars, I think you've been using a lot of storytelling as well, right? So how do you build that positive story in?
Absolutely. And something that I speak on a lot is really the power of social storytelling. And the root of storytelling is really connection. It's how we not only change our minds, but it's how we change our hearts. And it's how we see ourselves in other stories, whether it's whether you're the survivor or whether you're the advocate that has to show up for someone. And at Half the Story, I started it because I realized the story that was being told on social media was only half of that story. And by only sharing that, it made it harder to connect with people around the things that actually matter. And through the years, we've actually been able to develop ambassadors in countries all over the world who are advocates for developing healthier relationships with technology by sharing their own stories and overcoming their experiences, but also by sharing things on their platform that help spark conversations in real life, like how to talk to a friend about mental health, because it's not that easy. Or how do you see signs on social media that might signal someone is struggling in real life? And that is really where the success is, taking these conversations in this panel and online and bringing that in real life, because that's where change happens, when conversation and action meet.
And not to be embarrassed about that, right? So if you're not a mental health professional and you see someone who seems stressed out, you don't have to be right? You just have to say, look, can I help you, right? You don't have to go through and say, well, I diagnosed you based on my experience on social media that you must have this disorder. And I say, look, can I lend you a hand, right? So I discovered Gabe just the last couple of weeks, and I'm curious about what you do, Gabe, because you kind of came out of the gate already telling these first of all, you have a beautiful voice, you sing beautifully, but always telling these interesting, positive stories. I'm wondering why that's been your focus. Is that just your personality, or is it because you were influenced by others who seem to be struggling on social media?
Well, I have the interesting point of view where I'm like part of the generation that's grown up with social media. I got Instagram when I was 12. I've had Snapchat since 2014. I just checked today, which startled me. But like every day I see my friends going through sort of mental health things. Just in my friend group alone, most people I know have at one point gone to or currently still see a therapist or go to therapy of some sort. I know I personally went to see my school therapist every Tuesday, 7th period. So I have like that point of view where I know what teens are going through. So when I started getting more popularity on TikTok and I started getting more and more followers, I thought it's important to use that platform. Like I was given this platform, I should do something good with it, because I see plenty of people not utilizing popularity and their reach in a positive way. So at first I just started posting just sort of think positively kind of videos. I think the one that sort of got me more known for this was one about my own struggle with an eating disorder, because I noticed there were no videos from a boy's perspective about that. So I thought that was important. And now it's just, especially during quarantine, I think it's really important that people stay positive. So I post a lot of videos and share advice on like my different social media platforms, that it's important to stay connected with friends, that you should FaceTime people or just send someone a positive text at some point in the day, because that not only helps you by feeling connected, but it also helps other people by making them feel like they haven't been forgotten in this sort of crazy time. So it's most of my content is just ways that I personally sort of cope with the world that we're living in, and I share those with others, hoping that it helps.
Yeah, I think that's part of this, is this real authenticity. So as you all know, social media often shows the best possible life that I could be living, and it's a lot of that's false, just kind of made up. So I think it's beautiful, Gabe, that you've been able to really be authentic and vulnerable in some sense about the struggles you've had. I think it's been great also that Sasha and a couple other you guys have also taken this out of just social media, but also created products. So Jamie and Liz have done that as well. And I think Lars as well. So that you're funding the social media that you do, but also having a physical presence in the world. So I'm wondering about that, Sasha. So I know you guys are really doing a great job at putting on these positive messages. Is it too much? Are we going too far or not?
Oh, I don't think so. I mean, this is giving people opportunities to have conversations about their mental health. I mean, I'm wearing a sweatshirt that says anxious but able. When I wear this out go to a coffee shop, people are interested. They're like, oh, I deal with anxiety. Let me have a conversation with this stranger. And it actually breaks that kind of stigma around, oh, I'm not going to talk about my mental health outside of my therapist's office or outside of my four walls. Now you're out in the public and you're seeing someone that's wearing a sweatshirt that says you are enough. And it's deep enough message where you're kind of hit in the face with the reminder. And you're told that you are enough. And so that's a message we don't hear often enough. So I think bringing these conversations and empowering people to have them, I think that's really what we are trying to do. And one of the biggest feedback that we hear from our community members who are wearing these messages out in the world is how many compliments they get when they wear them, which really just goes to show you again how many people are really resonating with these reminders, how many people need these simple, gentle, kind, empathetic reminders to just know that they're okay. Because again, when we're interacting and we're wearing masks and there's very minimal connection, wearing a message like this could actually break that barrier and can really soften our community to be, again, empathetic, soft individuals with one another and capable of having conversations about mental health.
Oh, that's the best. Yeah, I wonder if that's the same experience that Jamie and Lars have had. So again, you guys with the merch you kind of sell, positive or negative? Have you had any people say, look, people complain to me or whatever, like leave me alone? Like Lars, I think yours is kind of compelling because it's opening up a interesting discussion, but it's not in your face. So it's much more subtle. I think, Jamie, yours is more kind of straight ahead. So either of you could take that.
Lars.
Sure. So I would say from the beginning, when I first shared my story on social media, that was 5 years ago, much before people were authentic. And I got a lot of pushback from friends, family, and people that were like, hey, you're going to be a senior in college. Is this really what you want to be putting out there in the world? Because you might not be accepted in society and you might not be able to get a job if you talk about these things. And I did it, and it wasn't accepted publicly by, I would say, the general world until it really became a trend. But what I found is that in the stories that we received, half the story was born out of just the idea that social media wasn't all encompassing, and it was more of like this theoretical phenomenon rather than a nonprofit out of the gate. And so it was really just a storytelling platform. And all of the people that shared their stories and most of the responses that I got were positive. And the reason for that was because they shared a part of them that no one else saw. And that was actually the part of them that most people could connect to, because as humans, we're united by loss. We're united by our struggles with depression, eating disorders, grief, all of those things. And so if we can announce them, then we can have conversations with people who we might have thought we never had anything in common with. And I think that's what's amazing about the mental health conversation, is that we have so much going on in the world that is bringing us apart. And mental health is the one thing that is universal, regardless of what side you stand on. And that is the power in speaking about this.
I think we had some haters or skeptics in the first couple of years, but 14 years in, I think the good just so far outweighs the bad. And it's been so cool. Not only, our merch doesn't just allow people to tell the story of the organization, but I think more importantly, it all of a sudden two strangers end up someone gets to tell their story. They get to say, hey, I lost a cousin to suicide. I have a neighbor who's battling addiction. People get to talk about why this is personal for them. And all of a sudden, people who may not even know each other are talking about things that people tend not to talk about. And so, I think we don't see much pushback these days. It doesn't have to be for everyone. Not everyone is going to show up and entertain that conversation, but we hear so many stories of the conversations that are sparked by essentially words on t-shirts and sweatshirts, like Sasha can relate to.
Yeah, I think just telling that story is valuable, right? Just owning that kind of space, like, hey, I'm going through this experience, is very difficult. So I'm wondering when it really gets extreme. So in my lab, we were running an experiment about 10 years ago at a kind of retirement home, a sort of multi-day study. So 10 days in a row, you see these patients. And one gentleman, I don't know, day 3 or day 4, told me he was suicidal. So now we have to stop the study. Luckily, I have an association with a medical center, got him into treatment and right away. So you have to stop, right? So I'm wondering for you guys, since you have such large followings, have you had folks who reach out in a crisis? And maybe start with Liz, because Liz actually is trained as a mental health professional, but I'd love to hear your stories. So it's got to be so difficult when you have, like Gabe, a couple million followers, you have people who are really suffering. So Liz, give us some advice.
Yeah, absolutely. So people will often send me DMs or, even close friends will text me and just share their stories. And, obviously for me as a professional, I can't turn into their therapist because of being a conflict of interest. But what I can do is offer resources. And that's the first thing, especially when working with any brands or collaboration or anything that I do on my platform, I love to make sure that resources are at hand, because I think that is the most important thing, that people have those tools to know where to turn and know what means of support they can get in these times. So for me, often giving the number for the crisis text line or the hotline, sharing just resources on how to find a therapist, being able to talk to people about how you can communicate with one another and be a support for people or ask for support from other people. I think just learning the language and learning to feel comfortable and know that it's okay and there's no shame in it. But also just, at times like I will just be a listening ear, and I will try and help people and be there if I can. Because there is times where, crisis situations come up and you got to do what you got to do, and just, making sure that I can offer support as well as a professional.
Mm-hmm.
That's really good, Liz. And actually, there's one sort of acronym that I learned from Active Minds that I actually would love to share with all of you, because as mental health leaders, but also anyone watching, it's very challenging in the situation. And it's really easy to remember. VAR, validate, appreciate, and refer. So V is for validating people's feelings. A is for acknowledging them and appreciating their courage. And the R is for actually making a reference. And one of the things that we do at Half the Story, just because we do get a lot of stories, we've had to build a lot of parameters in place. And I also suggest this as a brand. It's like, if you want to talk about mental health on your platform, you need to be prepared to share resources along with that. Otherwise, you're going to get yourself in a very challenging situation. And that's just something I share because I think right now, given the times, as well as Mental Health Awareness Month, there's a lot of conversations about this, but there is a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it. And you have to be prepared because these are lives on the line.
I'm worried about the cost to you all too. So just talking to Sasha, I can see you're a really empathic person. Do you get pulled down sometimes because you're kind of living in a negative space that trying to turn it into a positive space, but does it affect you personally?
You know what? I do get burnt out from the connections of like constantly hearing people's stories and having people reach out. But at the same time, that is exactly what motivates me to do this work. It's when I hear these stories and I hear that they feel alone, I view my job as the person who responds and lets them know they're not alone. And so we also, like Liz shared, we have resources that we can help people reach out to. And I'm so surprised by how many people reach out with so many dark thoughts and have never heard of the crisis text line or have never heard of the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. And of course, since I'm in this world, I feel like it's common knowledge, but it's not. And so it's our jobs to make sure that individuals know that these resources exist and that their feelings are valid, and that like a lot of people feel this way. And so another thing that we do on our Instagram is we don't only post positive and like happy reminders. It's just being real with individuals, like whatever it is you're feeling, like if you're having dark thoughts, those are real thoughts that you're having. It's not just an illusion. You're absolutely in that space and you're having those thoughts, but that doesn't make them true. So just reminding individuals that your thoughts are real, but they are not the truth of who you are. And so helping people separate their anxious thoughts with reality.
And let's ask the organizers to put some of those resources up online so folks who are listening can access those. So Sophia will help us do that. Jamie, go ahead. I know you actually quit your job. You were so motivated to help your friend and then help more people. How did that happen?
Yeah, so I was working as a sales rep for Hurley, and they hired me when I was young. I was 22 years old, and they put me in charge of sales for the state of Florida. And that was honestly my dream job at the time. And 4 years later, I made a decision that surprised a lot of people, and I ended up walking away from a 6-figure job where I was essentially my own boss. And, it was cool. My friends got free Hurley clothes, but I felt like this thing was too special to walk away from. I wanted to add something to the previous part, if that's okay. People ask me that question about, is it too much? Do you get burned out? And for me, it was way more overwhelming 13 or 14 years ago, because I sit here today on behalf of our team. I get to be a part of something that's so much bigger than me. There's roughly 30 of us now that work on this project. And so I agree with what Larissa said. If you're gonna go here, if you're gonna show up on social media and potentially build a following talking about mental health, you have to have a system. You have to have a plan for how to help people, even if it's just stating the boundaries that, hey, I don't respond to my DMs, like just to not create a culture of ignoring people and to not create a culture of rejecting people. So for me, I'm so thankful that I'm the most visible person on our team, but our team responds to emails 7 days a week. Our team's responding to tweets and comments and DMs. And so we get to make sure people feel heard. And at the end of the day, I'm not pointing to me. I'm not even pointing just to the organization, but we're constantly pointing to crisis text line and to local counseling offices and treatment centers. And so I think that's felt really healthy. And I feel way less exhausted. And it was really overwhelming early on. It was just me and a MySpace page. And so I do think there's a lot of value. We had a pre-call the other day, and right when we hung up, I messaged Gabe, and just when I learned about his following, I just said, man, if it's ever overwhelming, let me know how we can help, because it's exciting. It's sexy to hear that Gabe has 2 million followers, but it's like, holy crap, Gabe has 2 million followers, So to me, it's like, how do we make sure at the end of the day that people can get the help they need?
And you anticipated my next question, which was for Gabe, which is, so you're a senior in high school. Yeah. Doing this when you go to college, I mean, you're going to get busy. You're going to have different focuses, and you don't have to be locked into anything, right? I mean, you can just decide I'm going to go off TikTok and just stop. Yeah. I don't know. Have you thought about that? Have you thought about, what are you going to major in college? I'll start with there.
Okay. So I'm a musical theater major next year. I'm getting a Bachelor of Fine Arts in musical theater performance. So that's what I'm going to college for. So I'm ready for that. But commenting on what Jamie said, I am sort of in the stage that he was 14 years ago, where I just started TikTok last summer, and I've been like going through my senior year like a normal high schooler, and then I come home and I go through my DMs and respond to pretty much everyone, or as many as I can. And because like going off the acronym that Larissa said, a lot of the time what I've noticed is people who reach out to me with problems or they want to talk, a lot of the time validation is sort of like the most important like first thing, because the worst thing you can hear when you share a problem with someone is them saying it's like all in your head and it's nothing to worry about. So I do my best to just sort of talk to people in the best way that I can, but a lot of the time I do have to refer them. I send different hotlines. Ever since I talked to Jamie, I have sent To Write Love on Our Arms Instagram to people for they need help or need to talk to someone or need advice. So yeah, it does get overwhelming sometimes. But I'm still sort of easing into it. And I've made videos where I share the National Suicide Hotline or the crisis text line. And I'm figuring it out because I'm still super new to this.
You're doing great. You're going to be president probably.
The first singing president. Well, it was interesting on the introductions that Liz dropped this little nugget in that I thought was interesting. And Jamie just mentioned it as well, about having a team. So Liz, you've been able to get sponsors. Tell us a little about that. How do you get Nike or Apple interested in supporting the work that you're doing?
Yeah, so it's a long story, I guess you can say, but because my job is really heavy full time, a couple of years ago, my boyfriend was like, you really need an outlet. You need something to do. And for me, I love sneakers. I love style. And I started just using my Instagram platform to really share my social media, or my sneaker collection, my streetwear style that I have. And it was good, but I got into a trap where I started comparing myself to other people, and I started to really just focus on my image that I had online. And I had these like two separate worlds where I was like the hype bae on Instagram, and then real life I was going to work 9 to 5 as a therapist. And I eventually had to go back to therapy because I got so in my head about it that it was affecting me mentally, and I wasn't able to perform well at work. And my therapist was great. She, you know, really was just like, you're a therapist and you love sneakers, and that's cool, and own that. So I kind of created my own lane in that sense, where I have started talking more about mental health over the last couple of years, and now I'm really honing in on that. But just being proud of who I am and what I do, and it's led me to a lot of great opportunities because of my love of sneakers and my knowledge of sneakers. I was able to work with Nike last year. I created a 270 React. It was called the In My Feels, and all of the proceeds that I made off the shoe, I donated to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. The marketing campaign around it, my boyfriend and I worked together. We created all the vintage Nike ads with my shoe and included resources on it. Tried to do it in a really creative and fun way because I know like the community that I'm into is not always open to mental health, and that's totally fine. And so I'm trying to figure out ways that we can meet people where they're at and open up those conversations. And so sneakers is one of those ways for me. And it's even something that I use with my clients, you know, basketball, sneakers, just kind of engaging them in session and helping them feel more vulnerable. As, you know, I'm a therapist who kind of understands some of the stuff that they're into outside in the world. And, you know, I might be able to help them through their mental health struggles. So that's kind of my approach to it. But yeah, it's been really great to be able to work with brands and not only, you know, have the stuff to show for it online, but to internally work with, you know, the people on these teams and teach them and help them understand, you know, when you're marketing these messages and these stories, you know, you really need to use appropriate language, and you really need to make sure you're including resources because there's certain words that can be triggering for people. And, you know, you have to be ready that if you're putting this stuff out into the world, that there's going to be people coming to you for advice, and you have to be ready to help them. So that's kind of something that I really like and enjoy doing.
Yeah, and that's what we certainly find when we run experiments measuring brain activity. Like I say, everyone's weird. We see lots of variation in brain activity. We're all our own little weird creatures, and that's fine. It's totally fine. So there's no problem with being weird. We're all weirdos. Hey, we got a great question from our online audience that I want to just throw out to the panel. This questioner asks how to deal with the pressure of judgment on social media. So what tools are there out there that allow us to reframe and ignore those constant comparisons?
So I have to deal with that a lot because I make videos every day, and I have such a large following where thousands of people see my videos in minutes, and I get comments all the time commenting on what I look like and what I'm doing in my videos, that kind of thing. So trying to keep a positive mindset and sort of a separate mindset from that is really important, because there have been days where I wake up and my entire day is focused on like my appearance. Like I get so focused on that, on how I look, or there was a time in this past year where I exercised an insane amount because I thought if I'm not in shape, then people are going to think less of me, which is, it's a really important thing to sort of realize that these are thousands of people, especially in social media, who are commenting on you. They don't know who you are. They're texting from behind a screen, thinking that there are no repercussions of their actions. So once you realize that their words don't matter to you, or try not to let them matter to you. It's, I think that's a really important thing that I try to deal with every day. If I get a negative comment about my appearance, what I'm wearing, what I'm doing, because some of my videos are super goofy, I just think this person just isn't my kind of person. So their opinion isn't something that I should focus on. And instead, I should focus on all the positivity that's out there.
Yeah, no, Lars, you had the same experience, right, with half the story. So how did you modulate that negativity?
Yeah, it actually started even before half the story. How I actually got into half the story is before that, I actually started a fashion blog called Living Like Lars. And so that was when I was Living Like Lars. That's when I was a freshman. And I remember getting bullied on social media and people would be like, I'm living like Lars, da, 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 da. And they would make fun of me because I was like paving my own way. I was like making these handmade flower crowns. Like I was just totally out there and I didn't fit the mold of what everyone expected me to be. And so I had to battle with that internally. And I think, the most important thing is that you have a sense of self off the screen before you have a sense of self, rather than try to find a sense of self through the screen and through love from other people, because ultimately it comes back to the work that you're doing offline in therapy and with yourself every day. But I think there are a couple of things that you can do to eliminate and not set yourself up for feeling judgment or feeling less than. And that really fits into the digital wellness equation, which is something that we're really trying to democratize at Half the Story. And so one of the things that we found is, first of all, technology, your relationship to technology is very much so like your relationship to food. It's not something that you're born knowing. It's something you're taught and that you develop over time, and it's very complicated. And for technology, there should be intention behind every time you're using it. And that's something that's changed my life. And it's a big part of the methodology that we teach. So before you go on social media or technology, have a purpose and or intention for why you're actually doing it. And then after it, sort of acknowledge and recognize the way that it made you feel. And you can journal about that. And what you'll start to realize is that oftentimes the times when there is an intention, you don't have that healthy active engagement. It becomes a passive and junky engagement where you leave feeling less than. And so I think that's really, the best way to do it is by setting yourself up for success, because you don't deserve that and you shouldn't put yourself in a position to feel that way if you can help it. So that's sort of my 2 cents.
Yeah, Sasha, I know you've struggled with this as well. So tell us how you've dealt with this, haters.
Well, I would say when you're scrolling through your feed, similar to Lars saying, like, if you're not mindful and noticing exactly how each individual or each person you follow is making you feel, if you're not there present subconsciously, your mind is taking in messages that you are less than perfect, that you are not the same as this individual, even though that photo is just a snapshot of that individual's life. So you as the viewer are sitting there and comparing your full spectrum of life, the good, the happy, the bad, the sad, the angry, to that one specific photo. And another thing that I feel has been becoming a bit more dangerous with this is the filters that Instagram and Snapchat creates. It's actually created a phenomenon called selfie dysmorphia, which is an individual believing that they are not attractive, really focusing on their appearance because of the way that the Instagram filter made them feel like they could be that perfect self with poreless skin, big eyes. And so it's really easy to fall into that trap of, again, subconsciously scrolling and allowing whatever it is that you're looking at to infiltrate your mind. But you have to protect your mind and what's going inward, because that is your peacefulness. And so if you could go through who you follow and go one by one and ask yourself, what is my purpose for following this individual? What do I get out of them? What do I get out of this relationship that I'm following them? Am I comparing myself? These questions start to unlock. You can start to build this relationship with yourself where you're protecting, you're setting boundaries around who you follow, why you follow them. And then I would say, pay attention to if you're noticing yourself judging out in the real world outside of social media. Is your mind going into judgmental? Are you judging yourself? Are you judging others? In those moments, again, noticing and shifting your mind to something other than judgment, whether it's breathing or telling yourself an affirmation that you know either is true or you want to believe it. So really just being present as you scroll and not allowing that virtual world to take over you.
Yeah, and getting that somatic feedback. So one of the old approaches in therapy is, wiggling your toes and wiggling your feet and your legs and just feeling yourself all the way up to your head and your neck and just remembering that you're an embodied being And all this weird stuff in your brain is not affecting your toes, your elbow. It's kind of irrelevant, actually. So, part of this is also marketing, right? You have to market what you're doing to make it interesting and get people to follow you. Excuse me. So, Jamie, you had an amazing kind of origin story of your organization, and I think that is so poetic and so beautiful. Maybe spend a couple of minutes telling us about that, the name of the organization and the kind of founding story.
Yeah, so To Write Love on Her Arms was a phrase that I wrote in that original story, and it became the title of the story and then the title of the organization. And essentially, I was renting a room from a friend in Orlando back in 2006. My friend David was in recovery, and he became sort of a big brother to a girl named Renee, who was a brand new friend back then and is still my friend today. And Renee was denied entry into a local treatment center because of drugs in her system and also because of a self-inflicted wound on her arm. The night I met her, after I met her, she took a razor blade to her forearm and she wrote the word "fuck up." And I share that story. I think it's important to be honest about it because I don't think it's about profanity. I think it's about identity. And I think ultimately that's what she believed to be true about herself. And so in writing the words "To Write Love on Her Arms," it was really a goal of believing better for her and believing that she deserved healing and sobriety. And I tried to write a story that was really honest, that represented the contrast in her life, that she had been through so much pain, but she still had so much to live for and so much to offer the world. And tried to write it in a way that was poetic. And I touched on it earlier, but 2006 was kind of the moment of MySpace, and we all kind of giggle because MySpace isn't really around anymore. But what I try to remind people is that was sort of the beginning of this era that we now live in terms of just social media becoming normal, right? For probably Gabe, for as long as he can remember, it's just been, this is what is, his normal. He thinks in followers and virtual friends and likes and filters and captions. And MySpace was really the beginning of that becoming incredibly popular and mainstream. And so the story was able to spread. And then quickly after that, I was able to make some t-shirts. And I sort of knew that world as coming from Hurley and Quicksilver prior. And, I think we're all familiar with the idea of buying a t-shirt or a product for a good cause. So I wanted to do more than tell a story and move people. I wanted to raise money to help Renee pay for treatment because she couldn't afford it and her family didn't have much money. And so really it was the story taking on a life of its own and the t-shirts doing the same. And then soon after realizing we could do more than help one person, we could do more than tell one story. And the next phase was really overwhelming. It was just so many messages coming in and questions that I didn't have answers to. And I'm thankful we were able to get through that. I was able to learn a lot. I was able to build a team, connect with professionals and experts, and try to create something sustainable.
It's beautiful. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And then you brought something up, which maybe I'll throw to Liz, on the interaction between psychological disorders and substance abuse. So if we see people on social media who seem delusional, disoriented, my brain kind of immediately goes to substance abuse. Is that something that you see a strong effect on your social media following?
Do I see, sorry, can you rephrase that?
What's the interaction between substance abuse and mental illness? And should we, instead of sort of going to, well, this person is bipolar or whatever, should we sort of think first about substance abuse, or how would you approach that professionally?
I definitely think it's case-by-case basis, and it's really an individualistic approach in a sense of, who is this person? What is their background like? Do they have a past history of mental illness? Do they have a past history of substance use? Could they be currently using? Could that be triggering some symptoms? It could be the reverse. And it's just really trying to hone in on each person individually and seeing, what that might be like for them. For some of my followers, who have shared some of that stuff with me, I think it's, they're pretty telling when we talk about how, to recognize those symptoms online. It's hard, how do you tell if you see a tweet, and it might be a little erratic from someone that you know personally, how do you know, if that's due to substance use or if that's due to mental illness? And I think, that's sometimes where we need to do our due diligence and step in and just reach out to them and say, hey, how can I support you right now? Are you okay? Like, what's going on? That, I noticed you tweeted this. I want to just make sure that you're good. And go from there and just really try and assess. It is hard, it's hard. How do you virtually assess someone through text to see if they're under the influence or if they're, but I think it's just also maybe reaching out to their family and friends and having people close by check in on them if they can do that face to face. And, just offering support and referrals if needed.
I know, Lars, you actually struggle with this as well, and you've talked to some of your followers about the substance abuse issue. How do you address that?
It's really interesting because I can honestly say through half the story that hasn't been really the primary conversation on our platform. For us, it's been more around bipolar, ADHD, depression, anxiety, multiple personality disorder. I think actually this is something there needs to be a lot more conversation around. I think that substance abuse there's still a lot of stigma around it, and a lot of people are dealing with it. And even as someone who has known people, as someone that works close to the mental health space, I have friends who have been blamed for one, but are really experiencing the other. And I think that with that, they can affect each other. Compounding anything when it comes to mental illness is not good. But you have to treat both things. And I think the conversation starts here. And in fact, I feel more inspired leaving this conversation to talk more openly about this as someone who has had to help people get support and realize that what I thought wasn't actually true. Because you can't assume anything. Mental health and mental illnesses are very gray. There is no black or white. And it's one of the only things where you can't, I think people, I always say this, it's that you go to the doctor and 9 times out of 10, if you have a very severe problem, that doctor is looking at an X-ray or looking at an MRI. However, when it comes to mental illness, it's the one type of illness where there's the least a percentage of people that are actually having their organ looked at. Very few people get access to brain scans. And so, that's where we're at right now. But yeah, we need to have more conversations.
We do, for sure. And I should say my lab is actively working on bioassays for psychiatric disorders, which is kind of why I'm here. And a lot of that, we see these disorders blossom when people are socially isolated. And that happens when people go to college. So I think, for Gabe, it's something that you're going to see more of, right? Once you're in those dorms and you're away from home, and now you have the stress of being in a new situation, a new environment, and you've lost, at least at a distance, you kind of social group. Is something you've thought about, Gabe?
Yeah. My final decision for college, I live in Philadelphia, was between University of Southern California and Temple University, which is in my city. And I ended up choosing Temple. And one of the reasons is because it is close to home. Like, I can't imagine living 18 years on the East Coast and then suddenly one day going from living with my parents to living on my own 3,000 miles away. That's a very scary thought. So for some, it depends on the person. Some people are very excited to get away, but for me personally, just like that, the idea of that level of isolation in a place where I didn't know any students going there, it would be like a really scary thing. So it is definitely something that goes through the minds of a lot of college students.
Yeah.
We covered so much ground. We actually have to call it quits now. And I want to thank the whole panel for being here, for everybody for listening. And I should announce that we've got to take a quick break on Facebook after this, because we're only allowed to stream for 8 hours. So for viewers, don't go anywhere. 320 Festival will be right back. We're going to take a short 10-minute break. And this panel's been amazing. So I want to thank everybody personally, Gabe, Sasha, Liz, Jamie, Lars. You guys are doing amazing work. And like I said, we'll put those that content, that your sites and then the resources up online. So thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, Paul. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Izza, and I'm a singer and songwriter. I'm so excited to be performing for you today and wanted to thank Kevin and Talinda for putting on such an amazing festival and bringing awareness to mental health. Mental health means so much to me and is something that I talk a lot about in my music. The song I will be singing is called Overthink and Drowning and talks about my struggles with anxiety and depression. I love writing and performing because it helps me overcome the thoughts or feelings that I'm facing that day. I hope you enjoy. I just hit a wall that ain't visible. I wish the pain was physical. Then you could see why I'm suffocating. Can't you see I'm bleeding on the inside? And I think I'm out of my mind. Used to be me, but now I'm drowning. Now I'm drowning. The world I see is all I know. The world I see is all I know. I don't wanna think twice or I'll change my mind. So I say yes every single time. I just overthink, so I might overdrink. Then I won't worry about a single thing. We don't wanna feel the pain. Fill my mind with Novak. Pick me up, won't change my ways. I'm overthinking all day. Maybe you think that I'm a mess. Run away, away, away. Trying to stay like ride or die. 'Cause got my mind on overdrive. I just hit a wall that ain't visible. I wish the pain was physical. Then you could see why I'm suffocating. Can't you see I'm bleeding on the inside? And I think I'm out of my mind. Used to be me, but now I'm drowning. Now I'm drowning. The world I see is all I know. The world I see is all I know. I don't wanna think twice or I'll change my mind. So I say yes every single time. I just overthink, so I might overdrink. Then I won't worry about a single thing. Thanks for listening.
Hey there, we're Mental Health America.
And we're dedicated to addressing the needs of those living with mental illness and promoting mental health for all.
Our work focuses on public education, advocacy, research, and services for those with mental health concerns.
Our goal is to normalize the conversation around mental health and get people the support they need before a point of crisis.
We know what it feels like to struggle,
which is why we choose to fight in the open. We want to make sure everyone knows that you are never alone.
There are a lot of ways that you can get involved with MHA.
Take free and anonymous mental health screenings at mhascreening.org and encourage your loved ones to do the same.
Follow us on social media and help us spread mental health awareness.
Visit mhanational.org to download the Mental Health Month Toolkit and to share the resources with your community.
Together, we can advocate for mental health and encourage everyone to fight in the open.
Hey everybody, I'm Greg.
I'm Shanti.
And we're Playdates. Up next is Resources for Parents.
And we're moderating. It's gonna be rad. 1, 2, 3, 4! I'm rad 'cause I like to draw everything that
with me.
I'm rad because I ride my bike any place that I like it. I'm rad because I like me.
I'm rad because I skate my skate all the places that I.
I'm rad because I like me. Do you want to play with me? Do ya? Maybe we can get some ice cream. You like ice cream?
Yeah!
Do ya? Do ya? Do ya? Do ya? Wanna get rad with me? Do you wanna play with me? Do ya? Maybe we can get some ice cream. We love ice cream.
Yeah!
Do ya? Do ya? Do ya? Do ya? Wanna get rad with me?
Sounds like you got a drummer back there somewhere. Yeah, man. That's our son Ever on drums back there somewhere.
See you soon.
That was a wonderful performance. Thank you. Our next panel will be Resources for Parents, hosted by Greg and Shanti of Playdate. And my good friend and lead singer Greg is also the member of the Bouncing Souls.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, everybody.
And welcome to Resources for Parents. We are now live.
Hi, everyone. I'm Shanti, and this is Greg.
I'm Greg. We play music together in a group called Playdate, among other music projects. And we're here to moderate this.
Resources for Parents.
There we go.
Got a bunch of great people on the panel. I want to let everyone introduce themselves and what they're all about.
Should we start or should someone else start?
Well, we just introduced ourselves, didn't we?
Yeah, but I mean, I think we can get into some more details than that a little bit.
Okay.
As far as, or we want to keep it really short.
Yeah, we'll keep it short and then we'll move on.
Okay. So, as a musician, I've been in a punk rock band called the Bouncing Souls for 30 years. And even as a punk rocker, we knew to create a positive environment with our music, with our songs, and even our concert events from the very beginning. That was what we were attracted to. And it was to see the how it's made such a difference to infuse that positivity into our music and what we do has been an amazing experience. So it's cool to be part of this and to be able to offer some experience for anyone that might, get something from it, from us as the Bouncing Souls. And 8 years ago, Shanti and I started Playdate, which is a music project for families and kids. And it's pretty much the same spirit behind it.
And we're also parents of a 2-year-old, so we're managing lots of new things right now. And yeah, I think we want to just state that we're all having to manage a lot more than we're used to right now. And that's what we're all going to talk about. And please send any questions you might have for us, or they can be as specific or broad as you want. But we're here to help and answer and share our experience with you. So let's hand it over to maybe Diana. Do you want to start?
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm Diana Cusimano. I am the Director of Jed Campus and Wellness Initiatives at the Jed Foundation, which is a nonprofit that educates and gives resources surrounding mental health and suicide prevention for adolescents, but really for everybody. And I'm very honored to be on this panel. This is a time that Shanti was just saying, we're all in this together, this big change of our worlds, but trying to figure it out day to day and manage. And I think what I'd like to stress too is, as parents, you are helpers and caregivers, and sometimes we don't always fill up our tank first before we help our children or before we help others. So I think that's really important. I'd like to make sure we give you some resources for helping with that today. So super, super proud to be here for you all.
Thank you so much. Malcolm.
Hi, I'm Malcolm Moore. I'm in Hollywood, California. My main gig is I'm a music teacher for TK through 4th. So that's like 4 years old to 10 years old. I'm also a private drum instructor. I'm a behaviorist. I'm a drum circle facilitator. So I do a lot with music, a lot with mindfulness. I apply all the wellness and mindfulness things I've learned as a drum circle facilitator to teaching kids in school. But what brought me here today is I'm with a great nonprofit organization called Muzak, who they raise money to buy instruments and get them to kids that can't afford them. So especially now with this difficult, challenging time we're going through, donating to help with that and get instruments to kids because they're stuck home. Music and art is just such a great way. I really believe that creativity is a cure.
Yeah.
Yes.
So crucial.
Yeah. More important than ever, potentially. Mm-hmm.
And Rebecca.
Hey everyone. My name is Rebecca Reed. I work with an incredible global nonprofit called kindness.org that exists to educate and inspire people to choose kindness more and more in their daily lives, and really believe kindness to be a lever that can change lives, but also collectively change the world. And the research actually really bears that out, which is part of the work that we do. I am the program director for Learn Kind, which is our education program. And so we had just launched a really exciting curricular pilot pre-pandemic. And then everything shifted, as you know, and we just shifted right along with it. So a lot of the work that we're doing right now is in response to the very fluid needs that students, families, educators are experiencing week by week. It's been, just a really wonderful and wild ride to sort of respond to that and be a support. And I'm also really honored and feel very privileged to be a part of this panel. And thank you all for being here and joining us.
Thanks, Rebecca.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and I feel like kindness, especially now, being kinder with ourselves, firstly, and with our children, because, wow, we're really being pushed beyond our limits right now. So yeah, that can be extremely helpful to remember. And Crystal. Hi.
Well, I'm the director of care for Rise Above the Disorder. So we're a mental health nonprofit that basically models a universal healthcare system. So we work with a lot of youth that come to us because we actually work along gaming and music spaces. And we, I guess, are in a space that children naturally gravitate to. And and I want to focus on the power of vulnerability and how our parents can create like safe spaces for their children to be able to express their concerns during this time.
Very important. Yeah.
So important. Thank you so much. And Jason.
Hi, I'm one of the directors at RAD, Rise Above the Disorder. And I'm on this panel because, so many of the times we have parents reach out to us or we have children reach out to us looking for help either for themselves or their children. And, one of the barriers that they immediately run into is they say, hey, I'm really struggling. I just went through a divorce. I'm doing this solo parenting, for the first time. And, I can see how it's impacting, my child, and I'm not sure what to do. We don't have insurance and we don't have a lot of money. How do we go forward? And through RAD, we have that ability to just directly cover the cost and make sure that insurance, the ability to pay is not a barrier between people who want to get better and the ability to get better. And being able to work with both the parents and their children is really quite incredible, because they both need the support, especially at a time like this.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you
Thanks,
so much. This is, we've got a great group of people here. This is excellent. I love it. We, the last 2 months have brought new challenges for all of us, but we can talk about some of the things that we are facing personally and with a 2-year-old in the house, and things that we've, like little changes we've made in our day-to-day.
Obviously, all of us across the world have had drastic life situation changes all at the same time. So we're all trying to process a million different things. And then if you have children or you have your workplace, all these things are happening at the same time.
And you're having to manage all of it at once.
Yeah. So it's really, again, as I said earlier, no one's an expert. So I think we're all, in the same time, we're all experts on this new, whatever this new thing is of managing things and changing things on the fly and figuring this world out on the fly. So the more we can offer our personal experiences, I think we could help each other. So Shanti and I thought it would be good to sort of share a couple of details of our process and in the last couple of months, things that have worked for us. And then maybe we can just start off a conversation.
Yeah, so, I've never relied so heavily on all the mindfulness practice that I've done my whole life. To me, it's the one thing that we all have access to, as long as we're educated about it. And the information out there about it is widely accessible. That it's the one thing we can do to try to center ourselves, try to manage our own anxieties and stresses, because our children either pick up on all of that immediately, A, and it influences them, and B, we aren't really in a place to be there for them and be present for them unless we are managing that for ourselves first.
Yeah, and I'd say go ahead, yeah, Malcolm.
No, I just wanted to ask you, Greg and Shanti, can you give an example of how you use mindfulness at home right now? What's a tool that you learned and how do you use it at home to help out?
Well, yeah, breathing alone, just taking a few moments in the morning or even times we're feeling overwhelmed to just focus and do deep breathing. And we do that with our son, Ever. And he's now kind of used to it, and it's a normal thing for him.
Or we play a game with him called Listen to the Silence, which is essentially the same thing.
Yeah, so we sit and breathe.
You just stop, and you're listening to silence. But of course, there's never actually silence. So you're like, what do we hear? You hear the refrigerator, or you hear something, and you start talking about it. It completely draws you to the moment, as opposed to maybe
quiets you.
Whatever. It can work, or sometimes it doesn't work, but it's fun. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's not. It's a good tool.
And sometimes it lasts 20 seconds, and sometimes it lasts like 5 minutes, where we're just really trying to sit and listen.
Yeah. So there's one thing, and then another thing we do is the old-fashioned dance party. Just put on some music and kind of go nuts.
Yeah. Again, one song worth or 20 minutes worth.
Again, it's not like cracking the code on anything. It's like this kind of stuff, I think maybe can be overlooked because it's so obvious. Just turn on some music, forget whatever, try to it's
a release, a positive
from sometimes release. We're getting so hyper focused on something negative or an issue. It's not easy to turn your mind around sometimes especially if it's children or we're in a hyped up, intense world situation. Yeah.
And another thing that we started doing just in the past couple of weeks, because we realized being two parents at home our schedule as creatives is pretty flexible, but we have our creative projects. But if we're both being, quote unquote, we call it the primary parent, like managing our son's nap and feeding and all of the care that he needs, generally we can trade off with that. But sometimes to really not be interrupted and focus on a project we're working on, we decided, like, let's try out a little schedule tweak. And for 2 days in a row out of the week, we take turns not being the primary parent. So there's like a 2-day window where we have decided we're not primary parent and the other parent is. And
this could be maybe a tip for parents that are working at home. I think it's, if their schedules are flexible, then maybe it's obvious, one parent is working and another parent isn't, if that's possible.
Yeah. And we realize it's also kind of a luxury because both of us are here. We know there's so many people that are single parenting out there. And I mean, their plate is beyond full. But these are some things that we've done. And maybe there's a way that you can think about incorporating that idea into your own life.
And I think it's hard. I've seen, for being a teacher, I see the kids at home and the parents and what's going on. One of the most difficult situations is both parents are trying to work online and they have 3 kids that are between like 2 and 6. I don't know how to do it. And that's another really big challenging situation because, they need to put clothes on and do a great job online with their jobs. But how do you make sure they're not watching video games when they're supposed to be doing their homework? It's really challenging.
Right. Yeah. And younger kids require so much of our undivided attention and personal energy. So, I mean, it's beyond. Yeah.
It's tough to be doing either thing well, like doing your work well, or if you're having to do it all at the same time. That's tough.
And again, maybe that brings us to realizing these are very extraordinary situations and circumstances, and remembering how important it is to be kind and patient with ourselves and our children right now.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe in an extreme situation, if you're frustrated, it's better not to say anything than say something you regret. That's a tough lesson to learn.
Well, I think, while we're talking about mindfulness, probably one of the most important mindfulness practices that I've really started to tap into lately is being mindful before bed. Every day, parents are carrying a lot of stress and the burden of a lot of responsibility and having to fall asleep with that. And I think if you just go to sleep with those raw thoughts and emotions just kind of swirling around in your headspace, that you don't get the sleep that you actually need. You keep waking up with that realization of uncertainty, to be able to sit and be mindful and learn how to be in a place that is uncomfortable, to let those thoughts exist and learn to appreciate that level of discomfort. We start to really remove the way that we're responding to that stress, right? We're allowing all of those scary thoughts to kind of fill in that we've been trying to escape from. And we're seeing them simply for what they are. They're thoughts, they're worries, but they don't have to take over our whole life. And, as you build up that mindfulness practice every night where you just sit with these thoughts and allow them to exist, you pull the power that they have over you away, you sleep better. And when you wake up, you present yourself in a more relaxed and calm state for your children when they really need to see and mirror that behavior.
Thank you.
So mindfulness has also been my saving grace as well through this time. But I will say, kind of jumping on what Jason just said, with your feelings and your emotions, I think it's super important that you keep just telling yourself it's okay. So I've been feeling a wave of emotions from wake up to going to bed. I go from happy to sad to angry to irritated to all those feelings, right? So you're feeling that probably triple as a parent when you're trying to get your work done and you can't concentrate. So I think also having grace with yourself that it's okay to feel how you're feeling, and just remind yourself that, and take a minute to do that sacred pause, what we've all mentioned already. Inhale and exhale, and then you move to the next thing, right? I think that is a tool you can always pull on. Super helpful. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask Jason and Diana on that topic. One thing I noticed right away is not only people were telling me, like other staff members at our school or families, they weren't sleeping well, but everybody was feeling nauseous, like not physically feeling well. So Jason and Diana, what do you think about that? Like that probably ties into the mindfulness of being in tune with your mind, but also your body somehow, right?
So sure. I'll start, Jason, if you want, really quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, one main thing I want to say here is your body is your GPS system. So before you even know it consciously, your body's telling you like something's not right. So for some people, it might be manifesting as stomach aches or nausea, and it could be their anxiety has spiked. They might really be sick too, so that should be checked out. But really, your body is your GPS system, and I think that's, if you remember that one little sentence, it can help you connect mind to body.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Write that down, Diana. That's I love that GPS system. Yeah, I'd love to just kind of piggyback on the idea of, hey, when are some really important times to incorporate mindfulness? And Jason, I love that you brought that up, and Diana, I love what you shared. One of the things that I think is really powerful and maybe flies under the radar a little bit when it comes to students and learning is the impact that stress and anxiety, even if it's not outwardly expressed, has on students' cognitive states and their ability to take in new sensory information. And so our kiddos are feeling a lot of everything that Diana just explained, that process of like irritability to hope, to grief, to sadness, to confusion. Our kids are feeling that as well and have less language for it than we do. And when our emotional systems, our limbic systems are overactivated by stress, our executive functions, the places in our brains that take in new academic information, new learning, new sensory information, really don't have the space to take those things in. So one moment in the day that might be really powerful to bring in mindfulness is right before kids are getting into whatever their learning experiences are going to be for that day. Mm-hmm. And whether it's breathing, whether it's writing down or drawing what I'm feeling, even taking 1 or 2 minutes before they transition can be a really powerful moment that can help them also step into this learning space in a much more effective way.
Yeah. Yeah. I love this question and to be able to build off of it. My degree is in biopsychology. So I study very specifically how this impacts the body, as I find it so fascinating. And, it's not uncommon for people to feel sick right now. To have this elevated level of cortisol, the stress hormone, as we sometimes refer to it, can cause all kinds of havoc on the body. When you find that you have these elevated for such a long time, it's going to make you nauseous. It's going to give you headaches. It's going to, make you feel dizzy at times. Certainly, there's going to be a lot of muscle tension because so much of cortisol is related to the release of glucose, which is going to make our muscles tense because our muscles need lots of that. So, when we're feeling this mass amount of stress, it's common to feel very sick. So it makes it even more critical that we're doing these practices of mindfulness, because that mindfulness helps us to lower the amount of cortisol in the body. It allows us to kind of control the body on such a dynamic level, and ultimately bring that down. And I know, for a lot of people out there, the second they start feeling sick right now, they immediately think, "Oh,
yeah, right.
Is this, is that?" I've seen many people experience that lately. And so when we get into this practice of mindfulness too, we can find ways to really check in with ourselves and do that grounding of, okay, I was feeling sick. I was feeling very tense, but now that I'm meditating, a lot of that is going away. So, right. Like I think I'm doing okay.
Right.
Right. And different times of day, like, doing this multiple times a day is not a bad idea. And even if it only takes 1 minute or 2 minutes, I love the idea of before kids start a new activity or to take that break. I think that's so important. Do any of you have any methods or tips and tools for the parents out there to incorporate this into their daily schedules? Yeah, Crystal?
Yeah, actually, one of my favorite techniques is journaling. So, like sitting in a space where you don't really have too much distractions, or just getting in the mindset of focusing on yourself and focusing on, okay, what feels uncomfortable in my body right now? So like, I have a stomach ache. Okay, where is this coming from? Like, is this coming from, I have this one thing due at work tomorrow and I can't concentrate because of X, Y, and Z. Like, where are these things coming from? How can I address these things? And just kind of taking it out of your brain, out of your body, and putting it somewhere else, putting that energy somewhere else, and just letting it stay in the journal, letting it go is a good technique.
And journaling is something that, we don't necessarily have to share with anyone else, and it's doing that process so it feels safe.
Yeah, I think, one thing that was brought up was schedule. How do we schedule these things in? And surely as parents, you realize that your schedule sometimes is completely irrelevant to your child, and your schedule, even for them, is completely irrelevant to their schedule. But now more than ever, it's important that we double down on schedules. So many people have lost this tether to any sense of normalcy when it comes to scheduling. They wake up whenever, they go to sleep whenever, and children are starting to do the same, whether it's mirroring the parents or simply because there is no defined set of rules that's in place anymore. Like, I have to go to school here and then I get off, and then, things like that. So it's really, really important that we start to double down on that schedule. And that schedule, of course, has to include mindfulness, whether it's when you wake up or when you go to bed, or if you feel flexible enough to interlace that at multiple times. And if your children want to interrupt that schedule, well, let's rope them into meditation, because if you interrupt me at 7 a.m., you're meditating too. So I don't think they're going to interrupt you again, because they're not going to want to sit still for that long. But, I think that's something that a lot of parents can start to take away now, is if you're wondering, how do I schedule mindfulness at such a chaotic time? The answer is you have to now, especially now.
Yeah.
And to me, I think, if we want to simplify that as much as possible, right? When you wake up and just before you go to bed, right? Greg, you learned about a meditation. It was called like a grateful meditation before bed, where you just
we practice that with our son.
Stream of consciousness. Just
what are things can we say thanks for today? And it's amazing what that can do to your mind. And then when you do it with your children, it becomes really fun. Like, let's just thank that tomato we ate, or the all the other things, like little tiny things. You can just keep going and going and going.
That they come up with are just great, compared to how your brain works, right? So, I thanked the toilet seat today.
It becomes fun, and that's a fun one. Like, just having trouble remembering this stuff right now.
It again helps you connect with yourself, with your child. It's playful.
And that's another one we do that's almost similar, as saying goodnight to the world, which is almost the same thing. So we say goodnight to the world, and we say goodnight to anything we can think of, the trees, the sky, and all those things. We just keep saying goodnight to all those things. Essentially is a meditation too, because it focuses you on to calm down, and you're finishing your day, and we're beginning nighttime.
And you're kind of recapping the things you interacted with that day.
Yeah. That other thing we do with Ever is talk about our day. So that's another thing that helps our mind settle down. I think where we essentially just try to go from the very beginning of the day. Like I woke up first, then we went downstairs, then we made toast. Like you just try to recap your entire day.
That's like our story time at night before bed. So.
And that works sometimes really well. And I think Ever's only 2.5. So I think it could be really fun with kids that are a little older. And it's a memory exercise and it really brings you in the moment. So it's fun to see what you can remember. And then now he's old enough to be like, no, Dad, we did this. Don't you remember? And then, that's sort of funny.
I wanted to say, Greg and Shanti, I like how you guys keep it simple and fun. I recently was assigned to do a mindfulness group with 4 and 5-year-olds. I was like, how am I going to keep them engaged? And the first thing I did, and these are all kids that were having a hard time, and I said, look, mindfulness is not complicated. I go, you might have had a bad day yesterday. You might have been worried about something tomorrow, but right now we're together and everything's okay, right? Yeah. And so I started out doing some instruments the first time, but then the next time they didn't want to do that. And I noticed a girl wasn't paying attention and she was singing. I go, okay, let's sing. What song is that? Let's sing it. And so for 20 minutes, we all sang our favorite songs together. And it wasn't perfect. And it was really important for me, like if I made a mistake, just to laugh. It's got to be fun. And to add to that, I told you guys earlier, what happens often every day is I'll teach like a whole grade. So that might be 66 kids and it can be chaotic and there's a time delay and it's challenging. But what I try to do is not make it too serious, make the lesson fun, and also look at the little things like, oh, you got a new haircut, or you have your cat with you, try to make them laugh, make them smile, because it's such a scary time. A little bit of levity goes a long way.
Yeah, and absolutely. We're having such less amount of that kind of human connection where we're just like connecting. Oh, cool. Your hair looks cool. And like, I think we're all having so much less of that, we're not even noticing so much. You're noticing it, but who knows what it's doing to us? We don't really know that, especially we don't know what it's doing to our kids, even more so. Like as adults, we can kind of keep better tabs on it, but who knows with kids, Yeah.
Yeah, and the importance of finding new ways to kind of express and release this stress, which you said, keeping things playful, just playing music, having dance parties,
Yeah. Diana, did you want to say something?
I think Rebecca did, right?
Sorry, Rebecca.
I raised a finger.
Thought out of the corner of my eye. Something happened over there.
The movement. No, I so love the idea. Yeah, the idea of bringing in levity and just letting that be for a bit. Something else that I think is really powerful for kids, especially for younger students, elementary age students, is the idea of choice and teaching them different options that they can choose for themselves once they know what they're feeling. And one of the tools that we released just a couple weeks ago is called the How Am I Feeling Journal. And it walks students through this progression of identifying a facial expression that they resonate with. So what am I actually feeling in this moment? And then it gives them a list of options for different constructive activities they could do. And really simple, going outside, mindful breathing, drink a glass of water, write about it. And then they write down what they did and reflect on how they're feeling now. And it's a day-by-day journal that gives them the opportunity to try some things out. Like, oh, I was sad and I told somebody about it, but I didn't feel as good as I wanted to afterwards. Tomorrow, if I feel sad, I'll try to go outside or I'll draw a picture. But just that idea of choice and having different tools at their exposure, I think is really, especially right now, while things feel so powerless, a really kind of key tool for them.
Yeah.
I will. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Krista.
Going off of what Rebecca was saying of, as a student or a child going to someone about something that they wanted to talk about, I think that is very important for parents to be mindful of how they're feeling and their own concerns so that their children can come to them for the concerns that they have, and create a safe space for their child to communicate, like, I'm having this issue right now, and not, I think Shanti said earlier in a discussion that we had earlier, not to react to what your child is saying, because it could be something very sensitive, but, just be mindful of, like, we were all kids once, we were all very young, we've done certain things, we've experienced certain things. So just being a good listener and being there for your child.
Honoring those feelings and like understanding that they're very real for them.
Oh yeah, no matter what it might be. Yeah.
Yeah. I had a quick question. I know you're all specialists, and I would like to hear what you guys think. How do you think we can help kids and families deal with grief at a time like this, especially when we can't have funerals? For instance, yesterday I was in a class of about 23 kids, and I was asking everybody how they're doing, and one girl said that she lost 2 family members within a week. Wow. And it was really tough because the teacher started crying, a lot of the kids were crying, and I had to think, how can we turn this around? So I said, can you tell me some good memories about the 2 people you lost? So I would love to hear from you guys, because you're all specialists. How can we help families deal with grief at a time where we're kind of trapped?
Sure, I can start that. Grief is a challenging emotion to deal with, and everybody faces grief in very unique ways to themselves. And especially as a parent, you might have to model grief for what could be the first time for your children, and that can be a very scary process. One of the things that I have seen be very effective is to take a piece of paper and to give that to the other people that are starting to feel this sense of grief or impacted by what has happened, and to just write down some of the thoughts and the feelings that come to mind, and to start to see how many of those match up and are the same. What we're doing is starting to draw a direct connection to the way that we both feel about this situation, without having to necessarily have that maybe uncertainty of what to say at a time like this. Instead, we're building off of what we think and what we feel, and that's kind of painting the conversation as we go forward. If we're both writing sad, then even as trivial as that seems, we've now linked that we both feel sad, and that's okay. Or you might feel afraid, and now we've both mapped out afraid, and that's something that's really going to pave the way for what can be said next. And I think the second part to that is honoring that whatever these feelings are, that's acceptable to feel right now. That these feelings are entirely warranted. That these feelings are entirely okay. And then we as parents need to be mindful going forward to see how long those feelings persist for. It's it's one of those things that it makes sense to be depressed if we've recently lost somebody to COVID or to any other issues right now. That's totally fair. If we look back months and months from now, and we really find that through these writings, through this journaling, that so much of our emotion, our affect, the way we present ourselves just hasn't changed in any capacity, well, something's not okay here. If anything, while you're journaling, I like to, write a little number next to how many times I've used a specific word today or this week or this month to get a mindset. It's almost like doing an emotional audit. In a sense. And, this can seem like a lot to do at a time where you're just like, I don't think I want to do anything. I just don't feel well. But, when you write it does feel productive. It does feel helpful. And it as it becomes a routine, adding in these little things like these check marks, or having your child write alongside you and have the same journal time that you have, and then being able to compare notes is very helpful.
Yeah, I just want to, or go ahead, Diana.
I want to also really quick mention the older students. So, the ones who are in high school or college, which are home with their parents right now, and they might not want to talk to you. And I think you have to try to understand like that's okay, but to know there's resources for you as a parent to reach out to that school, to reach out to those counselors, to reach out to nonprofits in the mental health world, you know, that have loads of resources for you on how to talk to your student, how to handle grief yourself and for your student. Because I think that sometimes they just want to talk to their peers, you know, at that age. So it's really also important.
What you're saying is maybe a dance party might not work for a 16-year-old.
Maybe not with their parents, but that's, you know, but it might, because there's some want to talk to their parents,
Okay,
right?
Yeah, you're probably right. I think
Dance party always works.
Yeah.
It might. It might not.
Yeah. And I think being as transparent as you can, because they can understand about grief, is super important with that age group. Is super helpful. And I had another thought, but I lost it. So it will come back.
Well, I think what's so important about all of this is actually understanding that this is all happening in some degree to all of us. So thinking of it as a way of connecting us all. We're all sharing in this experience right now.
And that can be empowering as opposed to feeling like
isolated.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, even though physically in a lot of ways, go ahead, Diana.
Sorry, it came back. Also, to make sure you're educated on the signs to look for if there is a major issue, like Jason was saying before about the grief and journaling, and if things are really like you're not getting better or just stuff's not changing, to make sure you know the signs if someone's really depressed or really, you know, not going in the right direction, and then making sure you know how to reach out for that as a parent as well.
Diana, where would you direct parents for that information?
Yeah, so if you do go to the jedfoundation.org, you'll see a whole resource center, and you'll see that we have right at the top, you know, how to look for, you know, what to look for in somebody that's having an issue. There's also seizetheawkward.org where peers can go and learn how to help their peers. Everything's free. So I definitely encourage you all to check that out.
Great. And I think on the Facebook page for this panel, there's going to be a list of links and resources for anyone who wants them. So great. Thank you so much.
Rebecca and Crystal, did you guys want to add to the discussion there that we were talking about grief?
Actually, I thought, you know, the way that you addressed it was actually really well. So I went to a treatment center for my own recovery. I've been through my own mental health recovery, and one of my fellow members was talking about her father passed away. He committed suicide, and she actually saw him, and it was just something that she was dealing with, very traumatic. And our group facilitator, I guess the anniversary just happened to fall during one of our treatment days. And so our facilitator told us, you know, I want you to bring a picture of your father and to tell us, you know, some of your favorite memories that you had with him, and like, you know, just tell us about him and let's celebrate him together. So I thought that was a beautiful thing. And I thought it was great that you did that or something similar.
I think your idea is great because we've lost, I mean, the numbers are getting scary now. It's getting near 80,000. So everybody needs to do that. We need to share memories of all these people we're losing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think everything that you guys said was really incredible and really insightful. And I don't know that I have much to add, but the theme that I keep seeing as being a very important starting point is just this idea of validation and normalizing, and then being able to name things for what they are is really powerful. But knowing and helping kids understand, yes, this is what you're feeling. This is what it's called. And yes, this is the thing that you should be feeling right now. You don't need to be further afraid of that feeling in this moment. So long as there's education about signs of something that's extending into depression or something else. But yeah.
Yeah. And I think the hardest part is, you know, it's related to mindfulness is the world is so intensified that it's hard to reel it in, because in the moment that we're all in, and the managing of our moments so that we can reel it in and use the tools that we even can, if we can remember to use them, I think.
And remembering that we're all really resilient and we're all going to get through this. And I mean, we're all sharing in this right now. So more than ever, there are lots of people who are experiencing some degree of what we're all feeling. And that using that to empower us, I think, is really important to remember. And that although we all might be isolated physically, that we're sharing in all of this right now together. And we will get through this, and it will change. It will constantly change.
What an incredible shared human experience. It could be like the most shared human experience. Like it is
across the world,
ever in human history. So that's amazing. It's incredible. And I guess, if it's going to be that amazing, it's probably not going to be easy.
No.
So it's just like, it's unreal. Yeah.
So thank you all so much for contributing. This has been great for me. And
it's great meeting you all. And I hope we've resonated with some folks out there, and we can keep doing that.
Thank you for sharing your experience, and just bringing some levity to this as well.
Thank you.
Does anyone have anything else to add? Just keep dancing.
Look on the right side of
life. Painting, breathing, take some breaths. What are we? I know we could all just listen to the silence right now. We could take an opportunity to listen to the silence. Breaths, right? What are the sounds like in Westchester? What are the sounds like in Los Angeles right now?
It's a lot quieter without traffic. Oh.
I hear a kalimba. I hear a kalimba.
You can almost hear the sounds of the mountains and the birds in Jason's background.
The serenity. I hear serenity.
Don't tell us if it's real or not.
Oh, it's definitely real.
I got my whole PC set up right here, and then we're just spacing out towards these.
All are rad. Thank you so much for joining us today. This has been really
We're the Sidewalk Project, and we are a social activist arts organization that works directly on the street with the houseless community. And one of our main objectives is actually mental health and well-being. And the way that we approach that is really through art and music and direct services. We're committed to working directly on the street and creating a sense of community. You can find out about our work breaking down barriers between people at the sidewalkproject.org. And then we also have a very active community on social media, which you can find at Instagram at _sidewalk_project. And we really encourage you to join us, join our community. Come hang with us. We like you.
What's going on, everybody? My name is Caleb Shomo. I sing for a band called Beartooth, and I have always loved music as far back as I can possibly remember. I kind of got started when I was very, very young. Took piano lessons and hated it, and I wanted to rock, so I got a guitar and started playing that when I was about 11. Then I started learning drums and learned bass, and eventually learned how to sing, and have been touring since I was 15 years old. I'm 27 now, and it has been a really cool 12 years. But, music to me is extremely, extremely powerful. For me, personally, in Beartooth, if any of you have listened to it or know the lyrics or kind of what we're about, it really is like a therapeutic thing for me. And it's a way that I can kind of let out and express a lot of the shit that I'm going through at any given time. And, that come along with life for very many of us. And, there's a question here about a specific song or artist helped me through a tough time. And I was thinking about it because it's tough to kind of pinpoint one because I'm always listening to music, and it's always a very emotional thing for me. But I will tell a story that is a pretty intense one. I won't get super deep into it. But essentially, when I was much younger, and I've always, dealt with mental issues. And I remember one night, things for me had kind of come to a point where I was, deciding to make a choice to do something very, very fucking stupid and pointless or not. And the song You're Not Alone by Seosin came on. And that song was exactly what I needed to hear in that moment. And it was it was really crazy, but there's just something so powerful about music and about art in general and expression that I think we can connect so deep with emotionally. And I think we need a lot more of that in our lives. And for any of you that are going through things like I go through, like a lot of us go through, just know that, all we can do is keep fighting. That's what we have to do. And, it's really not our fault. It's not our choice. It's the way we're wired. It's our DNA. It's just our brains. But just really take some time in those dark moments to take some breaths, just chill out, breathe a little bit, and just think and realize that it's not your fault. And there's no shame in feeling these things at all. It's just a part of us sometimes. And we can move past it, and we can keep working to have a better life and to just feel better in any way that we can. Love you all. Stay healthy. Stay safe.
My body, I'm half alive, ain't nobody gonna save me. I dig up holes and bury all my souls. I'm exposed. What you wanna know? Coming close, but I don't think you're ready. It won't be pretty. Take it under. Welcome to
There are nearly 1,400 homeless youth a year who come to my friend's place, and each one has their own story, their own circumstance, and their own set of needs. And over 30 years, we have developed our program to meet those complex needs.
This is really a place where, one, we are teaching young people skills, but also it's where they get to do a whole bunch of expression, of identity, of pain, of hope for the future.
We've helped tens of thousands of young people struggling with homelessness. Who knows where those young people may have turned had my friend's place not been there.
The intention of my friend's place is really to weave that sensation about self, that I can take life on in ways that nobody might have suspected I could, but with the right size community, the right size resources and opportunities, these young people transform their lives.
Hey, what's happening? Brandon Novak here, and I want to take a moment to thank each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart for taking the time out of your precious schedule to join us at the 320 Festival, which is simply a gathering of a bunch of like-minded people whose conversations generally consist around the topics of mental health and addiction. And Lord knows, after 24 years of active addiction and now the 25th of this month, coming up on 5 years of continuous sobriety, I think that's fair enough to say that I'm qualified to speak upon those two topics. But I know you're tired of hearing from me, so let's get to the point at hand. I'm super, super excited to announce this panel about music effects on mental health and addiction. So ladies and gentlemen, strap your boots on because you're in for a real treat. Cheers.
Festival. I want to thank Linda Bennington for inviting myself and Constance, who I'll introduce in a moment. And thank you to my man, Brandon Novak, for giving us the cool intro. We've definitely done some work in the space around the world, and it's an honor and privilege to unite in this cause with him. I'm going to pass it over to my amazing colleague and dear friend, Constance Scharf.
Hi, I'm so excited to be here today. Thank you, Wes. Thank you, Wes, for the opportunity to be part of Rock to Recovery. Thank you to the 320 Festival for inviting us to be here. We are both really excited to talk about music and mental health. My background is I have a PhD in transformative studies. I study complementary therapies that really for mental health and addiction treatment. And music is such an exciting part of mental health recovery for people across a mental health spectrum, whether your mental health is really good or whether you have challenges. It's a really important thing. And we're very excited to be here. And I'd love to hear your story, Wes.
Yeah, and I forgot to introduce you as Doctor. That's my favorite part. Most of you don't know. Usually I just call her Doc because it's fun. And I got to admit, I'm very proud to get to do this work in this space. Therapeutic music programs and work. I don't know if she's on this side of me, that side. For me, she's over here. It's like the Brady Bunch. Where you point, hey, Marcia's down there. Hi, Mom. It's great to work in the space with such a talented PhD as yourself, Constance. My name's Wes Geer, as I said, and just a little bit of my background, how I even got here. First of all, I'm sober. I oftentimes, in the rooms, I might be known to say my name's Wes. I'm an alcoholic. I'm a sober alcoholic. I'm a former crystal meth and heroin user, and definitely drank tons of whiskey. And, you know, that's attached not just to a bad habit, but mental health issues that I myself was challenged with suicidal ideation and all sorts of very dark places that my addiction, my lifestyle, and my use took me. So a little bit of my background is I've been a musician for a long time, and I was chasing that elusive record deal in the mid 90s. And that's when my meth and drug use was at its peak. Right when I was getting a record deal, I was using the most drugs I had ever used in my life. So, you know, on one hand I had, you know, I'm a rock star, I'm successful, look at me, Mom. On the other hand, I'm 120 pounds and my friends are like, dude, you're dying over here. So I was on tour like that for a number of years, trying to control my using and my drinking and not really knowing what was wrong with me, you know, just trying to manage my life, if you will. And that was with a band called Head PE. We started out as Head, then it was Head PE. Some people call us Head Planet Earth. whatever variation you choose is fine by me. So we sold about 1 million records and toured around the world for a better part of a decade. Finally, that crashed and burned like many do, and I ended up in a treatment center. Thank God. I went there because I gave up hope trying to do it my way, and I got hope that there was another way, and I listened to the people in the treatment center who gave me a design for living. I heard stories of people who transformed their lives that weren't maybe even exactly like my life. For example, I always tell this story of a woman who said, I was a prostitute sleeping in a park, living in a park, turning tricks, shooting dope. And I went and got into recovery, and I did these things called steps and went back to school and met the man of my dreams. And now I run a law firm and I have a loving family. And I was like, what? Show me a way out of this hell. And that's what I learned in rehab and a way out. And so how the music portion comes is, while I was in that rehab, it's a very uncomfortable place. You're really lost. I was very lost. On one hand, this is like kind of a famous expression. They say, I can't imagine my life with drinking and using, or perhaps for you or somebody else, it's mental health. I can't imagine living that way anymore. But I sure as heck can't imagine a life without it. I can't imagine facing this stuff. I can't imagine not drinking or smoking weed or ever again. What? So it's an interesting jumping off point. And going into that place, losing everything, shame and guilt with 22 guys in a treatment center is full of shame and guilt and confusion and anxiety. And so you're kind of in there and you're very insecure, like most people coming into recovery. You're letting go of your old friends. You got these new people you don't know or necessarily trust or even like. And you're kind of like, I was like, that guy's cool. Screw him. He's a weirdo. And it felt very segregated. Most of that was my own insecurities, but that's what was happening, my judgment and my isolation. But I had a guitar with me. And when I break it out, you got 22 dudes, guys in their 60s, retired from the post office, young skater kids, and everyone in between. When I broke out my guitar, we jam on these silly little songs. I'd write a country riff, bam, 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 and everybody would start dancing and goofing around. The whole energy of the place would change. And that always stuck with me. So fast forward, I, like many people coming into recovery, and welcome to anybody who might be a therapist or a newcomer or long-term in recovery or just looking for answers or just curious about the whole process. Welcome to everyone. So what happened is I got sober, and like anyone getting sober, you feel like you know what it's going to be like, even though you haven't been sober yet. Like, it's going to be like this. It's going to be horrible. And I never thought I would play music again. I like to call it the lies our head tells us about recovery that we don't know because we haven't lived a life of recovery. So my brain said, you'll never play music again. Well, fast forward a few years, and I decided, you know what? I just want to play again. And I started praying and meditating really hard on that. And out of nowhere, literally, after meditating, I want to get back in the music industry. The band Korn texted me out of the blue. I hadn't talked to them in years. Hey, do you want to come play guitar with us? And the interesting thing about it is they wanted somebody who was sober. So where my brain said, you'll never play music again because you can't be a sober musician, the universe, my recovery, whatever you want to call it, God said, actually, you can have the best success of your life because you're sober. So I toured with them for a few years. And when that gig was coming to an end, I was kind of on the verge of falling deep into a vat of self-pity. Like, thanks God, I'm a sober musician, out of work again. I had this great, amazing rock star gig, and now I don't. And I went back into prayer and meditation, which is a big part of my recovery program, is asking for guidance. I said, if this is who I am, I don't believe I'm sent here to suffer and be a broke, miserable musician who's sober. You can see how you could get into self-pity over that. Show me how I can be useful. How can I help people and make a living? And that's when that idea for Rock to Recovery came to me, in an effort to bring music into treatment programs, because the one I was in had yoga, painting, all these things, but not music. So on 12/12 of 2012, I founded Rock to Recovery. And fast forward, now we have 13 or 15 employees. We keep growing. We got this wonderful Dr. Sharf working with us, and we do 500 sessions a month with over 100 treatment programs. And I'll be honest, treatment programs go out of business quickly. We've worked with well over 200. So it's been an incredible journey. Now we're going to get into a little bit more about that later. I'll pass it over to the doc.
Thanks, Wes. What I love about your story is that you use the platform that you have, to help people and to bring music, for rock stars to be in treatment facilities in a very accessible way, like what we do. I think is really important that there's a humanizing factor to addiction and mental illness that, we're all the same. We're all people. So I just want to talk a little bit about how I got involved in this. Like Wes, I am in recovery. I've been sober for a long time. I am a fairly classic alcoholic. When I started drinking at 11 years old, and by the time I was 22, I was drinking 2 liters or more of hard liquor a day. 2 liters was sort of the minimum. I would have the shakes and DTs when I stopped drinking, and you could see my liver and kidneys through my skin because I was so, they were so swollen. I was literally dying. And that wasn't really the worst thing that could happen to me. I thought, well, I'm just going to die of alcoholism. And fortunately, someone suggested that I seek help. I did not go to a treatment facility. This was a long time ago. And so I went to a community support group. And I have, struggled for the first 2.5 years and then have been sober since then. And I'm incredibly grateful for that. But what I've found being in sobriety for a very long time is that life happens. And so my mental health, I come from a background with pretty extreme childhood trauma, and sobriety wasn't enough. And I had very bad depression. I have complex PTSD. And at about 9 years sober, I wanted to die. I thought, this is not okay. I mean, I could stay sober, but I wasn't happy in my life. And at that time, I was going to a support group around the VA hospital in Los Angeles. And so I was meeting a lot of veterans coming back from Iraq and Afghanistan. And most of them were not staying sober, and many of them were killing themselves. And I thought, there has to be something better. There has to be better treatment. Prior to that, I had worked in the record industry at some record labels. I had worked in nonprofit management, done some, pretty great things. But I was really concerned. I was like, I didn't get sober to be miserable, and these veterans didn't get sober to die. And I wanted to find out what those treatments were. So I changed everything. I was in grad school at the time. I changed everything that I was doing. And I started to look at complementary therapies. What are the therapies that are relatively easy to implement, non-pharmaceutical, that would help in addition to traditional psychotherapy? So music, art, somatic experiencing, drama, acupuncture, all those kinds of supportive activities. And what we found in the research is that when we put these therapies together, they have a synergistic effect. So Wes will be one of the first to tell you that, if you play a song, every day even, that's not gonna improve your mental health significantly. It's not gonna keep you sober. Each of these things on their own are just a piece of the puzzle. But when we put them together, there's a synergy there. And when I started because I try everything out on myself, because, if meditation's going to work for somebody, it might as well work for me first, right? I want to see what the side effects could be. And so what I found when I started to implement these therapies in my life got better. And so when we do more than just traditional psychotherapy, we can have really better lives.
Yeah, that's a great point you make. It's funny. And I also, I don't know if I said this at the top, I just want to give a shout out to my dear friend, Chester Bennington. We lost him, and he was at our first Rock to Recovery event, and I toured with him when we were both very young. And so I dedicate this event, like many of us, to him and anybody out there suffering, that we can use these experiences to help people. And so when I got into just with the very simple concept of let's bring music into treatment, I didn't have scientific studies. I don't have a bunch of letters behind my name. I just did it out of desperation to help people and find my place in the world, really. And it's interesting, the things that I've stumbled on the way that don't get talked about all the time, that I found out in my groups. One thing is, a lot of people go in, of course, Rock to Recovery is typically integrated with other treatment programs, part of the weekly treatment curriculum. So if you're in a residential treatment setting where you have stuff you're doing all day long, therapist and yoga and you name it, or if you're in an IOP setting, we even work with VA programs and Wounded Warrior programs.
IOP is intensive outpatient, for those of you who don't know.
Right. So for somebody who's doing like outpatient rehab. One of the things that I started hearing right away was, this is the only group I like in rehab. And I don't say that with any sort of ego or wave the flag that we're the best, but it makes the point that when we're trying to connect to people and get them to buy into recovery, to the doctor's statement, everything we offer them can be that one thing that keeps them coming back. And what we started hearing is like, this program gets our clients excited about recovery. And then other things happen. We would be in a group with maybe some guys who are more, just to make an example, more street type guys, junkies, had a hard life, not a strong family structure, certainly not a lot of money, not guys that ever know how to express themselves emotionally, but you put on some music in the right beat and suddenly they're telling their life story over music. The therapist walks by and is like, how did you get John to even say anything? So music is a great activator and it's a great connector. And there's another story that comes to mind too. We were in a treatment center with a woman who had lost both her children to overdoses. And now she was getting treated for her own addiction. And so in our music session, she decided to write lyrics. She had never written lyrics or song in her life, and we helped guide her. She wrote lyrics confronting her feelings, expressing them, having the cathartic experience of speaking about her loss of her children. And she had never come near that topic in her entire life. So there's some of these unexpected manifestations of activations that happen in these type of sessions.
Yeah, it's really beautiful. Wes, why don't you share with us about people who want to quit? Because that, happens so much, right, in a treatment setting, that people want to walk out. They don't want to do it anymore. It is so, those early, both Wes and I being sober, we understand how incredibly difficult those first 30, 60, 90 days can be, because I know for me, I was crawling out of my skin every minute because I had all this time that I wasn't drinking or drunk, to be honest, and I didn't know what to do with the feelings and whatnot. So why don't you talk about what that's like in a clinical setting?
Right. So when I was coming in to get sober, I'm not atypical by any means. As Constance, as doctor, is sharing, those feelings are horrible. And that's what gets us going back and picking up again, not liking how we feel. And so when I would come into these treatment centers, and I was still filled with fear, like I had a lot of success, but it didn't mean that I wasn't afraid they were going to go, screw you, your group sucks, get out of here. I would walk in and guys would go, or women would say, I was about to leave this place. I'm not into it, but I knew you were coming today and I'm going to stick around. It's like, wow. So it's getting that one thing we can connect over. But then there was other scenarios that were happening that I thought were incredible. Again, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a therapist, but I have a lot of experience now doing this over these last 7 years. And what would happen in our sessions is, as you're writing a song, and by the way, I don't know if I explained this, the Rock to Recovery program, we write songs with non-musicians. Some people get confused. There's amazing organizations like Music Cares, which helps musicians. We are working at a different angle. We're taking music, to help non-musicians. Mm-hmm. And so in those rooms, when we're taking 8 or 10 or 15 people and writing a song together, finding a topic we can connect on that's near and dear to our heart in that moment. And we're learning instruments. We're teaching them very simple parts that when they come together sound very beautiful. They feel a lot of pressure. And there was a time in particular, I'll explain this with a story, where a guy, we were teaching him the keyboard part, and he almost had it. He's like, you know what, screw this. No way, I can't do this. I'm out of here. I'm going to leave this group. I'm out of here. And I was, of course, I'm new to this. I'm like, oh no. And I called Erica Cruzen from Music Cares, who's a therapist. And I was like, what do I do? What do I do? She's like, that's great. They're working through stress and hitting these walls and these triggers in a safe setting. So these are some of the unexpected elements that have happened in our sessions that I realize are so important. And what we tell people that go through that is, you're going to leave this treatment center and you're going to ask a girl on a date, or you're going to go get a job interview, or you're going to have to give that speech at work, and you're going to be confronted with stress. So putting them in a creative scenario supported by others, working through these stressful moments where you have to perform is quite empowering.
Yeah, it really is. And that's how I got involved. That's, as you know, how I got involved with Rock to Recovery. I was the director of research at an elite high-end treatment center in Malibu, California. And Rock to Recovery was one of our programs. And I had been invited, I didn't live near the campus, but I had been invited to come in and do some training. And one of our program administrators, Sonny Mayo, who's played with a whole bunch of amazing bands himself, walked into the room and said, would you like, doctor, would you like to come and see my session? And of course I was like, yeah, I study complementary therapies. Of course I would like to come and see your session. So I went in, and these were people in detox. And so very, very sick. I mean, physically very sick, and heavily medicated to reduce the symptoms of their detox. And so I really thought this is going to be a disaster. That's what I thought I was walking into.
Some of them are, but way less than aren't.
Well, now that I'm sort of the magician's apprentice, I know what goes on behind the scenes to keep it from being a disaster. But I'm thinking to myself, I've got 10 people in detox. Nobody's more than about 10 to 12 days sober, most of them less, who don't play musical instruments, are going to form a band and write a song in an hour. I'm thinking this is going to be terrible. But I think, you know what? It's going to be like a third grade band recital, and I'm the doctor, and I'm like, yay, at the end. And that's going to be fine. And I went in and I saw them write a song and connect over music. And at the end, the song was good. Now I had worked in the music business before. I'd seen, that top 1% of performers, writing songs. And this wasn't going to go out and win a Grammy, but it was expressive. It had all the pieces. They were in time. It was a real song, and it was good. But what got me was the next day. And at this particular treatment center, people could keep their phones. And one of the things that Rock to Recovery does is we upload songs after they're performed. They're recorded and uploaded so that people have a touchstone of what they have created. And so while the different groups of people from the different houses at this treatment facility were coming into where I was going to give a presentation, they were sharing their songs on their phones. Hey, did you hear what Raw Oysters did? The bands get names, and the band that I had listened to, I still remember, was Raw Oysters. And the guy that he was, sharing that with said, no, but did you hear Folding Chair? And I thought,
great band names.
Not bad. Wow. Because when was the last time that someone who was, that newly sober did something that they were proud of, completed a task, wanted to share, had that sense of pride? And that's when I really understood, because I'd studied many different types of complementary therapies. That's when I really understood how important and transformative music is. And this isn't, from a scientific perspective, this isn't new information. Right? Because if you go back into shamanic ritual, or you go back into old healing traditions, they very often involve song and drumming and all sorts of musical things. So, I like to think about, now that I've been involved with Rock to Recovery for a couple of years, what are the measures of wellness that come out of music in particular? And I don't think people really realize how important music is, whether you are healthy or unwell. right? There's not really a distinction. And let me put it in these terms. When you're having a bad day and you're driving in your car home from work or whatever, and just everything's just not gone well, and a song you like comes onto the radio, and you sing along with it, you do your own carpool karaoke. At the end of that, invariably, we feel better. And what we know from the scientific side of things is that is actually a neurological response. In response to singing and playing music, not just listening. Listening has a different set of responses. In response to singing and playing music, the brain lights up, the whole brain lights up. And we get oxytocin, serotonin, and dopamine released in pretty significant amounts. Now, for someone who has a neurological chemical imbalance, right, a chemical imbalance in the brain, like someone who is, suffering from depression or newly sober, the jump that they experience is enormous, right? For someone who has a regular neurological chemical balance, that isn't so big, but we still feel it. And that's the beauty of music. The other part that I get excited about with the music program that we have and others that are, similar, is that your brain doesn't know the difference between whether you can play guitar at all or whether you play like Wes does. Because Wes, when he plays guitar, it's amazing. I can't play like that. I can't play a chord. But if I try to do it, my brain recognizes that as playing music. So we don't have to be skilled. We don't have to be musicians to have the healing benefits of music in our lives. Wes, would you talk about Mr. Pink? Because I think that illustrates this.
I like what you said too, is making the point is, I think it's important to hammer home is the person who's in an average space emotionally and mentally, who left an average day of working, who's driving home and they listen to a song like, yeah, it does put me in a good mood, especially a song I like. But like you said, the jump, what happens when we're in a treatment setting, when you have people, I'll explain it from my perspective. When I was in treatment, I'm in such a dark space. I can't use drugs. I can't escape. I'm not using my phone. I'm just trapped. And it's almost, you're just stuck. You can't, where can you go? And this is the thing that gets us, the mental health, even for the mental health sufferer and the alcoholic and the addict. We talk about it all the time in the rooms of addiction, how difficult it is. So the transformations that happen when we play music, especially as a group together, are immense and dramatic. So as Constance was talking about, in one of my first sessions, I went into the treatment center very scared. My brother is a very intelligent guy, entrepreneur, and he's like, you're going to go write a song with 10 dudes that never played music in your life. That is going to be a show. And I was like, oh my gosh, he's right. What am I thinking? And they said, I pitched Rock Recovery for 6 months, and people would say, that's a great idea. Great. You want to hire me? No. So finally I got a bite, and they said, we want you to start next week. And I was like, my brother got in my brain. I don't know about this. So I went and took a time out, and I saw that famous, I don't know it by name, but people usually know when I mention it, that famous, the Why video, talking about Apple computers, right? Not, hey, I got a computer, you want to buy it. More like, do you want this experience with your computer? So I went in there with the why, and it's going to tie into this story, and told the guys, look, this might be horrible, but you're going to be in treatment all day. How many of you like music? Oh, I love music. Yeah, everybody loves music, right? 99.99997 love music. Well, you're going to be in treatment all day. Let's try to do this group together, and we're going to create a song together, and let's hope it doesn't suck. And this is our group together. We're going to do this on what kind of music? And we bring them into the process. So as I'm doing this, in probably the second session ever, going to every session I'm doing, scared that they're going to throw a tambourine at me and curse me out, this guy comes in. I'll explain why he's called Mr. Pink in a second. And he goes, what the F is this? He comes in late to our music session. Why are you guys here? I'm a junkie. I'm probably going to die out there shooting dope. I'll probably kill myself. I don't even want to live. What's the point? Oh my God, now I'm at a treatment center. You got music. How's a guitar going to help me out? And I was like, I get it. I've been in that spot, man. And at first we connect on a personal level. And all the instruments were gone. I'm just going to be honest. By this point, I was pretty much out of money. So it was whatever cheap drum I could find to give them something. I had a cheap little shaker left. And this is also speaking to Constance's point about it doesn't matter if you're a shredder like Jimi Hendrix or not. And by the way, usually what I tell them is, I got a few things. I'm going off in other stuff. But, usually we tell them that music wasn't invented because a piano fell out of the sky and a native in the jungle found it and was like, it was created as a form of very simple expression and group kind of therapy, if you will, chanting and singing around a campfire. So we try to get to meet them on the level of we're just here to express. So he comes in and I said, look, we're writing this song together. Here's this little shaker. And if you just shake it like this, I kind of showed him how to shake it. And I showed him how we're, doing the song, how long the chorus goes, how long the verse goes. And we showed him the lyrics, which had to do with not wanting to die due to addiction. Oh my God, that's my song. And in a few minutes, he's like, wait. How long does the chorus go? Okay, yeah, 3 times. And then we stop. And then he was excited. By the end of the session, now this is a guy who was dope sick. I don't know what you know about being dope sick, but it's worse than any flu because you can't sleep, you can't eat, you're defecating yourself, and you have all these horrible flu-like symptoms, and it goes on as long as it goes on for. It could be days, and it can be several weeks. So he was dope sick and suicidal ideation. By the end of the session, he was jumping around excited. He's like, oh man, that was so cool, yeah. Because what we do is we get them all singing. One of the other things I wanted to touch on is in the verses, we'll let them get as dark as they want. Like I shoot dope between my toes and I stole this and that. Fine, if that's your reality, sing about it. But we don't let them stay in the darkness. In the choruses, and this will speak a little bit about why we record it and the power that happens after the session. In the choruses, we bring the hope. We might write a lyric like, we're full of hope today. We won't shoot dope, no way, right? Something like that. We get them all singing. And what happens at the end of the session, they walk out singing that hook. They're singing a mantra. So then the clinical staff watches tough guy, Bubba come out of the room singing this uplifting hook. And that's the power. And that's what happened to Mr. Pink. And so what happened for me that was profound was, again, I was a layperson just going, I think music's cool. Let's bring it in here. I witnessed a guy have physical withdrawal symptoms eradicated, suicidal ideation eradicated, measures of hope and wellness and believing instantly given to him. What drug? I challenge any devout pharmacologist to tell me what drug, what pharmaceutical can you ever take that gives you such a powerful transformation? And that is the story of Mr. Pink.
Thanks, Wes. And, I think what's interesting to me about that, or one of the things that's interesting besides the hope, because we know how hopeless people are who have suicidal ideation, who have severe depression, who have, struggles with addiction and especially with relapse, is, people ask me all the time, well, what are the clinical outcomes? And it's very difficult because there are very few researchers like me who have had the opportunity. I mean, this is really about opportunity, the opportunity to look at complementary therapies, because funding doesn't go to these. There isn't a lot of money to be made off of studying meditation, for example, or breath work, which is a kind of yogic breathing, a kind of breath-based meditation. Because where the money goes, where the research money goes, is primarily to pharmaceuticals, right? Where we can go in and say, yeah, this helps with this thing, and there's money to be made off of production of the pharmaceutical. If I teach you how to write a song, or if I teach you how to meditate, or I teach you how to ground yourself, then our interaction is done, and you go off and lead a good life with good skills. And that is something that doesn't get a lot of research. So unfortunately, we don't have, that's not to say there's none, but we don't have a lot of good research showing the how and why of complementary therapies work, particularly music. Now,
playing music, especially.
writing music and playing music.
Playing music especially.
The research that we have is on musicians, right? So we say, oh, well, we know that musicians' brains are larger on the whole than non-musicians' brains, and that they're better connected between the hemispheres. But that doesn't really tell us anything about using music in terms of promoting mental health and addiction recovery.
It's safe to say there's not a lot of research on what happens to somebody who's suffering from mental health issues and addiction, alcoholism, that gets into playing music in a group setting.
No, there's essentially nothing. But what we have seen are really profound transformations. So this is what's called anecdotal evidence, right? There was no grand research study, but we've seen this. Rock to Recovery has been around for nearly 8 years now. We've written over 16,000 songs. We've had, thousands of groups, worked with tens of thousands of people. And so we're seeing patterns over and over, but this is not coming from a traditional research study. But these are the clinical outcomes, what we call measures of wellness, that we see when people play music and sing. And one is that we transform emotional states from negative and shame-based to positive and hopeful. We see a reduction or an elimination of cravings for drugs. We see a greater connection between peers. I mean, a lot of people, listen, when you're stuck in rehab with someone, especially like now when people can't get out to group outings and whatnot, and we hear all the time, if that guy shares about his girlfriend, wife, mother, son one more time, ... comes the threat, right? People work in a group together to write a song because it's exciting and it's empowering. So we see a connection with peers.
And can I interject? Sorry. And the other thing is we talked about earlier, but we can go a little more in detail when you're speaking about oxytocin, which is called by science the love molecule. And oxytocin is released in these types of sessions. Also, when women give childbirth, when we hug somebody for 20 seconds. But oxytocin is the love molecule, and it makes us feel bonded and connected. And in these sessions, this is stimulated, the release of oxytocin. And one of the key goals, we call it the holy grail of rock recovery, is to get everybody singing the mantra, which in pop or rock music culture would be called the hook or the chorus. We get them singing the mantra together. And then they get that nice release of oxytocin. They feel connected. And for somebody in mental health and addiction sufferers, they never feel connection. That's the thing they strive for. And what we often say is the opposite of mental health problems or the opposite of addiction is connection.
Yeah, it's so true. And the other part of that in terms of writing the song is we see a place where people can safely channel and to release trapped emotions. Wes and I have both worked with veterans quite a lot. And in one of his groups with the Air Force Wounded Warrior Program, there was a woman who shared about, and this is not uncommon, one of our veterans shared about how she wanted to kill herself, the night before. And it was a beautiful, if not dark, but honest spoken word piece. She was able to share that in a safe way by writing it as a song in a way she would never be able to talk about or express it. She
literally said she was going to a wounded Air Force Wounded Warrior care event. And she said, this won't work for me. I'll go do it. And when I get home, I'm going to kill myself. She had a plan. She has a name for it. I can't remember, but anyhow. And we wrote the song and she goes, I got this thing I wrote. It's just like, I wanted to get it out. It's probably too dark. And we said, no, go ahead and do it. Now we're performing the song. Because with the Air Force, we perform at the end of the week, the song we wrote to about 200 or 300 servicemen and women and brass and all this. And we created a bridge of the song where she just walked up to the mic and did the spoken word thing about, I was going to kill myself on Sunday, and poured it out. And I'd like to make the other point, because I actually talked to a woman who was a therapist a couple of years ago, and she knew I played in Korn. She's like, how can you do spiritual work and play in such a band? And for anybody that doesn't understand, it's the same thing that happens in an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting or a trauma process group. When somebody shares their darkness, that lets the other people know have that same darkness or something similar. They're not alone. And that saves lives.
I want to interrupt you because that is one place where there actually is some very good research is on metal. And that very dark music is actually a way for people, when they listen to that, to feel connected and to be able to express their own dark emotions. And if you're interested in that research, I would suggest you look it up because there is good research on that, because that's not what the researchers, yeah, exactly, rock and roll. It's not exactly what the researchers expected. So so we do see that expression of feelings. People develop a sense of self-awareness and an increase in self-esteem. They get out of their comfort zone. All the time when we go to events, no one wants to sing, unless someone really knows they have it's like, I don't want to sing because someone, 45 years ago told them, that they don't have a good voice. And so, but that's not what this is about. It's about the expression of emotions. And so we get people to discover hidden talents, to try new things, to participate in a group and improve their social skills, to potentially have a spiritual experience through singing and playing music, to learn that recovery can be fun. One of the things that I love about what we do is, in order to fund our nonprofit work, every year for the last 4 years, and maybe this year, Rock to Recovery has a show in Los Angeles. And we bring in half of the audience, maybe a little more than half, are people from treatment facilities who have. Moby received an award from us, and he asked the audience, he said, he wanted to know who he was talking to for his acceptance speech. And he said, how much time clean do y'all have? And some kid shouted, I've got 4 days. Right? So to come from that and then be at this big rock show where sold out event and it's rock stars all over the stage, to know that recovery can be fun, I think is very important for music, especially because we're getting more and more musicians in recovery from mental health concerns and addiction all throughout the business. On the front side, the bands that you see, and on the back side, all the support, the crews and the management and all that. We're seeing a lot more support for recovery.
And there's a shift too, which in like Sonny, our guy who was in a rehab, they wouldn't let him listen to music because they thought it was a trigger. And for some, it certainly can be. But now if we look at like music's bad, it's a trigger, to our concerts, which are sober events, which like you're saying, 1,300 people, no booze, no nothing. And a bunch of rock stars going, music's cool. And you can be Moby and be totally sober.
Yeah. So there's so many ways that we get these amazing outcomes, and would it be great if someone wanted to, do a clinical study on music or several studies on music? It'd be fantastic. But what we know in the trenches, in the field, and this, personally from your own experience, that music changes lives. So Wes, I'd love for you to tell us a couple of stories before we take a question or two.
Well, you said one of my favorite things, and we've been blessed to get to speak about this a lot all around the world. And, like anything you speak on, you get new information and new discoveries. And one of the things that I like to share when you're talking about a spiritual experience, spirituality is so hard to define, to explain to somebody, what is it? A lot of people that come in, into recovery, addiction, mental health, alcoholism, whatever it is, trauma, it's really hard to believe in a God, especially gods that are force-fed us with all this trauma we're surrounded with. And so spirituality really gets tough to comprehend or accept or be open to on a conscious level, if you're with me on that. Mm-hmm. Hey, this is a spiritual program, spiritual, whatever, what a hippie, But here's where I see the spirituality of Rock to Recovery is it's an experiential spirituality, which to me is the most powerful. So I use like the metaphor of this kind of like hard shell that I got from in my life, and I'm not blaming my addiction on it, but it's just what I experienced. And, we come into this world as babies and we're pretty pure. And then we get a heartbreak or dad yells at us and we get this tough layer around us, especially if we're a warrior and we've seen trauma or murder, or you've been in some emotional traumas in the household and the shame and guilt. We just get this tough shell around. And what I learned working with Wounded Warriors is, in all the different people we work with, when we're in that dark place, it feels very much the same, no matter what path got us there, which is alone, isolation. It's never going to be good again. And just that shell is so thick. Mm-hmm. And what happens with music is we crack through that thick shell. It's a tough one. We crack through and we get to that childhood, playful 5-year-old boy or girl that dances down the cereal aisle and doesn't even realize anybody's looking at them. We crack through and get to that. And that's what I see in people's eyes after a session, is they tap into that thing that they haven't felt in so long. And really, to me, the essence of spirituality is remembering oneself as pure love, joy, compassion, creativity, and being fearless. And when we can show them that that part of them still exists, it's incredibly powerful. And I don't see it quantified anywhere in any sort of, like when we do group notes for insurance companies, did they tap into their inner child and find their spiritual center again? I mean, how do we quantify that? And I certainly don't think it's on the other side of any pharmaceutical. And I just want to make the disclaimer. I understand there's an important role in pharmaceuticals in recovery. I'm just speaking in contrast.
Well, thank you so much, Wes, for that. And we have a few minutes left. I would love to know if there are any questions that anyone has. If you want to pipe those through to us, 320. If not, Wes will share with us about the combat veteran with all the surgeries. I think it's important to talk about not just the spiritual, but the physical help that music can give.
I wish I remembered this woman's name, but she came into, we get flown, or Rock Recovery gets flown around to different Air Force bases to work with wounded veterans. And we had 15 or so people in the group, and this woman came in a wheelchair. She had well over 100 surgeries. She could start naming them. I had 5 here ahead of her. She had been, blown up and mutilated horrifically. And she was in her wheelchair, and we wrote the song. She's like, I have not sang since I was a little kid, but shoot, I'll try it. And we're encouraging her. And so as we went to perform this, I remember we were in Nebraska in a big, giant converted Air Force hangar, and we're performing to the brass and about 300 veterans. And if you put this in a movie, or you tried to put it in a movie, they would cut it out because it's so obvious and cheesy from that. But in the real life, it was like, so we're performing, and she has set up her mic by the wheelchair. And then as we're getting into the song and doing the performance, she pushes her wheelchair out and grabs the mic and stands up and starts singing the song. And we're just like, what the hell? Yes, I will say it. We were like blown away. It was amazing. And these are the incredible transformations that happen in the unexpected sense with modalities like Dr. Sharf Constance is sharing about, when we have these alternative therapies that do the unexpected, that aren't on your typical, like, I'm going to play guitar and what? I'm going to get up out of my wheelchair?
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge. And so we see spiritual growth, we see mental growth, we see physical growth from music. I'd also like to talk, since we have a couple of minutes, I'd like to talk about children, because Rock to Recovery does work with youth. We've worked with youth, for a long time. And children are different. They actually respond better than adults do because their brains are still developing. Our brains don't get fully developed until we're 25 years old. And so youth, and especially teens, because their brains are doing what we call pruning, they respond extremely well and very quickly to music. And so it's very important for me personally to see, the support for music programs in schools to get. We want healthy kids to stay healthy. And one of the ways we can do that is through music. Excuse me, Wes, we have 3 minutes left. Do you have some closing remarks?
Yeah, I guess the best closing remarks would be to say thank you to 320 Festival, to Kevin Lyman, all the wonderful people that are too numerous to name, to loving memory of Chester Bennington. Again, thank you to Brandon Novak for giving us the introduction. thank you to everybody involved with this wonderful festival and joining of forces, giving us the forum to speak about the work we do. We're very passionate about helping anybody suffering from mental health and addiction issues. You can find us on the internet at RockTO, spelled out, Recovery. We got the Instagram, the Twitter, the Facebook, and a website. And we offer, in this realm of COVID and lockdown and stay-at-home agenda, we've started offering some public-facing events. We do every Saturday morning at 10 a.m. a breathwork meditation, which if you haven't tried it, it's, as Constance says, an active breathing meditation where we do it, people start crying and have these, we call it breathwork breakthroughs, because for a lot of people, they break through to this other realm of, subconsciousness, if you will. We're going to be doing Music Mondays, because a lot of the work we do is in treatment centers where obviously we can't invite you down, but we're going to do public-facing event, Music Mondays, where anybody's invited just to go on a musical journey with us. You don't have to have an instrument or have played anything. And we have meditation groups on Wednesdays, and these are all free. And what we're finding is that, we're getting people that are dialing in from St. Petersburg and the Ukraine and South Africa and all over the globe, because people are yearning for connection. Is it the same as being in person and having a hug? No. But as you started saying, in the Matrix, time and distance doesn't really matter to our energetic exchange. Connecting with 27 people and doing a breathwork session at 10 a.m. on a Saturday has proven to be really powerful for me. So anywhere we can support you, please reach out to us. It's been an honor and a privilege, and I thank you. Doc?
Thank you so much for having us. We are, as Wes said, incredibly grateful to the 320 Festival, in particular to Linda for starting this ball rolling. It is so important that we speak about mental health, about addiction, that this not be locked away. It is nothing to be ashamed of to get support. As Wes said, we're offering free public-facing sessions via the internet. But reach out to us or to someone else in your community and get the help that you need. Thank you so much for having us.
You're worth it. You can do it. The world needs you.
My name is Ali Borowski. I am the CEO and founder of Find Your Anchor, a grassroots movement aimed at suicide awareness and prevention. At Find Your Anchor, we're all about these little blue boxes that we launch into the world. Suicide prevention has always been very near and dear to me. I survived multiple suicide attempts, and everything that I encountered in the mental health world just felt super sterile and corporate, and nothing really resonated with me. So I thought, I'm going to create something different and something tangible. So we launch these boxes into the world. We send them directly to those who are struggling, and we partner with organizations all around the world. In the height of my darkness, my fundamental core belief was that nobody would care. I felt super isolated and alone, and I couldn't feel the resources and love that I was surrounded by. So I thought, if I can prove that to you that strangers care about you, then maybe it won't be so hard to believe that your friends and family do as well. So if you're interested in learning more, please visit our website, findyouranchor.us.
Hey 320 Fest, we are Moontower. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you so much for tuning in. At the end of all of our shows, we say pretty simply, it's just to take care of yourself and take care of each other. We hope everybody's staying happy and healthy. And just a reminder, sometimes the people who give the most need the most. So reach out to your friends, reach out to your family. We're going to play a song called Got My Way. That's actually coming out this Friday. And it's about telling your family that you love them when you do, because we all know that we won't always get to. So welcome to our front yard, and we hope you like this song. You off when I was young, just to run with the real ones. See my name hang up in the rafters. Didn't didn't cry when your heart stopped. Never cold, now my time's up. I can't feel nothing, nothing matters. Love and left don't matter. Got my way, look what I've done, what have I done? But kept aside from you. Thought I'd die before 19. Wanna prize, but had no peace. I felt ashamed of feeling worthless, but you knew to save me when pride was silent. Oh, I wished I thanked you when I couldn't. Love left on my tongue. Got my way. What I've done, what have I done? But kept aside from you. What have I done? What have I done to you? What have I done? What have I done to you? You gave me the space when I needed some. Let me push you away just to be someone. And now I'm left here, leaving voicemails every day. 'Cause I got my way. Space when I needed some. Let me push you away just to be someone. And now I'm left here, leaving voicemails every day. 'Cause I got my way. Love left on my tongue. Got my way, look what I've done, what have I done? But kept aside from you. What have I done? What have I done to you? What have I done? What have I done to you? You gave me the space when I needed some. Let me push you away just to be someone. And now I'm left here, leaving voicemails every day. 'Cause I got my way. 'Cause I got my way. Think I lost my way. Thank you so much. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other.
We know the restaurant and bar industry.
We know the exhausting hours and heated environment.
We know you are givers, and at times you give too much.
We know self-care is not always top of mind.
We know substance abuse is easy.
And we know that it has potential for self-destruction.
We know that quitting is hard.
We know asking for help is sometimes harder.
We know support is necessary.
Come be supported.
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 Come be heard.
Hey guys, we are Julien-K from Long Beach, California. We are longtime friends of Talinda, and we really, really want to say thank you to her for including us in this, and thank you to all of you. We're going to play a semi-acoustic version of Cast into the Sea from my little lounge area outside my studio at my house in Long Beach, California. So we hope you guys like it. That's right. Hope we don't mess up. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Cast into a sea of a different kind, shouting in the face of the wind. Nothing I could say would change your mind. said, no matter how long, we're cast into a sea of a different kind, sliding in the wake that we've left behind. No matter what's wrong, moving through a different state of mind, cast into a sea of a different kind. You know you can't fight the need to surrender, but maybe we could give it a try. Maybe we could give it a try. But I remember her lonely eyes as she said, no matter how long, we're cast into a sea of a different kind, sliding in the wake that we've left behind. No matter what's wrong, I'm moving through a different state of mind, sliding through the wake that we've left behind. No matter how long, we're cast into a sea of a different kind, sliding in the wake that we've left behind. No matter what's wrong, I'm moving through a different state of mind, cast into a sea of a different kind.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, it's Brian Cuban. Thank you for tuning into the 320 Festival and joining in the conversation around mental health. As someone who is in recovery from an addiction as well as other mental health issues, I understand the stigma surrounding it. That is why it is so important for us to address these issues, to break the stigma, and especially in underserved communities who often end up warehoused in jails as the primary mental health treatment, which is generally no treatment whatsoever. That is why this conversation is so important in decriminalizing mental health, destigmatizing mental health. Thank you for being part of the conversation. That is how we break stigma.
Hello and welcome to Criminalizing Mental Illness, America's Shame.
And I am your host, or moderator, as it were. I'm Jason Flom. I am the founding board member of the Innocence Project in New York and the host of the Wrongful Conviction podcast. And I'm very excited to introduce this amazing group of people that we have here today. Justin Brooks is the founder of the California Innocence Project. Matt Butler is a tremendously talented musical artist and the founder and leader of the Just One Foundation, which he'll tell you more about. Tara Connor, former Miss USA and advocate. And we have Paul Samuels on here somewhere. Paul is the executive director of the Legal Action Center in New York, making profound changes in the way we criminalize mental health. And we have Larry Williams, who is my legal assistant. And Larry was recently released from prison after serving over 17 years for a minor crack cocaine offense. So he's going to give us some firsthand information. And I'm going to get right into it. So, it is a national shame, which is why we call the panel that we criminalize mental illness at all. We know that a large percentage, and I'll let the experts talk about that, of our incarcerated population suffer from these problems. And of course, they are victimized in so many ways by the system. And I want to start with you, Justin. You've been doing this work for 30-something years. What is your observation of how we deal with people who would be better served by being treated, but instead are locked up?
Yeah, so I first set foot in a correctional facility in 1987 as a law student, and I ended up teaching a class in the prison and starting a family literacy program to help connect inmates with their children. And we actually taught the inmates how to teach their children to read, and then we brought the children out to the prisons to have connections between these fathers and sons and daughters. And, back then I started also writing and researching about prisons, and my eyes were open. I was absolutely shocked to find out that the United States, always, said to be the wealthiest country in the world and most powerful country with all these resources, that we really, by a lot of metrics, have the worst prison system in the world. If you look at our success rates with recidivism, if you look at the percentage of people that we lock up, and a lot of that has to do with damage that we do to people's mental health while they're that actually shoot ourselves in the foot, that cause people to end up going through a revolving door and ending up back in prison. So it's a very important thing for us to focus on making people better while they're incarcerated, so that they come out, they've got more of a chance of succeeding in a lawful way.
Right. And instead, we created an evil revolving door, so to speak, right? In that people who are suffering are locked up. And then once they get there, they can't follow the rules that there are so many of. As a result, they get penalized, repenalized, and they get put into solitary, or they get punished in other ways. Their situation gets worse. They end up also, when they get out, violating their parole or probation because they can't follow it the way people could if they didn't have these problems. Paul, I want to turn it over to you. Can you talk about some of the work that you're doing and some of the problems that we face? And Paul is the head of the Legal Action Center based in New York.
Thanks, Jason, and thanks for putting together this really important panel. It's really a national disgrace that we have over 2 million people locked up in the United States. We lead the world in incarceration, not exactly the same as winning an Olympic gold medal. We have more people behind bars than China or any other country. And many Americans now understand the urgency of ending mass incarceration. But what's still not clear, even to many of the advocates, is that we cannot accomplish the important goal of eliminating mass incarceration if we don't address mental health and substance use disorders. Just a couple of statistics make that really plain as day. Every study shows that between 60 and 80% of people at every stage of the criminal justice system, including in the prisons and jails, have a substance use disorder, or they were using drugs at the time of arrest. Studies also show that if we look at the incarcerated population now, it's up to between a quarter and a half, depending on the jail or prison, of the people who are incarcerated have a mental health problem. So with those statistics, you don't have to be a math genius to understand that most people who are incarcerated, or even in the criminal justice system as a whole, have a mental or substance use disorder, and many have both. And as a result, now many jails in our country, again, disgracefully, are the largest providers of mental health in their communities. How did we get to this horrible situation? It's an abomination that the prison system has become the mental health, the de facto mental health care provider in many parts of the country. And let's be real about who the people are. Who are the people that end up incarcerated because they don't have access to the health care they need on the outside? Well, they don't look like me, most of them. Most people in the criminal legal system are Black and brown and disadvantaged socioeconomically. And it's only getting worse now with the COVID epidemic. We're seeing increases in mental health and substance use problems. And once again, it's hitting disproportionately on communities of color. So we really do have a lot of work to do. There are solutions to this problem. And we have a project at my organization, Legal Action Center, called No Health Equals No Justice. And we've laid out a roadmap that really focuses on the fact that we need to start focusing on health rather than punishment as the main focus for the huge percentage of people in the criminal legal system at every stage who have mental health and substance use problems. And I can talk a little later about some of the specific things that we advocate for, but that's really, the main task we think that is in front of us.
Yeah, and to your point, Paul, we incarcerate more people per capita than any country in the history of the world. Actually, we have more people in prison now than Russia and China combined. It's beyond. Tara, how did you come into this work, and what's your take on the whole situation? What can we do better?
I became a recovery advocate around 2007, right after I was Miss USA. I had gotten busted for having cocaine in my system because I'm one of those people that was suffering from a substance use disorder. And throughout the years, people wanted to hear my story because I was Miss USA. And so they were like, come speak for us. And I think about 5 to 7 years into my advocacy work, I started to get more engaged in the correctional facilities. I was lobbying in DC, and I found that you just see it. It's one thing to hear it, but it's another thing to actually experience it. I've spoken in several jails and correctional facilities, and what's so upsetting is I'm speaking to myself. The only difference between me and them is that I didn't get caught by, the cops. I got caught by the Miss Universe organization. And so it's frustrating for me as someone who is an abuse survivor, of someone that is a rape survivor. I've watched people that I love get locked up for years on years on years for a minor drug offense, but a rapist or someone who is a pedophile gets out in a handful of years, or they don't even see a prison cell. And so it's frustrating because what we're doing is we're locking people up for being sick. I talk about it in my TED Talk, Recover Out Loud, where just like Paul said, it's up towards 80% of the people that are locked up suffer from a substance use disorder or alcoholism or addiction. And it's frustrating because we're punishing people for having an illness that is treatable and that is fixable. And instead of giving them access to a long-term recovery program or the mental health facilities that they could recreate their lives just by getting on the right medications. I mean, you don't lock up a diabetic or someone that has cancer, but if someone's suffering from depression, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, they're being put into solitary confinement for acting up. And the truth is they just don't have that social veneer to be out into the world, and no one's helping them. And so the more I've been doing this, I spoke for this organization called the Hines Foundation in Richmond, Virginia, and they did a study in one of the wings of their jail where they brought in peer-to-peer recovery to that one ring, and they reduced recidivism significantly, and they saved the state of Virginia millions of dollars in 6 months just by doing this study. And I just found that so fascinating that we don't talk about it more. I mean, we're talking about Corona and this pandemic that we're living in, yet substance use disorder or mental health, we have more people die from that every single day, but we still have such a stigma attached to that. And so, I've been speaking as loudly as I can about the truth that I've seen, and I've met some incredible people along the road, like Matt, and it's just it's hard to think that we live in this amazing country where we're just locking people up for being sick, and then it's making millions of money, millions of dollars for people while people are suffering. It's preventable, it's treatable. And a lot of the, substance use starts in adolescence. So these kids are learning how to cope with life when addiction and trying to navigate through their mental health. And so many of us could have prevented going down that road had we had the right prevention programs in place, or if we just offered the solutions that were affordable for people to have access to them. Because I can promise you that if I had the knowledge that I have now when I was a little bit younger, I probably would, I can't say for sure, but I don't think I would have made the same decisions that I made along the road. So it's important to have this conversation because we do have so many people that are suffering, and I watched people try to get out of prison and they have no tools. So they go to what's comfortable and they go back to their old life. So I'm so grateful to be on this panel, and I'm so grateful to be amongst so many amazing people, because I do feel like, you know, if you make enough noise, people will start to listen. It's like hitting your head against a brick wall, but if you do it enough, like, they'll start to have a little crack. So I'm just grateful to be here, and I've seen too much. So that's why I'm here.
No, and that's a perfect segue because, you know, myself, I suffered from substance abuse issues as a kid, but because I was in New York and, you know, was, you know, an executive, I went to rehab. Larry Williams, who's on with us right now, had a very different experience. And, you know, I'm not a religious person, but I see Larry and I go there, but for the grace of God, go I, because Larry was arrested and thrown in prison, where he was left for over 17 years. So Larry, can you tell us about your experience and what the, you know, what it really looks like inside there for people who suffer from these issues?
Yes, thank you for the question. And there was a lot that was spoken of by my fellow panelists, and a lot of that is true. How I can add value to this conversation is that poverty and mental disorder match, and that shouldn't be. And the thing is, there's something called like the school of prison pipeline, and in that school of prison pipeline, like schools are geared towards pushing in low income areas, pushing them towards incarceration, and it starts by over policing the classroom and even involving the authorities as opposed to trying to figure out what's going on with the youth, right? So then they get used to that type of style of living, and then before you know it, they're in prison, right? So now in prison, what happens is there's no therapy. There's minimal therapy. So a lot of times the issues that you're really going through at a certain point in time, if you complain enough, they'll just give you some type of medication to quell you and actually just knock you out so that you sleep a bunch of hours. Also, what happens is that, you know, people that have schizophrenia and that's bipolar and all these things, they put them into cells with other people who don't, right? And then that right there causes a toxic situation, and then they won't move them. So what happens is one or the other gets hurt, right? So either the person who has the mental issues get hurt, or the person who becomes a victim of the person who's schizophrenic, as an example, right? One of the things is that we need to try to put our resources together, because guess what? Prisons have become the biggest mental institution in the nation. And when you look at that and realize that, and then you wonder, like, what's the cure? So you could have somebody that goes through a whole prison term, but if you didn't address the mental issues and you didn't put them in therapy, then if they did what they did, then you actually are setting them up to go back out there and do the same thing. And then what's also a thing is that, you know, as an example, like when I'm at the university, right, I had a lot of people, colleagues and friends that didn't look like me. And when I explained to them that I didn't have a therapist, like it blew them away. Like they couldn't even understand. And a lot of them was like, I can't even cope without my therapist, or being able to talk things through and be able to work through my process. And that is a big thing. So in closing, and then one other thing is that they misdiagnose people. And they use, I don't like to use the word guinea pig because I'm a vegan. So like what I would say is that they use them as testing patients. So what happens is if they get a new drug, they test it on the people who's in prison. Thank you.
It's insane. Yeah, I mean, I've heard people refer to it as the Thorazine shuffle. They give them Thorazine in prison instead of giving them therapy. And of course, that makes matters worse. Matt, you've been doing incredible work. I'd say you've really been providing musical therapy in prisons for many years now. And I'm a big fan of your work. So can you talk to us about your experience and everything that you've seen?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you. I'm really humbled by that introduction, and humbled to be on a panel with such knowledgeable and experienced and distinguished individuals. I'm kind of surprised to have made it on here myself, but I would say that I've had the good fortune of being able to do service, like you mentioned, you know, in correctional facilities around the country for the past couple of years. And I would say that it has been an enlightening experience, to say the least. on one level, I've never felt as useful or as purposeful as an artist or as a writer as I have. I mean, the best audiences I've ever played for have been in correctional facilities, and those have been some of the most powerful experiences that I've ever had. I would say, to kind of tag along with some of the things that have already been mentioned, starting with something that Paul said, and then I think with what Larry was saying, this idea of distinguishing between something that's meant to be punitive versus rehabilitative. What's the nature of the criminal justice system? What's the goal? What is society's goal? As far as that kind of thing. And I would say on one level, it hasn't been uniform. My experience of the way people have been treated in correction facilities throughout the country has not been uniform, in the sense that I've met some amazing individuals doing incredible work, trying as hard as they possibly can to be helpful in a very difficult situation. I mean, right now there's a guy named Tommy Demonkoff who does all the volunteer DOC stuff here in New York, and he's doing a project called the Right Now Project for the inmates at Rikers Island who are entirely cut off from visitors of any kind. And so, he's providing all sorts of material and arts therapy work and videos and scripts and worksheets and all kinds of things. And I know that guy is really working and hustling to get all that accomplished. So there are definitely some people doing some important things. But my experience has been, that like the majority of people that I've met inside correction facilities, I think, like everybody that I've probably ever met, have some healing that they need to do, that there's really some healing that has to happen. And I think that, someone that goes in with a substance abuse disorder, or someone that's a pedophile or something like that, I think those people are all, have some healing they need to do and are potentially sick in a whatever way. And we have to kind of think about what is our stance. Are we trying to be punitive, or are we trying to help people and be really rehabilitative? My experience performing music it has been such an honor and such a privilege, because I think that, in order for people to heal, they have to be allowed on some level to be vulnerable or to feel some safety. And it's sort of tragic and ironic, because it struck me very early on that, like, the last place that you could ever be vulnerable was inside a correctional facility. It seemed like a place that abhorred vulnerability, or maybe loved vulnerability in a sort of a toxic way. But to be able to go into a facility and play a song and connect with someone, about some experience, some shared experience, and try, if only for a very brief moment, to kind of transform the space, into one where someone can feel safer to feel some things that they might not otherwise be willing to feel or reveal, has been one of the great honors of my life. And I would say that, if anything, the opportunity to do service has been personally transformative for me. So I know that I'm certainly the beneficiary of having done that work, and that I plan on continuing doing. But anyway, I think that's a good place for me to cap it off. So thank you, Jason.
Yeah, well, thank you. And thanks for all your service. It's incredible. And it is incredibly fulfilling. And I think everybody on this panel can attest to that. Like being able to give back to people who need it most is kind of what we're here for. Justin, you work with a subset of our 2.3 million incarcerated people. Unfortunately, it's a very large subset, which is people who are actually innocent. And for you, there's a unique set of challenges, because when you're representing someone who suffers from these challenges and is innocent, how does that play out?
Yeah, so it is a unique subset, because I think, when people go to prison and they've committed crimes, even though everything we're talking about is accurate, and we need to have a system that's more rehabilitative, and we need to think more like Northern Europe, and how can we make this a better person while they're incarcerated, innocent people go through a whole unique mental health process, because they wake up every day in a surrealistic nightmare, because they don't belong there. I mean, we're talking about how we don't really want anybody in this situation. We want to improve it. But when you're innocent, you can't make any connection as to why you're there. None of it makes any sense. And so they really struggle. And sometimes we have cases where people are innocent and we then have to deal with other charges they've had in prison because they don't settle into the life of a prisoner because they're not supposed to be there. And then the mental health issues when they come home are really, really unique because they go through this cycle. And I've been fortunate enough to walk more than 30 people out of prison after finding them innocent. And I go through the same speech with every one of them, which is for all these years, very few people have cared about you. For the next 48 hours, everybody's going to care about you. Everybody's going to want to talk to you. You're going to be on the news. It's going to be a whole big thing. And then they're all going to go away. It's going to be quiet again. And you got to figure out how to move on with your life. So the roller coaster that they go through with that, it's emotions that even though I've witnessed them over the last 30 years, I still have no idea what it's like. I can't imagine that feeling. There's a great video that people could look at on YouTube. And if you search for "man eats hamburger after 36 years, it's me taking one of my clients, Michael Handline, to Carl's Jr. the day he got out of prison. So he spent 36 years in prison. And with every one of my clients, and Jason, I know you've done this many times too, you say, where do you want to go eat? I'll take you anywhere. Because there's nothing better than that first meal with somebody after prison. And Mike said, I've been seeing these Carl's Jr. ads for years, and that looks really good. So I said, I can definitely take him there. I can afford that. So I take him to Carl's Jr., and you can see in this video, just the look on his face when he's trying to figure out how to order. And then later on, he's trying to figure out how to use the ice machine, because in the 70s, you didn't get your own sodas. You didn't use the ice machine. And it's just a glimpse into his first moments after 36 years of being locked away. And Mike was, of course, ecstatic when he first got out. The first night he calls me and he says, have you ever slept on a Posturepedic mattress? It's like sleeping on a cloud. And he's all excited and everything's new. He's like a newborn person. But then the next thing you know, he hasn't signed up for his Social Security when he was 65, so they don't want to give him Social Security benefits and Medicaid and Medicare, and he doesn't have a driver's license. He doesn't have a place to stay. He's got no money. And then all of a sudden, all that anger and emotion is wrapped up in that he lost all those decades for something he didn't do. And moving on from that is a tremendous, tremendous challenge. Fortunately, it's very, very strong people who make it through the prison situation and come out. And so there are people who are better equipped to deal with those struggles. But every time I see it, I just can't imagine what it's like.
No, it's impossible to get inside. And for you and I, we're around these amazing people so much, but it's still, it's impossible to put ourselves in their shoes, no matter how hard we try. Paul, you've been doing with the Legal Action Center some incredible work in New York. And I think there's a model that you've created that we're hoping that the other states will follow. So can you talk about some of the changes you've been able to enact over the last couple of years?
Yeah, I'm very happy to do that, Jason. As I mentioned, we have a project at Legal Action Center called No Health Equals No Justice. And we're really honing in on this key point that we really need to make fundamental change in the way the criminal justice system operates, and that we should change the focus, especially for the enormous number of people that we've been talking about who are there because largely because of substance use and mental health issues, to change the focus at every stage of the criminal legal system, from punishment to health. So we should start off by identifying people and sending them to treatment instead of arresting them. And if they're arrested, we should send people to treatment before they're prosecuted. If they're prosecuted, we should send them to treatment instead of incarcerating them. If they're incarcerated, then let's provide treatment inside and when they're released. But the key principle should be a focus on health instead of on just locking people up, prosecuting them, and putting them away. There's some fundamental things that need to happen to do that. And New York has been a model, and we've worked very closely with the state, with the city, with other advocates to try to move forward. New York has by no means perfect, but there are some really important reforms that the state and the city have achieved over the last decade or so that are making a huge difference. A first one is that we have to expand community-based mental health and substance use prevention, treatment, and recovery throughout the country so that health options are available to everyone. Most immediately, Congress should include a large expansion of those services in the next COVID aid package because it takes resources. New York and a number of other states have been willing to invest those resources, but it's still not nearly enough. Secondly, New York has probably the most robust alternative to incarceration and reentry service system in the country. We need to have those kinds of services and bring them to scale so that there are alternative to incarceration programs and reentry programs available. If judges don't have alternatives, they're much more likely to sentence people to prison, even if treatment is the much better approach. And New York now, as I was saying, in many parts of the state, though, still doesn't have those services. Where they are available, largely in downstate New York, there's been a tremendous reduction in the jail and prison population. And then for those who are incarcerated, every jail and prison should address people's health needs, provide them quality treatment inside the walls, including medications if they need them to treat mental illness, and also medications to treat opioids and alcohol dependence, and then link them with care in the community. One of the things we're quite worried about with the COVID pandemic is that we're losing sight of the fact that we still have an awful overdose epidemic in this country that's killing a lot of people, and we need to focus on that. One key in all of this is that we know what the solutions are. So that's both the most frustrating thing about all this, but also the thing that gives us the most optimism. We've known for quite a while what we should be doing, so let's start doing it. And the other really key important factor that New York has taken tremendous advantage of is the Medicaid expansion in the Affordable Care Act. Most people who are in the criminal justice system, and virtually everybody who's incarcerated, became eligible for Medicaid under Obamacare's Medicaid expansion. I mean, it used to be before that only people who had families, dependent children, were eligible for Medicaid. And that excluded a large number of people in the criminal justice system. And as I said, virtually everybody incarcerated not having custody of children. But now Medicaid will pay for these kinds of healthcare services, substance use and mental health care. It also has coverage at much better ways than it did before. So what we've been advocating and what New York has been doing is that everybody should be enrolled in Medicaid who's incarcerated. New York is doing that in their prison system. And in fact, the entire criminal legal system should be enrolling people in Medicaid at whatever point they come in, whether it's arrest or in front of the courts or if people are incarcerated, because that Medicaid card will give people the access to the care that they need. Unless anybody think that this is somehow soft on crime instead of being what it is, which is really smart on crime, look at what's happened in New York. The crime rate has come down as the prison population has come down. Both have gone down significantly, putting the lie to the idea that you have to lock people up to reduce crime. We don't. So we should be making all of these reforms in every part of the country. And the federal government should also step up and help by providing more resources. And also there are some key policy reforms that the federal government could implement. One of the biggest ones is that right now Medicaid won't pay for any healthcare services inside the walls. At the very least, Medicaid should be paying for when people are about to leave jail or prison to assess what their health needs are, start them on medications if they need them, and link them to care in the community. So when they come out, they're also going to be on Medicaid and be able to get those services. These are the kinds of things that will make a huge reduction in incarceration, and they're key to ending mass incarceration.
Thanks, Paul. Tara, for you, what is your, I have two questions. What is your number one priority right now? And if you could change one thing about how we criminalize mental illness in this country, what would it be?
One thing, well, one thing that I'm working on right now, as from my little COVID bubble at home, is just really trying to encourage people that recovery works. You know, I mean, there is a way up and out of that the seemingly hopeless state of mind and body that a lot of us have suffered from. And I've watched people who have lived half their lives on Skid Row get into a recovery program and completely turn their life around. And most of them end up being part of the solution, whether it's working in reentry programs, whether it's working at the Salvation Army, there's so much that we can do. And, I became an advocate around 13 years ago when we had a hard time getting people into treatment, when insurance wasn't recognizing addiction, when people didn't even want to recognize addiction. I mean, hell, when I was Miss USA, I was like a witch at the Salem witch trials, like shame on you, right? And I'm just this 20-year-old girl who's lived a life of abuse and illness and suffering from this disease, not even knowing that I had it. So when I became an advocate, I just wanted it to be very clear to whoever I could reach that recovery works and it's possible for everyone. There's not a lost cause out there. Some of us need a little more work than others, but it doesn't mean that we're hopeless, right? Like hopeless doesn't need to be in the equation anymore. So just like Paul was saying, I do think that it needs to start as soon as possible. I mean, I remember sitting down in front of a prosecutor one time trying to convince me that someone who's gotten their 10th, 11th, 12th DUI is making a choice. And I don't think that anyone really chooses to get a DUI. I don't think anyone ever there's still such a stigma attached to mental health and addiction. And I think that that's something that personally I've been trying to squash throughout my years as an advocate in recovery, because recovery changed my life. It changed it on every single level, and it continues to change my life because it's a progressive illness. It's not something that you get reformed and then you're done. It's something that I'm going to constantly have to work on, but I have the ability to do that because I had tools placed at my feet by people before me. So, until we can get the government to basically come together and hear all of these advocates' ideas, hear all of these grassroots organizations, what options they're supplying. Sometimes it has to start at that level, at that grassroots level, where we make it a peer-to-peer situation. People in long-term recovery, there's over 20 million people, and we've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I think that we all can make a difference in recovering out loud and showing that it is an option and that it's possible, and that no matter how far down the scale you go, right, there's always a way up and out of that. So for me, what I've been working on for the past decade is just showing people that it's okay. It's okay to have a mental illness. It's okay to have a substance use disorder. You are not alone in that. There's so many of us that suffer in that way. And just kind of talking about it, normalizing mental health, normalizing depression, anxiety, panic, schizophrenia, alcoholism. It used to be such a wordy dirt, right? It doesn't have to be that. And, when it's getting to the point where we've been banging on doors for years, just trying to get lawmakers to listen to us and to show them, no, there's another option. There's another way. Like, let's give these people the opportunity to get the help that they need. Just like Matt was saying, there's a lot of healing that needs to happen. And I've seen it. I've seen it from Skid Row on. I've seen it coming to a jail, speaking once, and then going 6 months later to speak again. And the kid that picked me up from the airport was in jail when I spoke, and he was out living his life, being useful. I mean, there's so much good that can come from giving these people an ear and letting them know that, hey, we will help you, and we do love you, and we care about you, even though it may not feel like it. So what I'd like to see change is I would like to see it be a mandatory, situation where anyone that's going into prison has the assessment the second that they sit down, and what's going on, what's your history, what does it look like, how can we best serve you? Because if it's a correctional facility, then there needs to be some type of correction happening, and there needs to be that safe place. So in the meantime, I think that peer-to-peer recovery can be very helpful because people care. And I think that sometimes we need to hear that we're not alone, and that people do care about us, and that, we can sit here all day long and talk about this is what needs to be done and this is what we're trying to do. But in the meantime, I think that it's really important for those who are in long-term recovery to stand up and show that they can step up, go into correctional facilities, speak on panels, bring literature, let people know that there's an option, and if you're just a citizen that wants to do more, like go lobby, like knock on doors, call people, tell them like, hey, this matters and it's not okay. And we were talking about the opioid epidemic being like a pandemic. Like we have so many people dying from a preventable, treatable disease. And so I just feel like, I think it's a shame that we're in a world where we're hearing so many stories on the news about all these people dying, and they're saying they're putting them in refrigerator trucks, but they are doing that with alcoholics and addicts every single day, overdosing on fentanyl. So, it's a national problem, and it's a human rights issue. And so we need to be honest, and we need to tell the truth, and we need to show people what it used to be like, and that there's an opportunity to make it better. And, I always say that I'll tell my dirty laundry to whoever will listen, as long as it helps someone. So I think that for everyone watching, if you've gone through it, it's okay. Someone else has gone through it, and also we just need to make some noise, and we need to make treatment and health a primary function in our criminal justice system.
Yeah, I would go so far as to say it's a moral imperative that we help people who need the help. It's a fiscal imperative. It's more now than ever, because these people that we're locking up and paying $50, $75, $100,000+ to keep in cells could be out here paying taxes and being productive. And it's also public safety imperative, as you pointed out, because if we don't help people who have substance abuse problems, the next DUI could be something that ends up killing someone, someone that that belongs in the community, that has loved ones, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, I think you made an incredible point there. Larry, I'm going to brag about you for a second. I mean, Larry comes out 4 or 5 months ago, hits the ground running. He's now pre-law at Columbia. That's pretty impressive to me as a college dropout, you can imagine. But Larry, what else can we do? I mean, you have this incredible group here. You have, but none of us have had the experience you've had. You have these wonderful people listening, the organizers, everything else. What would be your top priority?
So I'm glad you asked that. So I would say it's a call to action, right? And what that is for one, I would like to say that it's important to divest over policing. Take some of that budget and actually use it to help the people as opposed to incarcerate them, right? The other thing is that, a lot of times, how about giving the people that's actually affected by it, how about giving them the platform to be able to help fix the situations themselves? So as an example, what tends to happen is that a lot of the people that's getting all this funding, right, they're actually the people that really don't know what's going on in our environment and post-incarceration. So what I would like to ask some of the people to do is actually try to figure out where your money is going, and how about giving it to the people that actually know and understand what's really going on. Another point I would like to make is that we got to understand certain things, because I was in Suicide Watch. I was a Suicide Watch companion. Even while I was inside prison, I contemplated hurting myself, right? Because I didn't want to deal with it. But then when I actually took on that position and actually heard other men explain to me why they wanted to hurt themselves, I actually grew from that. So one of the things is to start tapping into the people that actually experience that and putting them in position to be able to help the people who's going through, because they can speak from a place of understanding. And the other thing is that solitary confinement, there's organizations right now in New York trying to fight to stop that. I wanted to just let you know, and that's a big issue, and that really affects you. I spent sometimes probably you could add up to almost 2 years in solitary confinement. And a lot of times it was for, I got released, or it would be like a captain review order. And then they falsify documents. So the mental health people that's supposed to be there to help you, they'll just check off and say they seen you in a month or in the 90-month day period, and they never even see you. And there's no way you can actually prove or defend yourself that they did see you, right? And the last thing I want to say is that we got to know and understand part of helping with mental health is freedom plans. is to figure out how to free the people and actually, like Paul said, is put them in a position to understand why they're going through what they're going through and why they're experiencing what they're experiencing. And what that does is that stops incarceration. Like Paul said, that is the end of mass incarceration. And like I said, putting the people in position that really know.
Yeah, it's incredible that in our prisons in this country, our gulag system, you can be thrown in solitary for having too many stamps, for having a book that doesn't have your name on it or it's spelled. Or it's like the most minor infractions, and you end up in a literal version of hell on earth. Or hell inside of hell. So, it's a double, triple punishment. It's horrible. Matt, what else can other people do? You've done such amazing, work just going in and out of these prisons, bringing hope, bringing music. For people who are watching, I'm sure a lot of people are saying to themselves, well, what can I do? I'm just a regular person, but I want to do what Matt does. I want to get that same fulfillment, that same joy, and I want to bring that into these sort of hopeless places.
Well, I appreciate that question very much, and everything that's been said so far on this panel. It's been very powerful. I think that the opportunities to be helpful or to be of service exist all the time and all around us. And I think that certain things, they can, certain opportunities can look more attractive or glamorous in a certain way, but I do think that the ability to be kind of heroic on a day-to-day level, exists for everybody. I think on a practical level, there are, all kinds of volunteer opportunities that can be researched. I mean, that's really as simple as like just having the gumption to go through Google and look up what's available to you, in your local area. I think that there's a myriad of different ways of types of service that can be done. For me, my journey doing this specific thing started very synchronistically. And I would say a lot of it was like me kind of getting out of my own way and allowing myself to kind of be carried on a path. I mean, I ended up having the opportunity to play in a correctional facility in 2016. To put it this way, I never planned to do what I've been doing for the past 4 years. It was never something that I had laid out in a spreadsheet somewhere that this was going to be the path. What I did was I tried to remain open-minded in any given situation I had and reserve my own judgments about certain things because, to a degree, what I've done over the past 4 years might not have been appealing to who I was as a 20-year-old kid or as a 21-year-old kid. I might not have wanted that to be the path that I took. So remaining sort of radically open-minded about the ways that I could be of service at any given moment has been really helpful to me. And then I think that what you do is, for me, music is what I really love and what I have felt passionately about, for as long as I can remember, and started playing as soon as I kind of developed the courage or the desperation to do it. But I would say that my art and my career in a lot of practical levels didn't really take on a momentum of its own until I sort of found a way to be of service to something bigger than myself. So what I found was very fortunate was I was able to combine something that was very unique to me, something that I felt very personally connected to, which was writing and performing. And then I kind of got this other element came into the picture where I found an immediate way that I could use the thing that I was most passionate about to help others, rather than to just sort of serve myself and my own career and my own needs, my own desires and wants and things like that, which was something that really held me back for a long time. So I would say to anybody watching that feels the impulse or the compulsion to be helpful, and I think that, Jason, you said that it's a moral imperative, and I agree. I think that that's really on a lot of levels, the meaning of life is to, be helpful to someone else and ease somebody else's suffering. But find the thing that you love to do the most, the thing that you're best at, that you really feel passionately about, and think of a way to use that talent to serve. and then and then just get out of the way, put the work in, but get out of the way after that, and let it happen to you rather than the other way around, if that makes sense.
No, that makes a lot of sense. And now speed round, because we have about 2 minutes left. So I'm going to do 30 seconds with everybody. How do people learn more about the work that each of us is doing? If people want to follow me, I'm at It's Jason Flom. There's another Jason Flom. He's a college professor in Tallahassee. If you want to follow him, you can. But if you want to follow me, it's Jason Flom. And we'll go right around the horn real quick. Justin, how can people follow the California Innocence Project?
At CaliforniaInnocenceProject.org, and they can follow me on social media at Justin O. Brooks, Justino Brooks.
And Paul, what about the Legal Action Center?
You can go to lac.org, LAC for Legal Action Center, but just lac.org. Hashtag No Health, No Justice also.
Tara, you're at Tara Connor, Tara E. Connor, right?
Yes, some girl stole my name. It's fine. Or you can go to my TED Talk. It's recovery.
We're in the same boat. So check out her TED Talk, and maybe we'll introduce Tara Connor to the Jason Flom guy in Tallahassee and see what happens. Since they're both identity thieves, they'll probably enjoy each other's company. I don't know if I can say that. Okay, Larry, how do people follow you?
Yeah, you could follow me by just reaching out to Jason, or either you could reach out to me at on Instagram, Justice Refined.
Justice Refined?
Mm-hmm.
Justice Refined. Got it. Matt, what about you?
All my handles are at Matt Butler Songs, and you can, mattbutlersongs.com or Instagram at Matt Butler Songs. And you can learn about the volunteer work I do and the foundation work I do at the Just One Foundation, J1, the numeric 1. J1 Foundation.
Well, that's great. Thank you all for participating. I think one simple thing everyone can do, and maybe we can find a way to make this available, is write letters to people on the inside. That one letter can mean so much. So we'll hopefully be able to get that information out. And again, thank you, everybody at the 320 for putting this together and for including us and letting us, talk about this incredibly important issue.
Thanks a lot,
everybody.
See you.
What's up, everybody? This is Jason with Punk Rock Food Drive. We're based out of San Diego. We organize concerts and events to raise food and funds for local food banks. And we were super excited to join you guys at 320 Fest and collect some food over there. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do that in person this year. But we are running a virtual food drive to support the LA County Regional Food Bank. So if you're interested in donating to that campaign, or if you'd just like to check out who we are, you can check that out at punkrockfood.com. Hope you're enjoying 320 Fest. Stay safe, take care of yourselves and each other.
What up, 320 Festival? Everyone at home, thank you so much to Kevin Lyman and to Linda for putting this together, and the whole crew over at USC. Thank you guys so much. I'm glad I can be here. I'm Beebs of Beebs and Our Moneymakers. This is my friend Norwood Fisher of Fishbone, Mr. Sprinkles, aka John Stewart back there on the drums, Mr. J. O'Keefe on the guitar, Mr. Conga Curdy over here on percussion, and OG is Slightly Stupid over here on secondary percussion. I got the strong percussion team today. So today I'm going to play a new song for you that's not out yet. It's coming out on my new album, and it's called Streets, and I wrote it about me just battling depression every day and kind of just trying to get through it.
Trying to find my own way. I've been strolling through the streets
Alone, never feel like you're alone. You know, just because you see people on the internet posting that their lives are great and posting all the things they're doing, we go through dark times. I try to be good about going on when I'm not feeling well, and talking it out. Talking to another person helps it from spiraling in your mind. If you're someone who doesn't get depressed or doesn't experience anxiety, please just be someone who can listen to someone else without freaking out. Sometimes just having someone to get all of the feelings that you don't know how to process out really helps your mind and your mental health. And there's a lot of positive things I do. I go to, when things were open, I was going to a float tank that helped me learn how to meditate, just giving yourself 10 minutes, 15 minutes before you even look at your phone or do anything. Yoga is a great outlet. I don't do yoga, but I do stretch in yoga pants. So if you're intimidated by learning yoga, you could just put some yoga pants on and stretch it out, And then this song I'm going to play for you is called Wake Up. It's a single I just released, the first single off the new album. I did it with my friend, my Brazilian rapper friend, Nico Iz. And I'm going to play it for you right now. I hope you guys are doing well, and I love you very much.
There's just no wrong or right. And I'm gonna do the songs, get it right. I'm not stressing about the time, not stressing about the hustle. I just worry about myself, trying not to shuffle. Many things are wrong up in my head, so I do them down and pick myself up. It's a new day, wake up, be lovely, lovely. Yeah, 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 hey, it's a new day, hey, 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 hey. Yeah, 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 hey, it's a new day, wake up, be lovely, lovely. Yeah, 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 hey, it's a new day. You see, the Bible's never lie, and the truth always elevates. The Bible's never lie, and the truth always resonates. Them most like poof, and medicate, meditate. Yeah, he ate the pie that they never paid. I've been a drop top, like a shot, watch like a top notch, now watch. Everything is HD on every visual. Just a well adjusted any fucking visual. What's excellent dreams, I ain't about them. I wanna see solutions, I don't see no problems. They cut the tree down, they made the garden a party. Heard the urban song, they give me this about it. It's good, you get me my body. You know the tree and the got me my. He who writes a song will let it write itself. It finds the sound of everybody else. Hey, 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 yeah, yeah, hey, it's a new day, hey, hey, hey. Yeah, 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 hey, it's a new day. Yeah, 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 hey, it's a new day. Wake up, be lovely, be lovely. Yeah, 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 hey, it's a new day, hey, hey, hey. It's a new day, hey, hey. It's a new day, hey, hey, hey. It's a new day, hey, hey, hey.
Mike Majlak from The Night Shift and The Impulsive Show. Thank you so much for tuning into the 320 Festival and joining into a conversation around mental health. As some of you watching this know, I struggled for almost a decade with my own addiction to opiates, and I still continue to struggle each and every single day with my own anxiety and depression. Like myself, America's youth was already under tremendous strain from the addiction and overdose crisis, the leading cause of death for people under 30 in this country. Now, on top of that, the COVID-19 pandemic is causing widespread depression, anxiety, isolation, and loss of community. Please join us to gain a better understanding of what life is like today for America's youth and what we can do to make it better.
With America's Youth, A Generation Under Siege, presented by Everfi.
Welcome and good evening or good afternoon. Thanks to Kevin Lyman and his amazing team for putting this incredible production on. I'm Jim Hood. I'm the CEO of Generation SOS, which is a nonprofit organization dedicated to preventing addiction and overdose among America's youth. I'm honored and humbled to be moderating this panel. I suspect I'll have an easy job of it because we have 4 amazing and maybe 5 panelists. So let me introduce them. First is Luke Kornblatt. Luke grew up in New York City and attended NYU, where he received his BA in real estate. He first started struggling with substance misuse in high school, but now, having just turned 24, is proud to be sober for 15 months. Having found meaning in his life through using his experience to give back to others, Luke's been working with Generation SOS to help spread the message of the dangers of substance misuse. And he's currently planning to go back to school to get a master's degree in psychology so he can pursue a career helping those who are struggling, which is really admirable, Luke. So welcome. Next is Michelle Sari. Dr. Sari is on the executive board of directors and mental health advisor at a terrific organization called Heart Support. She's currently working as a psychological services director in a men's prison, where she has spent much of her working career. She also has a part-time private practice and has spent years doing consulting and pro bono work in the music industry. Michelle has her PhD and master's degree in psychology. Speaking of music, we are honored to have Justin Furstenfeld. Justin is the lead singer and writer for multi-platinum band Blue October. He is a producer, an author, a filmmaker, and most importantly, a fervent 12-step believer and recovery advocate. He's currently working the steps, he was just explaining to us, every Tuesday with literally thousands of people during this pandemic, which is just amazing, Justin.
It's fun.
And last but certainly not least is Jennifer Jimenez. Jennifer's a supermodel, actress, TV personality, recovery advocate, and motivational speaker, among other things. She's been featured in movies such as Blow with Johnny Depp, Vanilla Sky, Charlie's Angel, and The Sweetest Thing. She's been featured on VH Sober House and Celebrity Rehab, both with Dr. Drew, and on 4 seasons of Beverly Hills Housewives. Clearly, Jennifer has no free time, but she does have over 14 years of sobriety, and she's married to Tim Ryan, who's actually a pretty cool dude, and I've known for a while. Tim and Jen travel the country speaking about substance misuse, mental health, and other really important issues. So welcome to Luke, Michelle, Justin, and Jennifer, and half of Tim. The title of this panel is America's Youth, A Generation Under Siege. It's kind of a sad but fitting title. The addiction and overdose crisis has been devastating America and is now the leading cause of death for people under 30. And it hits our youth particularly hard. Most people don't realize it, but more than 90% of the time, addiction starts during the teenage years. It is, simply put, an adolescent onset illness. Let me create a perspective. Comparisons are always treacherous, but I think this is useful. The coronavirus is terrifying, and it's brought America to its knees, right? More than 75,000 Americans have died, and they say that number could double. We certainly pray that will not be the case. But if it is the case, that will still be far fewer deaths than the number of lives lost to addiction and overdose every year, many of them young people. And now, because of the coronavirus, not only is substance misuse on the rise, but so are depression and anxiety and isolation and loss of community, all conspiring to create a very dangerous environment for our youth. Some experts have even said this event could impact our youth for the rest of their lives. And that's really something to think about. So let me tell you just a little bit about how I got to this place in my life. About 13 years ago, my oldest boy, Austin, started to struggle with substance misuse, alcohol at 14, marijuana at 15. And we did all the usual therapists and counseling and anything else we could think of. When we discovered he was using opioids at 16, of course, it was a game changer. It took it to a whole new level. We were terrified. We made some unscheduled visits to the emergency room that were pretty scary. We know we did intervention. There was a hospital stay, a wilderness program, a therapeutic boarding school for 18 months. I will tell you as an aside, addiction tears a family apart like no other illness. The whole family experiences it. And I can say that because I've lost loved ones to cancer and diabetes and heart disease, and they all suck. It's all terrible. But you don't scream at the dinner table because Uncle Louie has cancer. It's just different. Fortunately, Austin was doing better by his senior year of high school. He went off to college. He had a great freshman year. And then during his sophomore year, he started to struggle. So we had to withdraw him from school, and he did an intensive outpatient thing. And after 18 months, he was doing better, getting ready to go back to school. And a happy sign for us was that his music was better than ever. A really, really talented musician. So we had every reason to be optimistic, and so did he. And then the phone call came that he was gone, with no warning. And after all those years and all that work and all that love, my beautiful boy was gone. I keep this picture on my desk, and his memorial service was the day before his 21st birthday, and 500 people came to say goodbye. And so all that brings me back to our work at Generation SOS. I do not want families to go through what our family went through. So we're here to help save lives, especially among our kids. Our mission is empowering youth to make informed choices about substance use. We say youth empowering youth because kids listen to each other and they know more about each other than we know about them. And we focus on teens because, as I said, that's when addiction starts, and sometimes even younger. And that's something that's kind of scary and we have to face head on. We don't preach abstinence because we find with teens it's simply unrealistic and we lose credibility. So instead, we try to inform teens about how to navigate the very challenging world they live in regarding substances, but also other social and mental health challenges. The SOS in our name means sharing our stories. And we find that when the kids and our young sober speakers share their stories, they realize they're not alone, they're not losers, they're not freaks. That alone is very therapeutic. But they also realize that everybody has a story, themselves, a parent, a sibling, a friend, a loved one, and sharing the stories helps. We share our stories through monthly meetings in New York and Miami and LA and more cities to come, through school clubs, and in this environment, through Zoom meetings. And these meetings are all run by kids, which makes us an absolutely unique organization. The adults who are involved are here to support the kids, which keeps us raw and real and authentic. Generation SOS is creating an amazingly loving and supportive community, and it's literally helping transform lives. I see it every day. If it had been around when Austin was struggling, I honestly believe he would be alive today. So please visit generationsos.org, join us, and support our work. And thank you so much for listening and joining the seminar panel. And now I'd like to turn it over to Luke to share his story. Luke, thanks.
Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Luke. And so I knew I was going to be speaking today. So in preparation for that, I wanted to figure out what I was going to wear and how I wanted to present myself. And it got me thinking about how fashion can be used to give off impressions or, to express oneself through what they wear. And my first thought was, maybe I should wear a button down or maybe even a blazer so I could come off as professional or sophisticated. But the suit and tie look is really just not me these days. And it got me thinking about how I used to dress in high school versus how I dress now. And, you know, the different ways throughout the years in which I've tried to communicate how I'm feeling and where I'm at in my life through, you know, my fashion choices. And it brought me back to remembering a time in high school when I was 16 years old. And I tried to wear this exact shirt that I'm wearing now to school one day. And I'll just show the shirt really quickly. You know, at the time I was like, this is cool. It's different, you know. My friends and I all wore polo shirts with collars and khaki pants and loafers. And I was like, you know, I want to be different. I want to express myself. So I showed up thinking that, you know, it was going to be something good. And the reaction I got from all my friends were, dude, that's weird. And you're weird for wearing it. And why are you wearing that? Stop being weird. So I didn't wear this shirt again for a couple years after that. Not until I got into a stage in my life where I felt comfortable expressing myself the way that I wanted, because I had found a community, you know, that supported me and I felt like I could be myself in. And that's why I've kept this shirt all these years. And that's why I still wear it sometimes to make a statement. Because the truth is that at that age, we're so susceptible to trying to please the people around us, and, you know, to avoid that label of being different, you know, and we just become willing to distance ourselves from the form of expression that we need in order to feel heard and understood. And I think this really relates to mental health and addiction, because I feel like people are scared to talk about their feelings and what's really going on in their lives, because they're afraid they're going to be made to feel different and, you know, feel less than, because they're struggling, you know, and they can't be vulnerable because of that. There's this idea that society propagates that you're weak if, you know, you don't conform, and that if you struggle, you're not good enough. And that just makes it hard for anyone to want to express themselves. And how can you say what's on your mind, you know, when you're so afraid of being judged and you have all these problems? And then if you get judged, it just makes the problems that much harder. You know, and the truth is that it's not what movies and TV make it out to be, where it's always the kids who don't fit in very well that are made to conform, or, you know, it's the people who you don't get along with who are giving you the hard time. Because in reality, in my experience, and I know in a lot of other people's experiences that I've spoken to, but, you know, for me, I was actually really well liked in high school and had a lot of friends. And it was the friends who I was closest with that I felt the most pressure from to bottle things up around me and hide the things that was going on in my life. You know, because I didn't want to be considered different or weak. And that's what it is. It's not just a certain clique that's made to feel a type of way, or a particular person, or, you know, any just type or group. It's actually everyone. Everybody feels these pressures to bottle things up and keep them to themselves and not struggle and not feel different, you know. And at the point in my life that I'm at right now, I found a community of people that I can feel comfortable around, and learn from and lean on in my times of need. But the truth is that the vast majority of young adults, they don't have that in their lives, and they really need it, which is why I like to spend my time working with Generation SOS, because they provide this forum for young adults to listen and to learn, but also to ask questions and to feel heard, and to do so without feeling like they're going to be judged or labeled or put into a box. You know, they have people around my age in recovery that they bring in to talk to the kids and answer questions, but it's really all about the kids. They're the main focus. And, you know, they lead the meeting and they work behind the scenes to make the meeting actually happen. It's run by the kids. It's for the kids, you know, and it's really cool to watch how passionate and caring they really are about both creating this community, for themselves, but also because they want to be able to share it with others and give back, and at watching kids like that at that age who care that much, it's really amazing. And I feel like they really do a good job of fostering this environment that makes, people feel comfortable enough that they could say what's going on and be who they actually are and share their struggles about mental health or substances. And, and what's also great is that it's not about abstinence from alcohol, the meetings and the speakers, because that's not what every kid is struggling with. It's not like the blanket solution to every problem, because sometimes they're dealing with a parent who's struggling with alcohol. So for them, in particular, it doesn't help to stop them drinking, because what are they going to do about, the person around them who's struggling? It could be a parent, it could be a sibling, it could be a friend, whoever it is. So it's just solution-based, but through sharing stories and asking questions and answering questions. It's really about, having a shoulder to lean on, and a neighbor who's there to listen and to care. And in times like this, with the coronavirus, with the physical boundaries that it has, pushing people towards isolation and keeping them by themselves, keeping things, keeping people inside makes people want to, keep their problems inside because they don't have this physical community. But, in reality, you watch and we come up with these solutions to combat that. And that's why it's so amazing to see how this panel transformed from something that was going to be in person to something that's online, and how the Generation SOS meetings have turned to a Zoom platform, because it just shows, how strong the human will is, and how when there's a community of people who care enough, anything is possible. And when we use each other for support, any challenge can be overcome, and there's really nothing that we can't accomplish. That's what I got. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you so much, Luke. That was awesome. Kind of amazing when you think back on all of our lives, how something is incredibly unimportant, right? As wearing a given shirt and having some people essentially, bully you that day can kind of change the direction of your life. I mean, it can have a profound impact, because it's just so freaking hurtful and so unnecessary and just so soul crushing. It's remarkable. Thank you for sharing that, Luke. I really appreciate it. And now maybe Michelle, you want to take it?
Yeah, thank you. It's so wonderful to be here, and it's such an honor that people on this panel, all of your stories are incredibly inspiring. My story, I've been a mental health professional. That's been my career path, and working with incarcerated individuals and a little bit more severe mental health issues and some substance issues. I started to get to a point in my career and in my personal life where I felt like I needed to do more. A lot of my friends were in the music industry, and I started doing some consulting, and I thought I need to find a way to give back. And so I was looking for an organization, and that's how I found Heart Support. Heart Support was started by Jake Lewis, who's the lead singer of the band August Burns Red. And his story really touched me, because after shows, fans would come up to him, and and musicians know this, they pour out their story that, I was at rock bottom, or I was using, or I was lost, or I was going to end my life, and your music helped me stop. And so he would hear all these stories, and it's so difficult for artists because they're going from city to city, and they don't have time to really help people. So they wonder what happened to them. So he started a nonprofit to really create a sense of community for people that were struggling. And it started online. We have an online community, but then it grew where we were going to festivals. We were out on Warped Tour for many years, and people that were connected online started to meet in person, and they would say, well, where are you? Are you in Minnesota? I'm in Minnesota. Let's go to the show. Let's meet up. And so they started connecting with people online and in real life. And we've really grown. We've created our own resources on depression and self-harm, written different materials. We have online materials. We've partnered with bands where people in the music industry share their own stories of struggle and how they've overcome that. And that really resonated with me. So I reached out to them and said, here I am. I want to help. And I haven't looked back because it's incredibly important. And I think especially now, people are in crisis. And I think long before this pandemic started, we knew that we had a mental health crisis. We had a substance crisis. We had a suicide crisis in this country. And it's all ages. And for me, working primarily with adults, I wanted kids to have an intervention a little bit earlier. And some of the people that we're able to serve through Heart Support are younger, and just helping people kind of get on a different path for their life and offer them some hope that there's a different way and that they're not alone. And similar to what you said, Jim and Luke, people need to share their story, and they need a safe, non-judgmental place to say, I'm struggling, or I'm hurting, or I don't know what to do. And somebody to say, it's okay. We're here for you. We're going to come alongside you and encourage you in any way that we can. And that's incredibly important. And so I started doing that. I'm still there. I still work full-time in mental health. I don't, unfortunately, see those numbers trending downward. And that means that we have work to do. So I think things like this and these types of conversations are essential so that we can continue to change the narrative around stigma and around people getting sober and people living better lives, because people need that support and they need a sense of community, and they need to know that there are people out there that are identifying themselves as helpers and encouragers. And no one's perfect, and we all come in with our own stuff, but we're willing and we're compassionate journeyers, I always say, to just extend a hand or an ear to really come alongside someone and offer them that support.
Well, thanks, Michelle. It's remarkable. You and Luke both touched on it, but it's just such a paradox that we have these feelings and we bottle them up, and that's incredibly unhealthy, and we're embarrassed to share them. There's all these stigmas, yet we're all feeling the same thing. I mean, most of us have this, some different version of the same story, but we're just afraid to admit it to other people. And then when we do, even if nothing else changes, I mean, we start to feel better just knowing we're not alone and we're not outcasts. But it is hard to get to that point, to just open your soul. So, boy, bless you for the work you're doing on both fronts with Heart Support and in the prisons. Just amazing. Justin, dude, would you be so kind as to take the stage?
I would love to. Thank you for having me. What's the best way to talk to kids about drugs? What's the best way we're talking about youth, correct? We're talking about the youth of America. When I was a kid, I'm a straight shooter. I don't really know. When I was a kid, I knew that the people I looked up to glorified drugs, just like today. The kids, my 12-year-old, she loves these entertainers that glorify and sing about drugs. I mean, I grew up on Kurt Cobain, Shannon Hoon, Jean-Michel Basquiat was a painter, Scott Weiland, Amy Winehouse. We can go on forever and ever with those lists. And I just wanted to be like them. I wanted to be like them because I was an artist. So what's wrong with experimenting? So at a young age, I started experimenting, and oh my God, it felt great. It felt great. And through middle school, I kept experimenting. And then high school, I kept experimenting. But what I didn't realize, and this is what I'm talking directly for the youth, is every single one of those people that I looked up to passed away. They all died. They all died alone in a bus or in their bedroom or they're all alone, and they all died. They died.
Yep.
They died. And there's no coming back from that. What I would love to say to youth, and what I tell my kid all the time, my 12-year-old kid, she knows I'm so passionate about sobriety, and she's like, oh, Dad, stop it. And I'm like, okay, see it like this. See it as if you were in 8th grade and all of a sudden they held you back another year. Right? They held you back another year. Now you got to make friends with all the 7th graders because they're coming up, right? And then they held you back again. So now all the people that you were supposed to go to high school with are in high school driving their cars around, but you're still in 8th grade, correct? How awful would that be? How awful would that be? Her whole social life is just disappearing in front of her. This is exactly what drugs do. And I want to tell kids that. This is exactly what drugs do. It feels great when you're doing it. It feels amazing and it's just awesome. But what it's doing is slowly taking your ability to grow as a human being with everyone around you away. All those people that you're friends with right now that go on to create something with themselves and actually do become singers and dancers and actors and doctors and lawyers, they put it away. They've moved on to 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th grade. You continue to put this poison in your brain because it feels good for the moment. And it feels good. It feels so good. I got to have more. When meanwhile, you're still stuck in high school. You're still stuck there. It doesn't matter how old you get. I've met 55-year-old high school students because of drugs. I've met 60-year-old high school students. Wake up. Like, how hard is it? Wake up. The moment you start abusing drugs is how old you stay until you get sober. So when I got sober at 36, I was 12 years old, y'all. 12 years old. My wife told me that when I first got out of rehab, the only thing I said for a year was poo-poo, pee-pee, ha-ha, I tooted, because I didn't have the capacity to hold a conversation. I put so much poison in my brain that I ruined all of that logic and that social connection with normal people that a sunflower or a sky or a rainy day would make them happy. That wasn't good enough for me. I had to have chemicals. I had to keep putting that poison in my brain, and it stopped my growth, both physically, mentally, emotionally, professionally. So I wish these kids would just stop and go, yes, Mac Miller was great, but he's no longer here. Yes, Lil Peep was awesome, but he's no longer here. It's literal poison. That's what I got to tell my kids. It is literal poison that you're putting in your head. And if you keep putting so much of it, you're going to end up like a rat, dead. That's it. And there's only a short period of time where you might be cool, maybe the first month or two. But anything after that, you're just looking like an idiot. And that's what I got to tell my kid. You don't want to be the smelly kid in class, do you, kid? You don't want to be the kid that picks her nose, do you, kid? No, I don't. Well, then don't be the kid that keeps using all through high school that she watches all of her friends graduate and make something with her life. And then she wonders when she's 45 years old why she keels over with a heart attack. That's my advice to kids. It's time to wake up. I loved every single one of these people Scott Weiland, Amy Winehouse, Jean-Michel Basquiat, Kurt Cobain, Shannon Hoon. I loved every single one of those people. They inspired me. And when they died, I was just crushed, especially by the way that they died. Sad. They need to realize that, like he said, expression comes when you get older and you have something to live for, like who you're really going to be when you get out of high school. Because when you're in high school, you're still mom and daddy's house. And I'm going to wrap this up, but it's literal poison that just makes you stupider. Is that the word, stupider? Is that more stupid? More stupid? Makes you dumb. Makes you dumb. And then the more you do it, the longer you stay just not there. And I know that that's the only way I can get it across to my 12-year-old daughter, because image is the one thing that she grabs onto. What do people think of me? What do people think of me? Well, if you use drugs and if you keep using drugs, they're going to leave you far behind. And you're going to end up in a hotel by yourself. You know, I got help. I was 36 years old when I finally got help, you know. But those first 2 years, that damage that I had done to my brain I was literally so slow. I thought I'd never get my brain back. Now, 8 years, I'm just sitting here going, whoa, life is so good, you know? And because those people came into my life that pushed me to that door, led me to the door, and then said, you got to man up, you know? So that's all I'll have to say. God bless y'all. Thank you for this opportunity. Tuesday nights, I do step work with people. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm literally just doing step work with people that want to get sober on YouTube and Facebook. Blue October Band. Go to it. We're on step 4. Next week's step 5. Seriously, it's a lifesaver. It saved my life. And thank you so much for being here. Grow with us. Love life. Wake up, smell the rain, smell the ocean, be with family and friends, because the more you use drugs, you will just feel like an outcast. And your depression that you might have right now will take over your whole life. Okay, I'll shut up. Thank you.
Wow. It's too bad you're not a little more passionate about this subject, Justin. Thank you so much, man, for sharing that. Hey, a question for you. How did your life, your ability to perform and your ability to create, how did it change before and then after you got help, you got sober?
You know what's crazy, Jim, is I'm glad you asked me that, because my worst fear was I was going to get sober and I was going to be one of those bands that go, oh, God, would you please go back to using? Your music sucks now. You know, but what happened is that I found out that I actually had what's called a craft. And I could work at it. And I could get better. And by working with others in this music industry and writing with others, oh, guess what? When I was using and drinking, no one can write with Justin. He's the best. Only him. You know, selfish, ego, non-grateful, things you learn in the steps. And all the songs that I wrote before I got sober were about one thing: me, and how hard it was for me. Like, there's only so long someone wants to walk you circle a drain before they go, dude, shut up and get up. So now that I have a craft and I've written the best material I've ever written, I love my life. And it's just an excuse when people say, I write better when I'm high. I'm like, dude, you're just lazy. Sorry.
You know, the other thing that you said that really struck me, I'm also blessed to know a bunch of musicians, and, you know, we glamorize and normalize drug use for sure. But boy, are you right. Those folks die a horrific, almost invariably lonely, sad, struggling death. There ain't nothing glamorous about the way they all left the world. And I don't mean to harp on that, but it's people got to remember that. They got to remember just those horrific deaths that those folks died. Prince and elevator shaft, I
have to look at life also like a pro athlete, right? Am I going to be a pro athlete that secretly takes drugs to hit the ball farther? Am I going to be an athlete that secretly takes drugs to win? Does he have to cheat to win? That's how I have to look at my music industry too. Is that song going to be from my heart, or is it going to be cheating by taking all those? Come on. I have to look at it like that. I have a chance to be a badass. Why would I want to ruin that?
Yeah, well said. Well said. Well, last and certainly not least, we have Jennifer, and I think we get Tim. It's sort of like buy one, get one free.
It is like buy one, get one free. Thank you so much for having us here, Jim. We love you so much, and I'm so sorry for the loss of your son. Justin, Michelle, and Luke, I love you. You inspire me. All of you do. I am a woman, I guess, in long-term recovery, I know, with 14 plus years of sobriety. But I got to say, I am also a woman who is a suicide survivor and also suffers from mental illness. I suffer from depression and eating disorders. I've overcome trauma. I believe we're all trauma survivors of some sort, but I overcome physical abuse, sexual abuse, mental abuse, emotional abuse. I'm saying this out loud, so if anyone is going through these things, they know that they're not the only ones going alone through this stuff. My family's from Argentina, and my family, I grew up in Argentina and I came back to California, and I always felt so uniquely different. But my family, I remember when they would, have parties in Argentina, and when we were always together in Argentina, everyone was happy. When we came back to California, my family, my mom and dad I'm also a survivor of a family that was very chaotic. So I grew up with a lot of chaos, and I saw a lot of things. My family has mental illness and addiction, and here I am, blessed with both worlds. I say that because there's no shame to my game anymore. I also am a girl that got discovered on the Santa Monica Pier when I was 13 years old, and literally overnight became a supermodel. I've been on every magazine cover all over the world. And so like my life went from growing up in dirt roads and donkeys in Argentina to becoming a supermodel overnight. And I wore many masks. I say I was probably a great model because I'm a great chameleon. It's one of my survival mechanisms. But I would go to public high school and I'd go to and try to act like a normal kid in public high school. And I'd run home and try to protect someone from killing themselves or clean up from the mess of, my addicted father. Or, then I would be thrown in this adult entertainment world where I was literally selling sex and I didn't know what that was about. I was traveling to Paris, to New York, to Tokyo, to Milan, and all the pressures came upon me and the eating disorders, and I was never good enough. My voice never mattered. I was not being heard. They would tell me I was only as good as my next job cover campaign and that I was replaceable. That's how I grew up. I feel that children today and the youth, they're still not being heard. And they want to be heard so badly. And I know that for a fact because Tim and I, my husband and I, go across the country and we speak everywhere. And, despite of my character defects, they became my biggest attributes. And I never knew that until I got sober, what that was. And, my addiction led me to get sober at 21 for the first time. And I would clean up and I'd make everything look shiny and pretty. Kind of what you're talking about, Luke. I made everything look good on the outside, but inside I was dying inside. That hole, that void, that spiritual malady would just get bigger and bigger. But I made everything look okay, because if you liked me, then maybe I liked myself. Your work, you gave me worth is how I used to value my life. I finally ended up in treatment, and I ended up relapsing there. And my second time in treatment, I have to go into the psych ward, and I'll never forget the double doors slamming shut in that psych ward and all the locks. And I walked down, there was a guy, his eyes were rolling back and he was drooling. And I went, how did me of all people get here? All I wanted was that relief when I was 12 years old. My first drink that I ever took was 12 years old because I wanted to feel like them in Argentina, happy. And from 12 to when I got to the psych ward, so much darkness happened. And I ended up trying to take my life and hanging myself in the psych ward. And I had to learn to walk again. I had to learn to talk and function again. And that took some time. I just remember one day I was in the psych ward and I could hear all these people laughing and I was feeling this feeling I didn't understand. And inside I said to God, is it humanly possible for a girl like me to ever feel whatever it is that they're feeling? I'll go to any lengths. And that girl resides still so alive inside of me. And one of my doctors was named by a doctor by the name of Dr. Drew. And he predicted me dead. I'd overcome that. And I just dove into recovery. And I'm so blessed that I was able to work with him on sober rehab and sober house and all these other things and do all this stuff. And I started doing movies again. I started going in the trenches and I started speaking the last 8 years. And I got to tell you, I've been all over this country speaking in and out of detoxes and schools and residentials and treatment centers. And I finally, a year and a half ago, I would still go into depression like 3 days in, but I have spiritual tools today to teach me how, and I was taught how to apply them into my life. And I would go into 3 days of depression. And in the last year and a half, I have to say, I've not had 1 day of depression, not 1 day. And why? It's because I found my connection and my purpose. And my message, I think, if anything, is that find your connection and find your purpose and know that you're not alone. A year and a half ago, I found the love of my life, my husband, Tim Ryan, and we dedicated our lives to going across the country and speaking all over. And I'll let you speak, babe.
Yeah, I'll just jump in real quick. I'm a person in long-term recovery, 7.5 years sober. And we speak all over, and I wrote a book and had a documentary and run a nonprofit, but it's the schools and the youth today. And we're not just speaking about alcohol and drugs. These kids are struggling with mental health, trauma at home. The bullying is out of control. The way kids get bullied through the cell phones, through the Snapchat, the Instagram, and it's okay to be who you are. And the one thing we try to instill people to do is put your hand up and ask for help. Luke, I commend you for what you're doing in empowering the youth. And Jim, I'm also a father that lost his son. I carry my son Nick in this necklace. I carry his ashes. And I lost my son on my 21-month sobriety date. And I went to a 12-step-based meeting. And I can remember at his service, there was about 800 people. But for me, About 400 were people in the 12-step base rooms, and I didn't know 90% of them, but they came to support me. But in my son's passing, I was able to assist 58 of his friends or acquaintances on the road to recovery. I've lost about 20 of his friends and acquaintances, but the one thing I want to end with that they are not educating the youth about today is the Good Samaritan law. When my son died, he was with 3 friends, his girlfriend and 2 friends, and he had snorted 2 bags of heroin and ate a Xanax bar. His friends knew he was overdosing, and they panicked. They put him on the sofa, went in the basement, did more drugs, came up, and he was dead. If they would have had Narcan, he possibly could have been alive. But if they would have called 911, the police paramedics would have come, hopefully saved him, taken the drugs, and left. No questions asked. We are not educating the youth about this, and the youth in middle school and high school are more susceptible to overdose from alcohol and or drugs, and no school superintendents are educating kids about the Good Samaritan law. So we need to get on top of that, and we'll talk offline. But thank you, Justin, Michelle, Luke, Jim, my wife, for doing what you're doing.
Wow, Jennifer and Tim, thank you so much. Jennifer, I'm speechless. Your story is really remarkable. I mean, your transformation against all odds is breathtaking. One phrase that you used, it's recurring in some of these other comments tonight, is this notion of "you gave me worth." It's powerful. It's remarkable how we need, at many points in our life, we need to be validated by others instead of just being us and just being content with us. And frankly, just stop worrying so much about, do you accept me? I mean, it is such an incredible waste of energy and brain cells and heart cells. But I acknowledge you talking about it. Tim, obviously, I'm so sorry about your loss. You know that I know your story and I share it. For those who are listening and don't know, what Tim is talking about with the Good Samaritan law is, you are so right. And it's so powerful. If you are with someone who is struggling or is overdosing, literally, many times people won't call the authorities because you're high too, or you've got drugs on you. And, you say, well, shit, I'm going to go to jail. With the Good Samaritan law, you get a free pass. Basically, the first responders will come to take care of the person who is struggling or overdosing. And at that moment, at least for that time, they're not looking to get you in trouble. And it's just so important to know. And Tim, you're spot on right. I think the vast majority of kids don't know it. And that's simply because the vast majority of teachers and principals and others are not communicating it. And that was a no-brainer. We don't have to do it.
Is that everywhere?
The information.
Is that like the law everywhere?
It's in a majority of the states.
Majority of states.
That's amazing. I didn't know about that either, Tim. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, go ahead, Jen.
Well, I mean, right now, I feel like it's really important to talk about that because there's a pandemic within a pandemic happening right now, and I think, knowing that alcohol sales are 285% higher than, people are committing suicide more than ever before. There's mental illness that's happening and people are full of anxiety and full of fear and full of panic, and then they're having to isolate. And, our youth is having to be at home, and some of them are not in good places. Their homes are not the safest place right now for them to be. And it's important for them to know that there's voices out there that are willing to listen to them and to know that we want to hear you. And
I think the other thing too is that they need to know that there are people and there are organizations out there that will meet them where they are. Because where one particular group or treatment method or community group may not work for one person, it would for another. And so I always want people to know that if something didn't work for you or you didn't find the right community, don't give up, because they're out there. You'll find your people, and you'll find people that will care about you wherever you look, but you will find people that you can connect with. And that, I think, can be incredibly transformational. And I think all of you have kind of touched on that. When you find your place, you find your purpose. And there are people out there that will help you. And the more that you can connect with people and tell them that you need some help, you'll find someone that will help connect you. And all of us here and a lot of people watching, we're connectors. And that's a profound power that we have. That's our superpower. We can help people. We can extend a hand. We can get them to where they need to be, and help them find what they're looking for so that they don't give up hope and that they know that there's a way to get through whatever it is that they're struggling with.
Amen.
That's a nice thought, Michelle, connectors, because, we've all definitely lost community in this coronavirus environment. And even those of us who like to believe we're somewhat normal or somewhat healthy, but lack of community it really eats away at you. So it's important that we serve our role as connectors. And, Jen, in addition to alcohol sales apparently skyrocketing, I'm told that prescriptions for, depression and anxiety are also skyrocketing. Of course, that's a terrible combination when you put it all together. And then when you put isolation on top of it and you're in your room and you're a young adult, bad things can happen. Bad things. I'm not hearing you, Tim. Did you say something?
No. We were just talking, there's a mental health crisis booming, and it's really trying, as Michelle said, guiding and directing the youth today, that there are platforms through social media, through Zoom meetings, through just calling a friend. But what people need to do is, if they're struggling, they need to tell on themselves. You're only as sick as your secret. When we walked out of a high school in Shelbyville, Indiana in December, Jennifer received over 800 Instagram messages from the students until 2:30 in the morning asking for help.
They were from 11-year-olds to 18-year-olds. And the last girl was an 11-year-old, and it was 2:30. And I was like, A, what my response was, what are you doing still up? B, why do you have your phone? And C, go to bed. And she said, it's because I'm not being heard. And I feel that you guys hear us and you heard us today at school.
Yeah. The one thing I wanted to mention about schools too, and especially since SOS is doing a lot, we've only spoken 2 schools out of over 1,000 nationwide that had a full-time substance abuse counselor and a full-time mental health therapist as employees. Most schools have a guidance counselor. They do not know how to work with youth that have mental health or substance abuse issues.
You're absolutely right. It's a problem, and we will definitely talk offline next week. I know we're going to be wrapping up in about 2 or 3 minutes. I'm so grateful to all of you, but a couple of questions that came in, and anybody can answer this. Somebody said, is there a difference in the mental health concerns of youth now versus before the pandemic, or are they just more intensified? Different concerns, or just, everything's been ramped up and amped up?
I think some of them are the same. I think we knew that they were there before, and I think that the current situation has amplified, one, that there's a crisis, but two, it's also really touched people in a different way. And I think people are realizing that there are some gaps in access to care, and that people maybe thought that they had good coping skills. And when they're faced with unprecedented stress or crisis or financial strain, or they're watching people around them really struggling, I think that that's opened up a whole nother level of mental health concerns that we haven't seen before. And so I think it's both.
I think you're right, Michelle. I think that one of the things that's been just breathtaking about this is the financial concern that's also been tacked on. Maybe not so much directly for the youth, although I think if you're a college graduate and you're thinking about jobs, that's pretty bleak. But all of a sudden your family, you thought things were secure on the 1st of February, and here you are on the 1st of May, and you're hearing your folks talk about selling a house or whatever, just.
Or the families losing their health insurance that are not going to be able to get a loved one into treatment now, that can't afford $2,000 a month COBRA payment because they lost their job.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. We just got a message that we have about 45 seconds, and I think they unceremoniously just pulled the plug. So I want to say, Luke and Michelle and Justin and Jen and Tim, thank you so much. I thought this was a great panel. You are all incredible friends. Grateful to know you, and we'll continue this. We'll do this another time. And thanks again to Kevin Lyman and his amazing team for putting this together. It's just 3 days of remarkable stuff. So thank you all, and stay tuned, because I'm told there's some awesome music coming.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Bye, you guys.
Bye, you guys.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I used to rule the world. Seas would rise when I gave the word. Now in the morning I sleep alone. Sweep the streets I used to roam. I used to roll the dice, feel the fear in my enemy's eyes, and listen as the crowd would sing. Now the old king is dead, long live the king. 1 minute I held the key, next the walls were closed on me. I discovered that my castle stands upon pillars of salt, pillars of sand. I hear Jerusalem bells ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, I know St. Peter won't call my name. Never an honest word, that was when I ruled the world. It was a wicked and wild wind, blew down the doors to let me in. Shadow windows and the sound of drums, and people couldn't believe what I've become. Revolutionaries swayed for my head on a silver plate. I'm just a puppet on a lonely string. Oh, who would ever want to be king? Now I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, I know St. Peter won't call my name. Never an honest word, that was when I ruled the world. Now I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. And for some reason I can't explain, I know St. Peter will call my name. Never an honest word, that was when I ruled the world. Thank you.
This concludes day 2 of the 320 educational sessions. Please stick around for the concert following in a few minutes.